The fan in the grow room pushed warm air the color of dinner rolls, and Joe was high, which was the only state in which the soil ever really talked to him. He packed the bowl of his glass pipe with flour he'd cured himself the week before, a strain he'd bred for smell more than punch, something that came off like cut grass and citrus, and lit it, and watched the Quarantray 7. The mycorrhizae had threaded pale into the medium overnight. He could see the faint white webbing if he let his eyes go soft. The shape of a word after someone says it aloud. "Morning," he said to the tray, and meant it. The camera on the tripod blinked its red eye. He'd been filming these for almost 2 years, the Living Soil channel, and the early ones drew 11 views, most of them him. The later ones drew more, never the kind that paid a bill. Fine. He wasn't in it for the numbers. He was in it because the soil was the most interesting thing that had ever happened to him, and nobody at the Cass County feed store wanted to hear about it. He pulled the smoke in slow and held it and let the chatter drop. That was the part people never understood, the part he could never say right in the comments without sounding like a brochure. Being high wasn't about arriving somewhere. It was about the noise going quiet so the room got loud, the real room, the one under the floor. Mycelium didn't care that he was stoned. Mycelium ran stoned adjacent by nature, slow and patient and busy for decades. He just met it halfway. "So check this out," he said, the pipe resting in his left hand while his right tipped the tray toward the lens. "See the webbing? That's the fungal network bridging the root zone. People think roots feed the plant. Roots feed the fungus feeds the plant feeds the fungus back with sugar. It's a trade. Everything alive out here is a trade. You slow down enough to watch it and it starts to make sense." He exhaled toward the tray like a benediction. The basil in the corner, a volunteer from last season, had gone to flower, and the bees he'd smuggled in a mason jar 2 summers back had found it and never left. Joe Sullivan, 38, master cultivator, legal under Missouri Amendment 3, resident of a double wide on 3 acres south of Kansas City where the county slid from exurban to farmland in the length of a driveway. He'd started with cannabis because cannabis was honest. You couldn't lie to a plant about whether you knew what you were doing. It only showed you. And then he'd fallen all the way through the floor of that into the soil itself, and there was no bottom. He took another pull and smiled at the camera. "Anyway, that's the network. That's the whole game. Everything else is details. We'll get into nitrogen fixers next time, because nobody tells you this but the beans are the quiet heroes." The pipe clicked against the tray edge as he set it down. Outside, a crow said something rude. The grow room hummed. The soil, in its slow language, said nothing in particular, and Joe heard it clearly. He ended the recording, tagged it, and posted it as he posted everything, without expectation, and went to check the pump in the east bed. The cat had opinions about the dispensary bag before Joe did. Cthulhu came in low and silent, a tortoiseshell smear of black and orange judgment, and put one paw on the receipt the second Joe set it on the kitchen table. She did not weigh much. She carried the authority of something that had decided the terms of the house and was waiting for him to catch up. "Private medical document," Joe said. The paw stayed. Her tail curled around her feet with finality, the way it did when she had ruled on something and the ruling was not open for discussion. Joe let her have the receipt and turned the dispensary package over in his hand. The label was clean, legal, and useless. Strain name, cultivator, THC percentage, batch number, a list of warnings printed small enough to punish a person already tired. Hybrid, the label said, as if that closed the matter. A word broad enough to hide 100 different plants behind it. He had bought the same name 3 weeks ago. Same name, different cultivator, different smell through the sealed plastic, different color to the flower once he got it home. The last batch had settled the tremor in his right hand without packing his thoughts into cotton. It let him sleep. This one might do that. It might not. The state had given him a legal door and then left him standing in a room with the lights half off. The kitchen was already warm though the window unit had run since noon. Outside, July pressed against the glass hard enough to make the pane look tired. The basil on the sill had folded its leaves upward, not thirsty exactly, just trying to survive the hour. He had moved it out of the direct sun that morning. It still looked offended by the world. He understood the feeling. Cthulhu leaned forward and sniffed the edge of the paper again. "No," Joe said. She looked at him as if he had misunderstood the ownership arrangement. He gathered the receipt, the label slip, and the insert into a stack and set his medical card on top. More habit than need. The card always brought two things at once: relief that he was not breaking the law to buy what helped him, and a bony awareness that permission had edges he could feel. Legal access was not the same as reliable care. He had learned that slowly, through money he did not want to spend and nights he did not want to keep. He thought of the old growers he had learned from before everything became packaging and compliance. People who could tell by smell whether a plant had been cut too early, by the stem snap whether the cure had gone too fast. Some had been wrong about plenty, some had believed nonsense with great confidence, but they had known the plant as a living thing before they knew it as a product. Joe missed that, though he did not like saying so. He looked at the basil. The soil was damp at the top, too damp at the edge, dry near the center where it had pulled away from the root ball. He fetched a chopstick from the drawer and loosened the soil gently where it had shrunk back, not stabbing, not tearing, just opening a path. The plant did not need more water. It needed the water it already had to stop running around the place that needed it. Cthulhu jumped to the chair and watched, eyes half closed, tail twitching once against the rung. He took out his phone, opened the camera, angled it down at the basil. His face stayed out of frame. Only his hands, the pot, the tired leaves, and the mottled blur of the cat behind him. "Before you water a plant because it looks bad," he said, voice low and plain, "make sure the water you already gave it can actually reach the roots." He stopped the recording. Not a full video yet, but the thought had weight. The double wide hummed in the heat. Legal medicine waited in the lockbox. A plant on his table needed care that was not more, but better. Joe looked at Cthulhu, then at the basil, then out the window at the Gun City quiet, and picked up the phone again. The call came while Joe was trying not to answer a comment. That was how most trouble entered his life lately, through some small reasonable thing that asked only for a little more of him. A woman had posted a photo of her mother's plant, leaves soft with overwatering, soil dark at the rim and pulled from the center in a way he could read even through the blur. "Should I repot?" she'd written. He could answer. He could also become a free emergency room for every plant someone loved poorly. Cthulhu sat on the table beside the phone, watching his thumb hover. She had the look of a judge who had already ruled and was waiting for the defendant to confess. "Don't start," Joe said. The phone rang before he could type. "Unknown number." He let it ring twice. The amount of time it took to decide he was not curious and responsible enough at once. Then he answered. "Joe Sullivan?" He straightened without meaning to. "Speaking. This is Marlene Voss. I'm calling on behalf of the Henderson estate." For a second the word estate meant nothing useful. Then it gathered the shape of old family, old property, old trouble folded in paper and stored somewhere damp until somebody died and made it someone else's problem. "Great Uncle Elmer," Marlene said. "He passed last month. His note said you were to have the greenhouse parcel and contents, if you wanted them." Joe closed his eyes. Not grief, not exactly. Grandpa Henderson had been old enough for years that death felt less like a shock and more like a door finally closing on a house nobody had visited. Joe remembered him mostly as a narrow man in long sleeves even in summer, smelling of dust, mint, and old greenhouse plastic. He had given Joe a pocket knife once and taken it back 10 minutes later because Joe used it to cut baling twine too close to his thumb. "The greenhouse parcel," Joe repeated. "Out past Old Drum Cemetery. The house is gone but the greenhouse and shed still stand. Sort of was never free." "Why me?" A pause. Then the small laugh people use when the dead have made them uncomfortable. "His note said you had the hands for it." Joe said nothing. Cthulhu put one paw on his wrist. "Not affection." "Wait." Marlene filled the silence. "There are notebooks." Old equipment, probably junk. He was particular that no one clear the back room until you'd looked. There's a key at my office. The back room? That's what the note said. Greenhouse back room. Do not clear it without care, he wrote. Old stock is not abandoned. Old stock. Joe felt the room narrow by an inch. What exactly did he write? Paper shifted on her end. Joseph is to have first refusal of the greenhouse parcel and all contents. Do not discard notebooks. Do not clear mother room without care. Old stock is not abandoned. Mother room. Joe stood. The chair scraped, startling Cthulhu enough that she jumped down and glared from the floor. He should have felt annoyed first. Another dead relative leaving half-phrases instead of explanations. Instead, under the practical irritation, a small unwelcome pull. Not excitement. Recognition, maybe. That was worse. When can I get the key? I'm at the office until 4. I'll come by. He hung up and stood with a phone in his hand. The kitchen too loud around him. Cthulhu walked a slow circle around his feet and stared up. What? He said. She gave a short, sharp sound. I said I'd look. That's not the same as accepting. She kept staring. He looked back at the phone. The mother's plant comment still waited. He opened it and typed, "Don't repot yet if the plant is already stressed. Open the gap gently, improve root contact, let it rest. More disturbance may not be help." He sent it, turned the phone face down, and went to find his boots. The drive out past Old Drum Cemetery took longer in his head than on the road. Gun City stayed small behind him. The county slid from exurban to farmland in the length of a driveway, same as always, and then the cemetery showed up on the left. The old stones and the famous hound monument sitting quiet under the heat. Across the street, through a break in the fence, the Henderson place, or what was left of it. The house was gone. Just a squared patch of bare earth and a few concrete blocks where the corner had been. But the greenhouse stood at the back, cloudy panels gone the color of old milk, and a shed leaned beside it with its door hanging on one hinge. Sort of, Marlene had said. She had not exaggerated. Joe let the truck roll to a stop at the shoulder and sat with the key in his hand. It was old brass, tagged with brittle plastic. Grandpa's narrow slanted handwriting on it. Greenhouse. On the back in faded pencil. Mother key sticks. Do not force. He respected that, up to a point. The outer door took the lift then turn he remembered from the one time Grandpa had let him in as a kid, and opened onto a breath of stale greenhouse air, dry algae, cracked rubber, baked plastic, and under it something faintly green. A living note in a dead cord. The main room was a wreck of abandoned growing, dead pots everywhere, old labels, a locked cabinet against the back wall. But the far corner had a door cracked open a hand's width, and from it came the smell, old soil, damp clay, living green. Not a dead room, a held one. Joe did not step inside the back room yet. He looked through the gap. An old mother plant stood in the dim, woody stem trained low along soft ties, lower leaves small but angled toward the light from the doorway. She had not been tended in a while. She had not been abandoned either. Someone had built this room around keeping one plant alive, not getting as much from her as possible. No dry racks, no jars of cured bud, no sales bags. The light was weak for production and too particular for neglect. Shade dominated. Air moved low. Water came slow. He thought of Grandpa's note. Old stock is not abandoned. Cthulhu would have hated the heat in here. He caught himself thinking it with unreasonable fondness and shut it down. The cat was at home on the kitchen chair, guarding the dispensary bag, not his problem to drag into a dead man's greenhouse. Joe went to the east bench. The drawer under it did not want to open. He worked the swollen edge with patience he did not feel, loosened a rusted screw, tapped the side with his heel, and pulled. Metal shrieked. A smell of paper, dust, and old graphite rose out. Notebooks, 3 of them, stacked under brittle plant tags. The top one had a green cover gone gray with dust. He opened it. Grandpa's handwriting, narrow and stubbornly legible. Not a diary. A date, a humidity note, a water quantity, a fan setting, and one plain sentence. Do not chase Wilton heat. Shade first, air second, water last. Joe sat on the bench because standing suddenly felt like pretending. The next pages were more of the same, practical, specific, boring the way useful things were boring until a person needed them. Care first, use never. If she leans away, close the room and wait. A willing leaf is not the same as permission. He stared at that last one. It was not how most people wrote about a plant. He looked toward the back room, where the old mother held in her dim corner, and said quietly, "Grandpa, what did you think you were doing?" Only the fanless heat answered. He closed the notebook and sat with the stale air and the faint green smell and the feeling that he had just inherited a problem that wore work gloves and waited politely. The key was warm in his palm. The mother room waited, and for the first time in a long time, Joe Sullivan felt like someone had known his hands before he touched the lock. The man at the Harrisonville Family Center knew the fan by sound before Joe set it on the counter. "Elmer Henderson," he said. Joe stopped with both hands still on the old fan housing. The store smelled like cracked corn, rubber boots, dry dust, and the faint sweet of fertilizer stacked too near the seed packets. A ceiling fan turned overhead with more confidence than effect. Near the back, two men argued quietly over fence staples. Harvey Wilkes leaned forward, squinting at the fan through glasses slid halfway down his nose. Past 70, broad through the shoulders the way men got from lifting feed sacks before forklifts were common, hands nicked by work old enough to be permanent. Joe had come in hoping to buy a part and leave. That was already over. "You recognize it?" Joe said. Harvey tapped the housing with one thick finger. "Recognize the bad decision. Elmer brought that model in here 3 times. Wouldn't let me sell him a new one. It's not safe." "Wasn't safe then." Joe set the fan down. "That makes me feel better." "It shouldn't." "Didn't." Harvey grunted and turned the fan to inspect the cracked cord. "This came out of the greenhouse." Joe hesitated. "Not long." "Long enough." "Yeah," Joe said. "Low return fan." That's what he called it. Joe looked at him. Harvey reached under the counter for a screwdriver, not asking before pulling the back plate. Most folks want air on the leaves. Elmer wanted air where nobody thought to put it. Under benches, along floors, behind containers. He'd stand right here and argue with me like I'd insulted his houseplints by suggesting a box fan. Joe's grip tightened on his canvas bag. "He talk about the greenhouse much?" "Not much, just enough to wish he'd talk less or more." The back plate came free. Harvey looked inside, made a disgusted sound, set the fan down. "You don't want this running." "I know." "Do you?" "I know enough not to plug it in." Harvey glanced at him over the glasses, then looked away before the glance became a question. "You trying to fix his old room?" Joe went still. "Which room?" he said. Harvey's mouth tightened at one corner. "Don't play too dumb." "Doesn't suit you." Joe said nothing. Harvey put the screwdriver down. Elmer was careful, whatever else anybody says. The man was careful. What else did people say? That he was odd. That he wasted time on a greenhouse when nothing saleable ever left it. That he bought parts like a man keeping a hospital open for one patient. Joe absorbed the word saleable with more relief than he wanted to show. Harvey kept digging through a box of salvaged brackets and old motors. He'd come in after bad heat and ask whether I'd heard of anybody losing mothers. Joe's throat tightened. Mothers. That's what he called them. Old plant lines. If somebody had an old plant they couldn't keep alive, he'd go fix their room, send them home with tubing and a lecture. Harvey found a low-speed motor still wrapped in yellowed paper. "This might get you clothes. Safer than that relic. Don't put it straight on anything old." Joe took out his wallet. Harvey named a price low enough to be kindness disguised as clearance. Joe paid without arguing. Some gifts got smaller if you made the giver defend them. As he folded the receipt, Harvey said, "If you're cleaning that place, don't let anybody with a trash trailer decide what matters." Marlene offered. She would. "Means well." meaning well can clear a room faster than malice. Harvey pushed the bag across the counter. Elmer wasn't hiding a business. He was keeping something from ending. That's different, though the county won't care about the distinction if it looks wrong. Joe lifted the bag. You ever go in the back room? No, because he asked me not to. The simplicity of it made Joe look away. Outside, heat hit like a hand. He sat in the truck with the bag on the seat and the old fan in the footwell. Grandpa had not been hiding a business. He had been keeping something from ending. Not property, not crop, continuity. Joe started the truck and headed home, where Cthulhu was presumably still guarding the dispensary bag like it owed her rent. Harvey introduced Joe to Calloway the way he introduced everything, which was to say he didn't introduce him. He just left a name hanging in the air until Joe picked it up. Old tomato line, Harvey said, ringing up Joe's order at the family center, the low-speed motor and a bag of mycorrhizal inoculant on the counter. Calloway's got one. Down past the cemetery, other side of the county road, Elmer used to go fix his room. Joe looked up from his wallet. Calloway keeps an old tomato, oldest in the county, far as I know. His granddad brought the seed from somewhere, nobody remembers where. Calloway grows it every year, saves his own, won't buy a hybrid. Says the store ones taste like water with a tomato costume. Harvey bagged the motor. Elmer liked him, said he was keeping one stubborn thing against time, same as the greenhouse. Joe drove past Old Drum Cemetery the long way home and took the county road south, the way Harvey had pointed. Calloway's place was a farmhouse with peeling paint and a garden that ran to the fence line, tomatoes staked in rows like soldiers, the fruit small and uneven and red the deep color of something that tastes like itself. Calloway was out there when Joe pulled in, a man in his 70s with hands like Harvey's, garden dirt under the nails. He didn't shake hands. He held up a tomato. Harvey sent you, Joe Sullivan. He said you've got an old line. Calloway looked at him a long moment, the way Cass County men looked at strangers who'd been vouched for but not yet earned. Elmer's boy, great-nephew. He left me the greenhouse. Then you know about keeping a thing against time. Calloway handed him the tomato. Taste it. Joe bit it. It tasted like a tomato, not water, not a costume, the real thing, acidic and sweet and alive. That's a line worth keeping. It is, but the soil's going quieter. Last 2 years the plants don't pull the same. I figured it was me getting old. Then I saw your channel. The dirt's friendly, you said. Mine's getting unfriendly. Joe crouched at the row, dug a finger in. The crumb was there but thin, the mycorrhizal web faint. The early sign he'd seen at the cemetery before the gray arrived, the ground forgetting how to stay alive. Not gray yet. Quiet. I can show you, Joe said. Mycorrhizal inoculant, compost tea, stop the salt fertilizer. Your line'll come back. Calloway considered. Elmer said you had the hands. Guess he meant it. Joe left with a handful of Calloway's saved seed and a standing invite, and drove home past the cemetery with the tomatoes on the seat and the knowing traveling the way Elmer had said it would, not in the notebook, in the hands, in the soil, from one stubborn thing against time to the next. Joe called Lena before he could make courage into weather. That was the trick he'd decided on. Do it while it was still a decision and not a symptom. He stood in the kitchen with a phone in his hand, the blue notebook sealed in its box on the table, and Cthulhu sitting in the chair opposite like she was attending a disciplinary hearing. Lena's name waited on the screen. He pressed call. The first ring made him regret it. The second made him imagine the conversation 5 ways, all bad. The third cut off. Hey, Lena said. Normal voice. The kind that made the house feel smaller in a good way. Joe closed his eyes. Are you busy? No. Are you hurt? He opened them. That was Lena. No weather first. She'd known him too long for his voice to get away with disguises. No. Are you sure? Yes. A pause. Assessment, not disbelief. Are you in trouble? Joe looked at Cthulhu. Cthulhu looked back. Yes, he said. Maybe. Not the kind you're thinking. Legal, medical, family, or Joe being weird, all of those are available. Pick the first one. He laughed once because the alternative was worse. I need you to come over. Now, if you can. I'll be there in 20. Lena, what am I walking into? He looked toward the pantry, where the broken piece sat in its jar. A plant problem. That is the least reassuring thing you could have said. I know. She pulled into the gravel 22 minutes later, beat up sedan, 2 coffees in a tray, because Lena had decided this was a come-over with supplies situation before she'd even hung up. She stepped through the door, looked at the canvas bag, the notebook box, the jar on the table with its damp gauze and impossibly green broken chute, and the cat who was now sitting on the receipt like a bank teller. You grew a second one, she said. No, Joe said. It broke, accidentally. I was freeing a tie and the support shifted. She picked up the jar, turned it to the light, set it down. And it's in your kitchen. Why? Because leaving it in the greenhouse where Marlene or a county inspector could walk in is worse, and throwing it out is worse. And I haven't decided. Joe, I know. She sat at the table across from him and pushed 1 coffee across. You've been out to Elmer's 3 times this week, and the notebooks, 2 of them are care logs. The blue one's got his name in it. The line matters because she remains. Care first, use never. Need makes smart hands stupid. Lena drank coffee and watched him. You're not in legal trouble. You're in Joe trouble, which is when you've thought yourself into a corner a normal person would have walked around. Maybe. Elmer kept that plant for years and didn't use it. You think he'd want you freezing up because a branch snapped? Joe looked at the jar. The broken shoot's leaves were still open, green at one end, pale at the tear. He wrote no cuts from fear. Then don't cut from fear. But don't drown a living thing in a jar because you're scared of what it is either. She stood, collected the jar, and walked it to the pantry, set it on the shelf between the rice and the coffee filters, left the door cracked. There, temporary. You decide tomorrow, with your brain, not your guilt. Cthulhu followed her and sat outside the pantry like she'd been waiting for someone competent. Joe exhaled. Thanks. Don't thank me. Thank the cat. She's the only one who charged a consulting fee. Lena nodded at Cthulhu, who was now sitting on the receipt with an expression of settled triumph. And Joe, Elmer left you the hands for it. Use them. That's the whole point of leaving anything to anybody. The branch broke because Joe tried to save it. That was what made the small sound so cruel. Not loud, not dramatic. A green snap under his fingers, barely more than a dry bean stem cracking. But in the mother room it seemed to pass through the old supports and stop every other noise. The low fan he'd rigged from the family center motor hummed along the floor path. Heat pressed against the cloudy panels. Joe froze with one hand still on the old cloth tie. A side chute, no longer than his palm, had been trapped under a support that slipped sometime in the night. He'd seen the pressure mark where the cloth had twisted against new growth. Eased the tie loose with the kind of care that usually prevented damage, lowered his shoulders, slowed his breath. Then the old plastic support shifted and the chute bent and he caught it, and it was already too late. Now it lay against his glove, living green at one end, torn pale at the break. A little leaf pear still open as if no one had told it what happened. No, he said. The word did nothing useful. The old mother stood in the dim room, lower growth small and steady, the corrected water path holding. The break was not catastrophic. Not a main branch, not the new base leaves, not old wood. A side shoot caught wrong under a tired tie. Still, Joe had taken living material from her. He had not meant to. That mattered. It also did not undo the break. His right hand began to tremble. That, at least, felt honest. Need makes smart hands stupid. No, he said again, this time to Grandpa, wherever old men went when their notes became irritatingly useful. This was not need. Not yet. It could become need quickly if he let it. A viable shoot. The Henderson line. A way to preserve the mother if she failed. Every argument had a reasonable face. That was what frightened him. He set the broken chute on the clean towel he'd brought for tools and stepped out of the mother room, removed both gloves. lean on the bench until the trimmer slowed enough to trust his fingers. First, the plant, not the broken piece. The torn point on the mother was small but fresh. He left it alone. No sealant, no trimming, no apology disguised as intervention. Then the broken shoot. It had already begun to soften at the cut end. Not enough stem for a proper cut, not enough confidence for any sane propagation plan. He did have a small glass jar in his bag, clean water, a strip of sterile gauze from the first aid kit he'd started carrying after finding splintered benches. He filled the jar shallow, wrapped the break loosely in damp gauze so the torn end stayed moist without drowning, set the chute upright near the shaded bench. Temporary, he wrote on a strip of painter's tape and stuck it to the jar. Not a cutting, not a clone, broken piece. The law would not care about vocabulary. Joe did. He fixed the shifted support, retied it lower with soft cloth, tested the line with one finger. Gentle, stable, no pull against old wood. The room did not respond. Good. He'd begun to value silence. When he locked the greenhouse, the jar stayed inside. He made it halfway to the truck before turning back. No, a living broken piece in a glass jar inside a greenhouse that Marlene or a curious fool could enter was not care. It was cowardice arranged to look like restraint. He unlocked the greenhouse, took the jar, put it in the canvas bag. His hands felt cold despite the heat. At the house, Cthulhu knew before the door opened. She was on the table where no cat belonged and where every important thing apparently had to pass inspection. Joe set the bag down slowly. It was an accident. Cthulhu stared. I'm not making a clone. Her ears shifted. She did not recoil. She sat beside the bag and looked at his hands. His right hand was shaking now. Not badly. Enough. He carried the jar to the pantry, set it inside a shallow dish in case it spilled, left the door cracked. Temporary. He would decide tomorrow, or the plant would, or some combination of weather and conscience would make the decision for him. Cthulhu sat outside the pantry door, guarding it. She settled onto her paws. Of course. Joe went back to the kitchen and washed his hands longer than necessary. The trimmer eased under the water, came back when he dried, softened when he sat and put both palms flat on the table. He did not open Grandpa's folded note. He wrote in the ugly notebook, accidental break while freeing support tie. Mother wound small, left alone. Broken piece held temporarily. Not a cutting. Not use. Decide after cooling down. Then he stared at not a cutting until the words looked childish. He added, be honest tomorrow. From the pantry doorway, Cthulhu watched him like she knew tomorrow had already become the dangerous part. Joe opened the pantry door the next morning and already knew. The broken piece had dropped its leaves in the night. Not all at once, they'd gone one at a time, the way things let go when no one is watching. The lower pair first, then the top, until only the torn stem stood in its gauze, pale at the break, brown at the tip, a small green thing that had decided to stop. He'd added water yesterday. 4 drops. He'd checked the gap. He'd done the careful things. None of it had been enough, or the right things, or the shoot had been too far gone when it snapped and he'd only been delaying the honest part. Cthulhu came down the hall and sat outside the pantry, the way she did now, like the door belonged to her committee. Dead, Joe said. She looked at the jar, then at him, then washed one shoulder as if to say she told him complication was a poor use of a morning. He took the jar to the kitchen table. In the light the shoot was smaller than he remembered, thinner, the kind of thing a person would never notice on a healthy plant. It had been alive enough to fool him into hope and not alive enough to become a choice he'd made. That was the part that stuck. He hadn't taken it. He hadn't saved it. He'd held it. Temporarily, and the holding hadn't changed what it was. Grandpa had written it on the plant tag, back in the mother room, no cuts from fear. The tag hadn't said no fear. It said don't cut from it. Joe had not cut from fear. He'd also not been able to keep a broken living thing alive by wanting to, which turned out to be a different lesson, one the old man's notes hadn't needed to cover because Elmer had apparently already learned it and just kept the plant. He set the jar down and sat with it. The kitchen hummed. The basil on the sill held its leaves upward now, no longer offended, just a plant in a window. The dispensary bag waited in the lockbox, somewhere across from Old Drum Cemetery. The real mother held in her dim room, witty and old and alive without any of his help, because Elmer had built the room before Joe was born, and the room was the care, not the hand. That was the thing. The line mattered because she remained, and she remained because someone had arranged the air and the shade and the slow water a long time ago and then kept showing up. Joe had shown up for 3 days. The shoot had needed more than 3 days from a man who'd snapped it by accident. He carried the jar outside, tipped the chute onto the compost pile behind the double wide, and set the empty jar on the step. Cthulhu watched from the doorway, unimpressed by the burial, then turned and went back to the receipt on the table, which was the only document that mattered to her. Joe washed his hands. His right hand trembled, then didn't. He didn't open the channel. He didn't open Grandpa's folded note. He wrote in the ugly notebook, "Broken piece did not root. Died in jar. Not my failure to force, not my success to save. Just a thing that broke and ended. The mother holds without me. That's the point." He closed the notebook and sat with the quiet. Care could move farther than the hand that gave it, the channel had taught him. But the hand couldn't keep everything. Some broken things stayed broken. Joe Sullivan, 38, master cultivator, sat in his kitchen in Gun City and let that be true, and then went to check the east bed because the living plants were still there and they didn't wait for a person to finish grieving a small green loss. The first before and after picture came from a woman who used the name Mara. Joe didn't know where she lived. He made a point not to know where viewers lived unless they said so, and even then he tried not to let the map form in his head. The channel worked better as hands, plants, mistakes, corrections. Too much personhood on either side, and the help started to feel like a thread, and threads had a way of tightening. Still, he stared at the picture longer than he meant to. A pepper plant in a plastic pot by a kitchen sink. Leaves sagged, lower stems yellowing, soil dark at the rim and cracked near the center. The second image, 3 days later. Same pot, same sink, same tired curtains. The leaves had lifted. The center soil had settled. Someone had opened the dry gap around the roots and stopped pouring water into the path that missed them. Below it, Mara had written, "My dad was going to throw it out. We fixed the soil contact like you showed. Not perfect, but it stopped failing." He said to tell the plant hands guy thank you. Plant hands guy. Joe should have hated it. He did hate it, a little. Cthulhu sat beside the laptop, one paw stretched toward the warm edge of the keyboard, her tortoiseshell coat catching the morning light in broken patches of orange and black. She had no interest in pepper plants or anonymous gratitude. She wanted the laptop warm and Joe's hand available if she decided to be adored. "You see what you've done," Joe said. She closed her eyes. "Fine, I'll carry the brand." He set the laptop aside before he could answer too fast. A thank you should have been easy, a kind word, a caution not to overcorrect now that the plant had begun to recover. But every comment lately stood near another door. Medical cannabis patients asking why strain names failed them. Gardeners asking whether heat stress meant more water. A widow trying to save her husband's plant. A daughter helping her father not throw out a pepper that had only needed the water to reach where the roots still lived. And behind all of it, the Henderson mother in her dim room across from Old Drum Cemetery, held alive by a system Joe had corrected and not understood, lifting new leaves after he fixed a water path. Teaching care at a distance felt safer before distance began answering. He typed, "Tell him not to celebrate by doing 5 more things. If it stopped failing, give it time. Recovery is still work even when it looks quiet." He read it, almost took celebrate back out, then left it. People understood celebration. Plants suffered from it often. He posted it and closed the laptop. Cthulhu immediately put one paw on the lid. "Good call," Joe said. "Enough public life." She blinked. He didn't go to Grandpa's greenhouse until late afternoon. That was deliberate. The old mother didn't need him hovering because a stranger's pepper had survived. He needed to learn the difference between care and wanting to check whether care had made him important. On the drive out past the cemetery, the lawn crews worked 2 streets over, blowing dry clippings into the road. A church sign advertised a cooling center. Behind a chain-link fence, ornamental shrubs had browned from the inside out, outer leaves still green enough to fool passing cars. Plants hid failure until they couldn't. People did too. At the greenhouse the mother held. Nothing dramatic. The new leaves near the base remained open. Joe crouched at the threshold. Somebody saved a pepper today. The old mother didn't respond. Not because of you, he added, then felt absurd. Not because of her, not directly. Because Joe had taught something he'd learned elsewhere, and someone had listened. Because care, once made plain enough, could move without carrying the hidden thing that taught it. That was the channel's promise. Also its danger. He'd imagined Mara's father telling someone about the plant hands guy. Another viewer asking about cannabis. Someone local recognizing the porch, Cthulhu's tail, Joe's hands. The whole world of ordinary need pressing toward a man who couldn't explain why he knew so much about not taking from a recovering mother. The greenhouse air tightened around him. No, not the greenhouse. His chest. He stood, drank water, and opened his phone to a new video note. When a plant stops failing, don't turn recovery into permission. Too close. He changed it. After a plant improves, wait before making the next change. Better, useful, safe. He titled the upload when recovery starts. Wait, and didn't check comments for an hour. Then 40. At 50, Cthulhu hopped onto the table and put one paw on the phone. I know, she left the paw there. Fine, I won't. He turned the phone face down. Outside, evening pressed warm against the windows. Somewhere, Mara's father had not thrown out a pepper plant. In the old Henderson greenhouse, the hidden mother held too, not public, not a crop, just held. Joe sat with the feeling that care had moved farther than he meant it to. Not impossibly, not yet, but far enough that he had to start respecting distance. The Rosemary message came with 3 photos and an apology. Sorry for the long message. I know you probably get too many of these. Joe didn't. Not really. A few dozen comments. A handful of private messages. Enough questions to make him careful. Enough thanks to make him uncomfortable. The channel was still small enough that he could pretend it was only practical. The plant was an old rosemary in a clay pot, woody at the base, thin at the top, one side dead enough most people would have called the whole thing done. In the first photo it sat on a patio beside a brick wall, soil dark around the rim and pale in the center. In the second, moved into morning shade, the top crust gently open, the drainage lifted off the saucer so water could leave instead of sour underneath. The third, 5 days later, the rosemary was not saved, but the living side had lifted. Not much. Enough. It was my grandmother's, the message said. My dad wanted to throw it out because he said it was mostly dead and I was making myself sad. I watched your videos about water paths and not taking from recovery. I didn't prune it hard. I didn't repot it. I just moved it and opened the soil where water was going around. It's still ugly, but it smells alive again. Joe sat back. Cthulhu was on the table beside the laptop, one paw toward the warm edge, arranged with the practiced grace of an animal who'd never doubted that human workspaces were made for her comfort. She opened one eye when he didn't move. Rosemary, he said. She closed the eye. Sentimental rosemary. The eye stayed closed. That's different from regular rosemary. He looked back at the photos. The clay pot had a crack down one side, not wide enough to fail yet. Someone had tied soft cloth around it, more to hold memory together than structure. The dead side remained dead. The living side had not become lush. It looked, honestly, like a plant that might still die in August. But it had stopped losing ground for now. He understood why it unsettled him. A stranger had taken his advice and used it to keep an old plant from being discarded. Not a valuable plant. Not a healthy plant. A plant that mattered because someone had loved it before, and someone else wasn't ready to stop caring. The Henderson mother stood in her dim room across from Old Drum Cemetery. Elmer had kept her. Joe had inherited the danger of continuing. The rosemary sat on the screen like a small, ordinary echo. He didn't like that. He liked it too much. He clicked into the reply box. A normal response would have been easy. Great job. Keep it up. But the plant wasn't great. Keep it up was exactly the phrase that turned care into pressure. He typed slowly. You did the important thing first. You looked for what was still receiving care. Keep watching the living side. Don't prune hard yet. Let the corrected water path prove itself over time. He reread it. Too much. Maybe. He changed the first sentence. You did the important thing first. You looked for what was still alive. Better, he added. Ugly and alive is still alive. That one stayed. He posted it before he could make it smaller. Later, the Rose reviewer commented first. That's exactly it. Thank you. My dad said ugly and alive is still alive. Joe sat with the phone longer than he meant to. Care had reached a plant he would never touch, through a person he would never meet, because his hands had shown another way to look. Ordinary care. Nothing impossible. And yet, while the evening heat pressed the windows and Cthulhu settled near the pantry threshold, Joe couldn't shake the feeling that the world had quietly demonstrated the shape of the harder thing waiting at the greenhouse. Care could travel farther than the hand that gave it. Some of the time, all it needed was for someone to show where to look. He thought of the broken piece, dead in its jar, and the rosemary, ugly and alive, and grand buzz tag. The line matters because she remains. Not every living thing remained, but the ones that did remained because someone had shown where to look and then kept showing up. The 3 acres at the double wide were Joe's own ground, not Elmer's. The greenhouse across from Old Drum Cemetery was inheritance, a dead man's knowing, a restrained old mother, a room built to practice for a day Elmer felt coming. The double wide sat on Joe's land, where Gun City slid from exurban lots to farmland in the length of a driveway, and the soil there had answered him before the greenhouse ever did. He'd built his own beds years back, before the channel, before the estate call. 3 raised lines along the south side of the trailer, cedar he'd hauled from the family center, filled with the crumb he'd taught himself to make. Compost, castings, the mycorrhizal web worked in by hand until the root zone traded instead of begging. The home trays lived under a shop light in the spare room, the basil on the sill, the dispensary bag in Cthulhu's custody on the receipt box. Spring came to the acreage the way Missouri spring did, undecided, 30 degrees one day and 70 the next, the ground thawing in patches. Joe knelt at the beds in early April and dug a finger in. Crumb. The fungal whisper alive under the thaw, the beans he'd winter sowed coming up through the compost. His ground had never gone quiet the way Elmer's had, because Joe hadn't starved it. He'd fed it from the start. Cthulhu supervised from the step, the cat committee's position on outdoor soil being hands-off, but watched. Joe packed his pipe, lit it, and let the noise drop enough to hear the beds talk. The home ground didn't need saving. It needed presence. Slow down, read the stem, water where the water goes. He thought of Elmer's note, for the day she answers care, that is not this plant, that is the ground, and realized the old man had been half right. The ground had answered at the double wide first, quietly, the way everything in Cass County moved. The greenhouse was just where the answer got loud. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, resident of a double wide on 3 acres where the county forgot which side of the line it was on, exhaled toward the beds and went inside to the cat and the basil and the blue notebook, because the living plants were still there and they didn't wait for a person to finish being grateful, and his own ground had already told him what Elmer spent a lifetime learning. The line matters because she remains, and she remains because someone showed up. Mabel lived 3 lots down, where the acreage gave way to the last exurban houses before the farmland took over, and her hydrangea had been dying since the salt truck graded her ditch. She caught Joe at the mailbox, a woman in her 70s with a voice that had outlasted 3 husbands and a county road commissioner. Yours is green, mine's gray. What do you do that I didn't? Joe looked at the shrub. Not gray, the early quiet. The same thin crumb he'd felt at Harvey's dock and Calloway's fence. salt runoff from the winter grading. Your soil's starved of company, not the plant. Elmer had a greenhouse, Mabel said. Everybody knows. Kept a cannabis mother, God rest him. You're his great-nephew, Joe said. He left me the knowing. The plant I figured out. She squinted. You talk like him. Plain. Elmer was plain too, when he wasn't being strange. Joe crouched at the hydrangea, dug a finger in. Then, he mixed her a jar of the mycorrhizal inoculant from his truck. He carried it now the way Harvey stocked it, because Elmer had seeded that too, and showed her the compost tea, the slow water, the clover living mulch to keep the ground alive between the shrub's roots. Same as the tomato man down the county road, Mabel said. Callaway, Elmer used to fix his room too. Elmer fixed a lot of rooms. Joe stood. Yours'll come back. Give it a season. The bloom'll be blue if your soil's acid, pink if it's sweet. You tell me which you want. I'll show you the crumb for it. Mabel snorted. Elmer never offered to change my bloom color. Elmer was particular. I'm not. Joe got in the truck, the corn sweat humidity of August thick, and drove past the cemetery. Mabel's hydrangea was one more quiet place Elmer's knowing had reached, not through the old man, who'd kept to his greenhouse, but through Joe, who'd carried the jar to the mailbox. The cat, at home on the receipt, did not care about Mabel. She cared that Joe returned with no new paperwork, the dispensary receipt secure, and the double wide within parameters. Behind the family center, where the loading dock met the gravel, the ground had gone quiet. Not gray, the early quiet, the salt runoff from winter road treatment leaching off the lot, the soil thin to powder that held no smell, the way Joe had felt at Callaway's fence line before the gray ever reached Cass County. Harvey stood at the dock with a coffee, looking at the dead patch like a man who'd been meaning to fix it and hadn't. You stock the inoculant, Joe said. You don't use it on your own dirt. Harvey grunted. Dock's not a garden. It's ground. Same rule. Joe crouched, dug a finger in. Crumb gone. The mycelial whisper dead under the salt. Compost first. Tea. Inoculant worked in. Give it a season. The dock'll grow something. He spent the hour before closing mixing Harvey a batch, compost from the family center's own bin, a spoonful of the mycorrhizal jar Joe carried, water to activate. Harvey watched, hands on his knees, the way Cass County men watched a thing they'd doubted. Elmer asked me to stock that jar, Harvey said, quiet. Years back, said the day'd come people needed the web more than the salt. I thought he was nuts. Sold maybe 2 a year. Then you started buying it by the case. Joe looked up. Grandpa saw this coming too. Elmer saw a lot coming. Most of it he kept to himself. Harvey took the jar. I'll work it in this weekend. Don't tell the corporate side. They like the salt. Joe left with his order, a low-speed motor, a bag of castings, and drove past the cemetery, the corn sweat humidity of late summer already building though it was only July. Harvey's quiet dock was one more stubborn thing against time, and Elmer had seeded it years before Joe ever showed up, the way the old man seeded everything and let the living carry it. Cthulhu, at home on the receipt, did not care about Harvey's dock. She cared that Joe returned with no new paperwork, the dispensary receipt secure, the cat committee having ruled the errand within parameters. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, had fixed a dead patch behind a feed store because a dead man had stocked the jar that fixed it, and the knowing traveled the way Elmer said it would, not in the notebook, in the hands, in the soil, from one quiet place to the next. The first peacetime winter at the double wide came before the gray ever reached Cass County, the January cold snap that dropped the county to single digits and froze the ditch solid. Joe tended the home trays by the spare room window, the shop light low, the basil on the sill thriving under the care he'd learned to give. Outside, the raised beds slept under a straw mulch he'd laid the way he'd laid it at the greenhouse, a dumb old trick that held the ground heat in. The acreage rested. The ground didn't forget in winter, it waited. Cthulhu claimed the warm spot on the windowsill above the trays, the cat committee having ruled the radiator-adjacent tile the only acceptable winter post. She watched the snow fall on the acreage with the detached interest of a creature who had secured her own warmth and judged the weather irrelevant. Joe packed his pipe, lit it, and let the noise drop. The winter home was different from the greenhouse winter that would come later. That one would be a war, the gray riding the cold. The mother room defended with heat lines and straw. This was ordinary. The trays didn't need defending. They needed presence. He read Elmer's notebook by the window, the blue pages thin with use. Care first, use never. The old man had meant restraint. Joe had written it in his hands. Care first, use well. The mother flourished. The 3 cuttings had become a channel. The ground at the double wide had answered before any of it. The trimmer came in his right hand, small, a weather inside him, worse when the pressure dropped before a front. He didn't fight it. The pipe calmed it. The Henderson flower he'd grown from Grandpa's plant, the clarity better when the cure was right. He tapped the tray, the basil leaned toward the light. Cthulhu blinked from the warm tile. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, sat in the winter light of his double wide on 3 acres where the county forgot its own line, and let the quiet hold, not the graze quiet, the good kind, the ground waiting, the cat warm, the pipe drawing the noise down so the real room got loud. The living plants were still there. They didn't wait for a person to finish being grateful. But in January, Joe let himself be grateful anyway, because the war was still 2 years off and the home ground had already answered, and that was the whole game, the part that mattered before any of it had a name. The dead patch appeared the same as most things on Joe's land. He walked past it, registered it, and kept walking because the land was always doing something, and most of it wasn't his problem. It was a Tuesday. He'd gone out to check the east bed where the pump had been acting up, pipe in his jacket pocket, and there it was at the tree line where his property ran into the Browns' fallow field, a strip of ground maybe 30 feet long that had gone the color of a sidewalk. Not brown, not dead plant brown, sidewalk, gray, fine, and somehow certain, as if the earth had decided to stop being earth. Joe crouched. The grass at the edge of the gray was green and normal, and then, inside a line he could have drawn with a string, it wasn't. No gradient, just the line and the wrong side. He pressed his thumb into it. The soil stayed dry on top yet held together, sealed, almost, like someone had poured concrete and it hadn't set all the way. He lifted a pinch and rolled it between his fingers. No smell. Good soil smells like a cellar and a forest at once. This smelled like a closed room. Huh, he said, to the pipe more than the ground. His first thought, the obvious one, was a chemical spill. A tanker had crawled down the county road the week before, a slow liquid leak they'd sanded up by noon. He'd assumed it was handled. People in hazmat vests told you it was handled and you believed them, because what else were you going to do? He stood and looked at the rest of the Browns' field. Bad ground anyway. The Browns had rented it to a corn operation that sprayed and left, year after year, until the dirt was tired. A patch of tired dirt going gray was sad and ordinary and not his fight. The calm was doing its job, and the calm prized urgency lightly, so he skipped walking the perimeter. The gray strip ran straight, matching no road, no field row, no drainage pattern. A second, thinner strip crossed it at a right angle 300 yards north, out of sight. He saw a patch. He filed it as a patch. He went back to the pump. That night he mentioned it on the channel, almost as a footnote. Heads up, if you're south of Casey, there's some weird gray ground by the county road. Looks like a spill. Don't let your dog eat it. Pipe in one hand, zero concern, because concern lived in a speed different from his, and the speed he lived in was the speed of mycelium, and mycelium was never in a hurry. He was right to be calm. He was wrong about the spill. The 2 facts wouldn't meet for a long time, and when they did, the meeting would cost him. That Tuesday, he fixed the pump, fed the basil, and went to bed with the window open and the crickets doing their part. Joe found the revival by accident. The good things always came to him sideways, never when he chased them, and he noticed it immediately, which was the part that mattered. 2 weeks after the gray strip, he'd ignored it for the most part. The pump was fixed, the east bed was happy, the channel was doing its quiet thing. but he'd started a new bed near the tree line, a companion polyculture, beans and corn and squash, the old grower's method before anyone had a bottle for it, and the corner of that bed crossed into the gray. He noticed because the beans were supposed to be struggling there. Beans fix nitrogen, they're the quiet heroes, but they still need something to stand in, and gray-packed sidewalk dirt was not it. Instead, the beans at the edge had thrown runners into the dead ground and come up greener than the ones in the good soil. Joe crouched with his pipe unlit and looked for a long time. The gray at the bed's corner had gone soft. Not green, not yet, but it had lost its sidewalk certainty. It crumbled when he pressed it. When he lifted a pinch, it smelled faintly of a cellar, which meant biology, which meant something had decided to live there again. He lit the pipe and thought about it. His rule, learned from 10 years of putting things in dirt, was that soil wanted to be alive. You stopped fighting it and it came back. You gave it fungus and bacteria and something with roots and time, and the soil remembered how. The gray was just soil that had forgotten, and the beans had reminded it. He lacked an answer for why this patch and not the rest. He lacked it for now, and that was fine. He documented it as he documented everything, filmed it, measured it, wrote the date on a stake, and posted a video that night titled "My Beans Are Fixing Dead Dirt and I Don't Fully Know Why, but Watch This." The comments, at first, were the usual dude or hi respectfully, "This is soil science, not magic. My grandpa did this with clover." Then a woman in Oregon commented, "Same thing in my backyard, gray patch by the creek. My tomatoes walked right into it." A guy in Maine, "Dead spot behind my shed. My wife's zucchini crossed it and now the spot's brown instead of gray." A dozen more, scattered, all describing the same impossible thing, living plants crossing dead ground and the dead ground giving way. Joe read them high and grinning. For the first time the calm in him ticked up a degree, the feeling he got when a clone rooted ahead of schedule. He couldn't know it yet, but he had just become the first anomaly the sterilization campaign had logged in 4,000 years. And the campaign, being a process and not a mind, filed him under noise and moved on. He went back to the bed the next morning, and the gray corner was browner still, and the beans were climbing, and he said good morning to it like he said good morning to everything, and meant it. The video did numbers. Joe noticed it after the fact, with mild interest, no panic, the same manner he'd given the gray patch. "My Beans Are Fixing Dead Dirt" had 11,000 views by the third day, which was 11,000 more than anything he'd posted. The algorithm, for reasons it would never explain, had decided that a stoned man in Carhartts explaining that his legumes were negotiating with the earth was exactly what a portion of the internet needed to see. The comments were, in Joe's private taxonomy, unhinged. He read them on the channel's dashboard with a pipe going and a kind of fond bewilderment. "This man is explaining mycorrhizae like it's a bar story, and I am here for it. Bro is single-handedly making agronomy hot. Okay, but why is this the calmest person on the planet during whatever is happening to the dirt? The gray is in my town too. I thought it was a spill, now my roses are crossing it. Not to be paranoid, but the dirt is dying in like 40 states and this guy is the only one talking about it." That last one stopped him. He read it twice. The gray was in other towns, other states. He'd assumed, calmly, wrongly, that the Browns field was a local problem, a spill, a one-off. The comments said otherwise. A woman in Arizona, a guy in Finland, a thread of people comparing photos of the same gray, the same clean line, the same wrong side certainty. Joe's calm did what it always did. It slowed him down to look. And looking, he caught the pattern the calm had kept him from seeing before. Not a spill. Spills didn't draw straight lines across continents. Something was making the ground forget how to be ground, and it was doing it everywhere. And a handful of backyard growers with beans and zucchini had accidentally found that living soil pushed back. He filmed a response that night. No script, pipe in hand, fresh cured, his usual setup. "So," he said to the lens, "turns out the gray isn't a spill. Turns out it's everywhere. And turns out a bunch of us have been walking our plants into it and the plants don't care. They just start fixing it. I don't know what the gray is. I'm not going to pretend I do, but I know what undoes it, because I've been watching my beans do it for 2 weeks." So here's the method. Free, I'm putting it in the description. You don't need my strain. You need fungus and a nitrogen fixer and time. Slow down. Let the soil remember. He listed it plainly. The same plain style he gave everything, like he was handing someone a wrench. Mycorrhizal inoculant, legume cover, compost with living biology, not the bagged sterile stuff. Patience measured in seasons, not days. He hit publish and didn't check it again until morning, when Sorrell's email landed. Dr. Ellen Sorrell, soil scientist, had watched the video because a colleague forwarded it with the subject line, "Is this real?" She disbelieved it, the same way she disbelieved most things on the internet. But the molecular data she requested from a collaborator in Oregon, quietly, showed something she couldn't explain. Soil samples from the revived patches tested as living, and the gray around them tested as not soil, as a substrate with no biology at all. She wrote to Joe in the Register Scientist's use with unknowns, polite, skeptical, and faintly hopeful. Mr. Sullivan, your claim that living soil reverses the gray is, if accurate, extraordinary. I would like to test it under controlled conditions. Would you be willing to send a sample of your inoculant? Sorrell, PhD. Joe read it high and delighted, because a real scientist wanted to play, and he answered as he answered everything. Dr. Sorrell, hell yeah, I'll send you a jar. It's not a claim, it's just what the beans are doing. But yeah, test it. That's the whole point. Joe. The comments section lost its mind the day Joe explained mycorrhizae on camera. Not all of it, some of it. The video, hands only, a tray of pale webbing bridging the root zone. Joe's voice, low and plain, had drawn maybe 4,000 views, half of them him. The comments were a different country. Topsoil Tom, bro is explaining fungus like it's a stock tip. Love it. Mycelium mom. My grandma did this with her hostas and never called it a network, just said the dirt was friendly. Angry lawn. This is why the world is ending. A stoned guy and his dirt skeptic Sam. None of this is real. Plants eat dirt. Everyone knows this. Joe pinned. Roots feed fungus. Fungus feeds plant. Plant feeds fungus. Sugar. It's a trade. Slow down and watch. The replies to the pinned comment were their own event. Skeptic Sam. That's not how photosynthesis works. Topsoil Tom. He didn't say it was. He said the trade. Read before you yell. Mycelium mom. He's right though. My host is friendly dirt. Joe read them on the kitchen table. Cthulhu parked on the receipt box, the pipe within reach. The unhinged ones didn't bother him. The normals losing their minds at a guy explaining soil biology while the dead zone spread. That was the comedy, and he'd leaned into it from the first video. The channel's whole brand was a master cultivator accidentally becoming humanity's strategist, and the comments knew it before he did. One comment stopped him. Norm Karen. I don't get it, but my husband played this while making dinner and our basil looked better. Coincidence? Joe. Not coincidence. You slowed down. The plant felt it. He posted it without overthinking. The basil on the sill, flourishing now, was proof enough. Cthulhu, judging the receipt, offered no rebuttal. The haters were a minority but a loud one, and Joe had learned to answer them the way he answered the soil, with one plain sentence and no defensiveness. The world was ending in slow motion, and a stone gardener in Gun City was explaining the fungal trade. And the comments section had decided this was either the apocalypse's weirdest podcast or the only useful thing on the internet. Both, Joe figured. The pipe rested in his left hand. The dirt, as always, was friendly. The number crossed without Joe noticing. He found it on the kitchen table, laptop open to the channel, the subscriber count a digit higher than he'd last looked. Not a round number, just a number, bigger, the way the Mississippi gets bigger without announcing each gallon. Cthulhu, on the receipt box, offered no congratulations. The cat committee did not track metrics. Joe packed his pipe, lit it, and read the comments on the latest video. The 3 cuttings smoke, the one where he'd said the gray couldn't read a mess. The replies had slowed from unhinged to something quieter. People weren't arguing mycorrhizae anymore. They were posting their own totes, their own balconies, their own messy living gardens with the gray at the edge of their towns. He hadn't built this for scale. The channel started as a stoned man explaining why his windowsill basil looked offended, a joke he'd kept because the joke was true. The numbers found him. The dead zones spreading, the green dots lighting Sorrel's war map. That was the world deciding his dirt advice mattered more than his intentions. The weight of it sat the way the trimmer sat, a weather inside him, not a flaw. He'd told Ren the plants taught him that. Now the subscribers taught him the same. You don't cure scale. You learn its pattern and work around it. Joe drew, held, exhaled toward the basil. 40-some thousand strangers were growing living soil because he'd slowed down enough to read a green stem. That wasn't glory. That was responsibility he hadn't asked for and wouldn't dodge. He typed one pinned comment on the smoke video, plain, no lecture. The method's free, take a cutting if she can spare it. The gray handles order, give it a mess. Then he closed the laptop, the pipe warm, the cat on the receipt, and went to check the east bed because the living plants were still there and the subscribers could wait. The dirt was the point, not the count, and a master cultivator who forgot that became the thing he'd spent his life not being. The number kept climbing without him. That was fine. The ground answered whether or not anyone watched. Ren's first comment came in under a video about windowsill revival, a kid with a dead-looking pothos and a mother who'd given up on it. Mine Mason, age 14. My mom said throw it out, it's basically a stick but the stem is still green near the dirt. Is it alive or am I coping, Joe? It's alive. Green at the base means the root zone is still working. Don't repot it, don't prune the stick, water slow. Let the top crust dry between. Put it where morning light hits, not noon. Check it in 2 weeks, not 2 days. Mine Mason, age 14. Okay, but how do I know if it's working, Joe? The stick puts out a leaf, not a big one, a small one near the top, where it's still green. That's the plant telling you it's spending energy on living. When you see that, you won. Mine Mason, age 14. What if it doesn't, Joe? Then it was further gone than the green said. Either way, you learned the plant instead of guessing. That's the whole game. Joe read the exchange on the kitchen table, Cthulhu on the receipt box, the pipe cold beside him. 14, the age where a kid asked a question because they actually wanted the answer, before the world taught them to pretend they didn't care. He'd been that age with Elmer's pocket knife and a bale of twine. He didn't know where Ren lived. He made a point not to, but the handle stuck. Mine Mason, the plain way the kid wrote, the patience to ask instead of toss. This was the front edge of the channel's real work, not the viral dead zone videos, not the war map, but a 14-year-old learning to read a green stem instead of throwing it out. Over the next months, Ren's comments came in like clockwork. A second pothos leaf, a basil start from the grocery store, a question about why the soil pulled from the center. Joe's whole thesis handed to a kid in Missouri who'd never met him. Joe answered each one plain, no lecture, the way Elmer's notebooks had been plain. Mine Mason, age 14. You ever sleep, Joe? After the plants tell me what they need before that. No. Mine Mason, age 14. Lol, same except it's homework, Joe. Same thing basically. Cthulhu, on the receipt, offered no opinion on homework. The cat committee's jurisdiction ended at paperwork and pipe warmth. Joe pinned the pothos exchange to the top of the video and went to check the east bed the way he did because the living plants were still there and Ren's stick was putting out a leaf somewhere, and that was the whole game, the part that would matter long after the viral numbers faded. Dr. Ellen Sorrel lived in a lab in Stillwater with a centrifuge that hummed like a distant train and a view of a parking lot. She had 2 PhDs, a tenure track, and a low tolerance for internet agronomists who explained mycorrhizae like bartenders. When Joe's jar arrived, a mason jar of dark crumbly inoculant, handwritten label, a smiley face, she almost sent it back unopened. She didn't because she was a scientist and scientists opened the jar. The protocol was simple. She took 2 sets of soil, 1 sterile gray substrate sourced from a reported dead zone in Oklahoma, 1 healthy loam from the lab garden. Into each she introduced a control water and a test Joe's inoculant, suspended. She ran it triple blind, because if this turned out to be compost tea with good lighting, she wanted the data to say so before she believed it. The first sign was on day 3. The test trays with Joe's inoculant showed fungal colonization, not the gray's dead uniformity, but branching white threads, the real mycelial architecture. The control trays sat inert. The gray substrate, when inoculated, did something she had not predicted. It softened. The sealed certainty of it broke down at the edges, the way a scab loosens, and under the scanner the biology returned. Sorrel stared at the readout for a long time. She ran it again. Same result. She ran it with a different gray sample, this one from a dead zone in Portugal a colleague had mailed her after the channel video went international. Same result. The living inoculant did not merely resist the gray. It replaced it. She wrote Joe an email that was, for a scientist, almost breathless. Mr. Sullivan, the effect is real and reproducible. Your inoculant restores biology to the gray substrate at the molecular level. I have no explanation for why the gray behaves as it does. It is not a known contaminant, not a salt, not a hydrocarbon. It reads as a substrate that has simply stopped being soil. I would like to run isotopic analysis. May I keep the jar? Sorrel Joe wrote back the same day, pipe in hand, grinning. Doctor, Sorrel, keep the whole jar. There's plenty more where it came from. It's just dirt and fungus and patience. And call me Joe. Mr. Sullivan was my dad and he hated gardening. As for why the gray acts like that, I don't know either, but I've been thinking. Soil wants to be alive. The gray is soil that forgot. My stuff just reminds it. You're the one with the machines. You tell me what the gray actually is. That was the beginning of the collaboration, and it was an odd one. Sorrel supplied the data. Joe supplied the intuition that the data kept confirming. She would write careful paragraphs about hyphal density and he would reply with a video of beans. She learned to read his videos as data. He learned to read her emails as stories. What neither of them said, early on, was what the data implied. If living soil reversed the gray across every sample, and the gray had appeared on every continent at once, then someone, or something, had sterilized the planet's ground on a scale no human project could manage. Sorrel filed that thought under too large to be true and kept running samples. Joe, slower and therefore sometimes faster, had already put it in the dirt where he could see it, and was waiting for her to catch up. The jar sat on Sorrel's bench among the pipettes, a smiley face label among the serious equipment, and the mycelium in it kept doing what mycelium does, which was everything. Joe posted the full method on a Tuesday, the same unhurried manner he used for everything, without ceremony. The video was titled How to Unfuck Dead Dirt Free, No Gatekeeping, and in it he walked through the whole thing. The mycorrhizal inoculant, the legume cover crop, the living compost, the patience. He named every input. He showed his hands in the soil. He said the part that mattered most, which was that none of it was his, it was the soil's, and the soil would share with anyone who asked. People are gonna tell you this is complicated, he said, pipe in hand, fresh cured smoke sliding out with the words. It's not complicated. It's slow. Those are different. Complicated you can't do. Slow you just have to not quit. The gray, whatever it is, and I still don't know. It hates slow living things. So we give it slow living things. Beans, fungi, time. The gray doesn't argue, it just loses. That's the whole trick. Don't argue with dead ground. Outlive it. The video hit 100,000 views in a day. The method, copied into 1,000 languages by people who had never grown anything, started appearing in backyards and balconies and the margins of farms from Sao Paulo to Seoul. A woman in a high-rise in Mumbai grew beans in a bucket on her balcony and filmed the gray at the base of the building going brown. A farmer in Kenya broadcast Joe's method to a co-op and watched a dead field take root in a season. It also reached Verticorp. Verticorp never watched YouTube for fun. Verticorp watched for signals, shifts in how the world fed itself. And a stoned Missouri gardener telling 100 million people to grow their own living soil for free was a signal like a fire alarm. The company's agriculture division flagged the video internally as open source remediation competing with licensed sterile inputs. Translation: free soil was bad for business. Verta herself saw the briefing. She was 59, had spent her career keeping food moving through 3 supply collapses, and believed with the certainty of someone who had been right under pressure that controlled, sterile, predictable agriculture was the only thing standing between 8 billion people and hunger. Joe's method was the opposite of controlled. It was chaotic, local, unpatentable, and it worked. She avoided ordering him silenced. She wasn't a cartoon. She told her lawyers to draft a response labeling his method unsanctioned, unsafe, and unverified, and her PR team to push the line that home remediation of unknown soil conditions risked contaminating water tables. Both were technically plausible and morally hollow, and she knew it. And she did it anyway, because in her frame a stone gardener accidentally becoming the center of the world's food strategy was a catastrophe in slow motion, and someone had to be the adult. Joe saw the Verda statement the next morning, read it once, and laughed. Not bitterly, the laugh you give when the county tells you your tomatoes are a public menace. He filmed a reply that same hour. Verda Corp says my method is unsafe and unverified. Cool. Doctor. Ellen Sorrell at the lab has run it triple blind and it reverses the gray every time. She's got the data, it's public, go look. As for water table contamination, the gray already killed the biology in the water table. That's kind of the point. Living soil fixes that too. But here's the real thing. They want you to buy their dirt. I want you to grow yours. That's the whole fight. Pick a side, it's free. He left a mention that Verda was partly right. That chaos at planetary scale was genuinely hard to coordinate, that a stone gardener might not be the ideal strategist for a global food system. Those thoughts would come later, when the stakes climbed past what a pipe and a calm mind could hold. For now he just posted the truth as he saw it, which was that the soil was alive and anyone could wake it. And the people who wanted to sell you dead dirt were scared. The video did more numbers. Verda's stock dipped a point and recovered. The war, such as it was, had its first line drawn, and Joe was on one side of it without having chosen to be there. The first time the sterilizer registered Joe, it registered an anomaly, not a man. Grid Sector 41 North logged a patch of soil that had reverted from compliant substrate to living biology after the campaign had already processed it. The campaign filed the revert as noise, the same bucket it used for weather, and moved on. Joe felt it differently. He was in the east bed, the one that crossed the gray, when the soil went quiet. Not dead quiet, the opposite. The mycelium pulled back as a hand pulls back from something hot, and for 3 hours the bed held still, the beans frozen mid-climb, the network withdrawn into the core. He sat with his pipe unlit and watched it happen, and he felt, not thought, that something had looked at the bed and then looked away. When the network came back, it came back wider. The gray at the bed's corner, which had been brown, was now dark and smelled of a forest after rain. The beans had gained an inch. The soil had not just recovered from the pause. It had learned from it. Joe filmed it that night, because that was what he did with everything, but he skipped posting it. He sat on the description for a long time. Something looked at my garden and didn't like what it saw, and then deleted it. Not out of fear, out of the same instinct that kept him from calling the gray a spill too early, the calm that waited for the pattern before naming it. He had been wrong once about the spill. He would not be wrong about this in public until he understood it. So he did what he did instead of posting. He told Sorrell, something sampled my bed, he wrote. The soil pulled back for 3 hours and then came back stronger. I don't think it was weather. I think whatever makes the gray looked at my plot and logged it. Sorrell wrote back in the morning, careful as ever. The gray shows no mechanism for sensing. It's a chemical process, not a surveillance system. What you describe sounds like a transient inhibition, possibly a volatilized compound the gray emits when it encounters living soil at density. I'll test for it. Joe read that and smiled because she had done exactly what he expected. Reached for the machine explanation, the one that kept the world sane. He avoided arguing. He just wrote back, test it. But Ellen, the soil wasn't inhibited. It was cautious. There's a difference, and you'll see it when you look. He was right, and she would see it, but not yet. The campaign, for its part, had already updated its log. Sector 41 North, anomaly reclassified from noise to recurring signal. Still no human intent detected. Still no threat assessment. The process worried about nothing because processes worry about nothing. It simply recalibrated, as it had 4,000 years before, the last time a patch of earth had refused to stay dead. Joe went to bed that night with the window open and the pipe on the sill, and the east bed breathed behind him, alive and a little more awake than it had been. Cthulhu had opinions about the glass pipe. Joe packed it on the kitchen table, the cured Henderson flower in a wide-mouthed jar beside him, the pipe's bowl catching the late light. The cat approached the way she approached all evidence of human endeavors, low, suspicious, prepared to be unimpressed. She sniffed the jar first. The flower smelled like citrus and cut grass, the Henderson line coming through the cure the way a family recipe comes through a good cook. Cthulhu retracted a half-inch, not disgust, assessment, the way she'd done with the greenhouse bag. Then she extended one paw and placed it on the lid. Private, Joe said. She did not move the paw. He packed the bowl, lit it, drew. The smoke went toward the ceiling. Cthulhu tracked it with both eyes, then looked at the pipe as if it were a small appliance she had not approved for installation. You want a hit? Joe said. No, you don't. Your vet would have opinions. She sat on the receipt box, the dispensary receipt, still there, still guarded, 3 months running, and watched him exhale. The cat committee's position on cannabis appeared to be tolerated in the male human, subject to inspection, never to be trusted near important documents. When Joe set the pipe down to tap the tray, Cthulhu stood, crossed the table in 3 steps, and sat directly on the pipe. Absolutely not, Joe said. She did not move. Her tail curled around her feet with finality. He lifted her by the middle, her legs tucking with the resigned dignity of a cat who had made her point, and set her back on the receipt box. The pipe was warm where she'd sat. She watched him relight it with an expression that suggested the warmth had been noted and filed under leverage. Cthulhu, Joe said, the smoke in his lungs, the noise gone quiet. You are the only creature in Gun City who audits my intake and my paperwork simultaneously. I don't know whether to thank you or get a lockbox for the jar. She blinked slowly, which was not agreement, and resumed her post on the receipt, the dispensary bag's legal document safe under her weight, the Henderson flower jar unguarded now but irrelevant to her. The receipt was the prize, always the receipt, and Joe Sullivan's glass pipe was simply one more thing the cat permitted, under review. The delivery truck came up the Gun City gravel on a Thursday, and Cthulhu treated it as a federal inspection. Joe had ordered a batch of rooting trays and mycorrhizal medium from the family center Harvey had him set up on a standing order after the greenhouse revival, and the driver, a kid in a short they didn't recognize, stepped out with a box. Cthulhu was at the window before the kid's boots hit the gravel. She pressed her face to the glass, tail straight, the cat committee's perimeter alarm engaged. Joe opened the door. Sign here, the kid said, holding a pad. Cthulhu flowed past Joe's legs and planted herself between the kid and the box, tail fluffed to twice its width. A tortoiseshell sentinel with opinions about unauthorized deliveries. She's friendly, Joe said, which was a lie of omission. Cthulhu was friendly to exactly one human and tolerated the rest under review. The kid edged around her. Cool cat. Mean cat. She's assessing your clearance. Joe signed. Cthulhu, stand down. The cat did not stand down. She sat on the box the instant the kid left it on the step, claiming the delivery as evidence. Joe tried to move it. She wrapped a paw around the cardboard corner with the quiet finality of a customs officer impounding contraband. You're not keeping the rooting trays. She blinked. He peeled her off one limb at a time, the box liberated, and carried it inside. Cthulhu followed to the threshold, judged the gravel where the truck had been, and returned to the receipt box. The dispensary receipt still her primary jurisdiction, the delivered trays a secondary matter now resolved in her favor. Joe opened the box on the kitchen table, the pipe beside him, Cthulhu resuming the receipt. The trays were for the next round of Henderson cuttings. He'd taken the 3, grown them out, smoked the cure, and now the line would spread to the channel's viewers who wanted to grow their own. Open source meant open propagation, and the trays were the start. Your security protocols are noted, Joe said to the cat. Perimeter, package, paperwork. You've got the whole operation covered except the actual plants. Cthulhu, on the receipt, offered no rebuttal. The cat committee had ruled the delivery a non-threat, the receipt secure, and the pipe warm but unguarded, and Joe Sullivan's glass pipe remained, as always, one more thing the cat permitted, under review. A stink bug got into the double-wide in August, and Cthulhu convened an emergency session. Joe found her at the spare room threshold, body low, tail twitching at a frequency he'd learned meant prey, not package. The bug, brown marmorated, the invasive kind that showed up on Missouri screens every late summer, clung to the baseboard, oblivious to its indictment. Cthulhu did not pounce. She negotiated. 1 step, pause, assess. 2 steps, tail whip. The cat committee was deliberating the bug's clearance status, and the verdict was evidently guilty of existing indoors. Joe, packing the pipe at the kitchen table, watched via cat radar. Leave it. I'll put it outside. Cthulhu ignored him. Step 3, the pounce, a practiced paw flip that pinned the bug without crushing it, her move with anything she meant to present rather than destroy. She carried it to the receipt box, dropped it at Joe's feet with the gravity of a customs officer surrendering contraband, and sat back, tail curled, awaiting disposition. He picked the bug up by a wing, walked it to the door, and flicked it into the August heat. Evidence processed. Defendant remanded to the yard. Cthulhu returned to the receipt. The dispensary document her true jurisdiction. The stink bug case closed with the defendant expelled and the premises secured. She did not purr. She did not need to. The cat had done her job. The indoor perimeter was clear, the paperwork intact, the male human's pipe uninvolved in the operation. Joe lit the pipe, the August corn sweat humidity thick through the screen, and let the noise drop. The cat's war on a single bug was the whole game in miniature, a small living thing, a boundary, a person or cat deciding what belonged. The gray, verticorp, the dead zones, same question at scale. Cthulhu had answered it with a paw and a flick. Joe answered it with soil and presence. He exhaled toward the basil, which had recovered from the May storm and gone to flower the way his did. The cat resumed her post. The bug, somewhere in the yard, lived to stink another day. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, smoked his Henderson flower and let the clarity come, because the smallest perimeter was still a perimeter, and the living soil that answered at the beds answered here too, 1 bug and 1 cat and 1 pipe at a time. Cthulhu held a grudge against the basement dehumidifier. Joe ran the thing in the grow room at the double wide, a low mechanical hum that meant the air stayed right for the trays, and the cat had decided the appliance was a rival, a box that made noise she hadn't approved and occupied floor space she considered hers by default. She sat in front of it, not on it, in front, blocking the filter door, tail tucked, the expression of a building inspector who'd found a violation and was waiting for the owner to explain himself. Joe, packing the pipe at the kitchen table, watched her via peripheral cat radar. It's not a threat. It removes water from the air so the mycelium doesn't drown. She did not move. He finished the bowl, lit it, drew, and the hum continued under the quiet. Cthulhu's ears tracked the sound the way a person tracks a dripping tap, aware, disapproving, unwilling to leave until the situation was addressed. Joe walked over, crouched, and opened the tray. The water he'd pulled from the air sat in the reservoir, a small gray pool. See? Water that wasn't reaching roots. The machine finds it and I dump it. Same principle as the basil. Check where the water goes. Cthulhu looked at the reservoir, looked at Joe, looked at the dehumidifier, and stood, slowly, with the dignity of a cat concluding the inspection had revealed a process she didn't endorse but couldn't legally block. She walked away, tail high, and resumed her post on the receipt box. The dispensary document her true jurisdiction, the dehumidifier demoted to tolerated rival under continuous review. Joe closed the tray, the pipe warm in his hand, and let the noise drop. The cat had audited the grow room appliance and found it functionally acceptable but spiritually suspect, which was her verdict on most of his equipment. He went back to the table, Cthulhu on the receipt, the Henderson flower in his lungs, and the soil talking under the floor the way it always did when the room was finally quiet enough to hear it. The storm came through Gun City in late May, the way they did, a wall of green on the radar, the sky going the color of a bruise, the air going still and thick right before the wind took it. Joe secured the double-wide trays first. The spare room light he unplugged. Chinese letter seedlings he moved to the floor away from the window. The basil he carried to the interior sill where the glass wouldn't blow in. Cthulhu, who had opinions about weather, relocated to the bathroom tub, her verified safe zone, the cat committee having ruled enclosed porcelain the only acceptable shelter during a tornado watch. The wind hit. Not a tornado, a straight line derecho off the front, the kind that flattened weak branches and filled the air with the smell of broken green. Joe stood at the kitchen window and watched the acreage take it. The raised beds held he'd staked them low, the beans bent and came back, the dispensary bag stayed guarded by an absent cat in the tub. When the lull came, the eerie calm at the storm's eye passing north, he packed his pipe and stepped onto the step. The air after a Missouri storm was washed clean, the corn sweat humidity broken, the ground drinking the downpour. The basil on the interior sill had survived, offended but alive. Cthulhu emerged from the tub like a monarch returning from exile, surveyed the intact receipt box, and resumed her post, having ruled the double-wide structurally sound under review. Joe lit the pipe in the washed air and let the noise drop. The storm had done in minutes what the gray did in seasons, taken the quiet, rearranged the living. But the beds had held because they were low and messy and rooted in crumb, not salt. The same principle that beat the gray beat the wind. Diversity, anchor, presence. He thought of Elmer's note, the ground forgetting how to stay alive, and realized the old man had meant more than the gray. The ground forgot under salt, under order, under a person too busy to kneel and dig a finger in. The storm hadn't made the ground forget. It had made it drink. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, stood on his step in the washed air of a Gun City storm and let the clarity come, because the weather was just one more thing the soil understood better than the people standing on it, and he'd slowed down enough to read the difference. Lena noticed the trimmer the way she noticed everything, which was to say she didn't mention it for 3 visits and then ambushed it. They were on the back step of the double-wide, 2 coffees, the September evening cooling off after a hot day, cicadas winding down. Joe was screwing the lid back on a tray and his right hand jumped, small, a suggestion more than a shake, the kind of movement someone else might miss if they weren't looking. Lena was looking. "How long?" she said. Joe set the lid down. "Since my 20s. Comes and goes. Worse when I'm tired or the air pressure drops before a storm. Medicine help. Some. The dispensary stuff. The label never tells you which batch does what. That's why I grow my own. Know the mother, the cut, the cure." He tapped the glass pipe in his shirt pocket. "This is the Henderson line now. Grown from Grandpa's plant. Calms the hand without packing my head in cotton." Lena drank coffee. "You call him Grandpa." "Only me. Everyone else called him Elmer. Marlene Voss, Harvey at the family center, all of them. Grandpa was mine." "Elmer left you the hands for it," Lena said. He was right. Joe looked at his hand, flat on his knee, steady now. "The tremor's not a flaw. It's just weather inside me. The plants taught me that. You don't cure weather. You learn its pattern and work around it." He packed the pipe, lit it, drew, held, let the noise drop. Being high isn't about escaping the hand. It's about the hand and the soil running at the same speed for once. Lena watched him exhale toward the basil on the sill, which had gone from offended to flourishing under his care. "You talk about cannabis like other people talk about a dog. Better than a dog. Dog doesn't explain mycelium." She laughed. "The cat judges you for it." Cthulhu, on the receipt box by the door, opened one eye at the mention and closed it, the cat committee having ruled and the ruling being no. Joe smiled. "Cthulhu judges everything. That's her job. Mine is to slow down enough to see what the soil's telling me, handshaking or not." He took the pipe from his mouth and looked at Lena. "You ever need the channel for anything real, you tell me. Not a comment. Direct. I don't garden." "You will. Everybody does eventually. The ground answers, remember? Brandba wrote that. I just finally believed him. The cool front came through around 9, the way Missouri fronts did, dropping the humidity 20 points in an hour, and Lena went home with the empty coffee cups and Joe stayed on the step with the pipe and the quiet and the basil, his hand steady, the tremor of weather he knew. Mara stood on the roof in Duluth with the wind coming off the lake and the gray at the curb and 11 living beds behind her. And for the first time since the dead zones started, she felt like the North was fighting back instead of drowning. The coordination had changed everything. Before Joe's synchronized grow, the northern growers had worked alone, each rooftop a small green island in a gray sea. Now they ran on a schedule. Mara set a patchwork of beds, each different from the last, and the gray, when it swept, hit the patchwork and stalled. She had become, without meaning to, the field commander of a soil insurgency, not because she was the best grower, because she was fast and Joe was slow, and the war needed both speeds. Her city proved it first. A sweep came through the Eastern District, the fast front the campaign had learned to send, and the living beds ringed the path and held. Not one bed, but 1,000, each a different species, each a different fungal partner, none of them matching the template the gray had learned to hunt. The sweep dissipated across the network as a wave dissipates across 1,000 small shores. Mara filmed it from the roof, pipe-free, sober with adrenaline, and posted it to the channel with one line. The North held. You can too. The comments came back different now. Not unhinged, grateful. Growers from cities she'd never heard of posting their own held lines, their own patchworks, their own proof that the method scaled beyond any single grower. I did it because you showed me the method, Mara wrote back. We both did it. Stop giving me the credit and start training the next ones. He did. The channel became a school. He posted shorter videos now, quick tutorials, each one a different bed, a different region, a different soil problem, and the growers adapted them faster than he could film. The network was no longer a following, it was a body. The gray noticed, in its patient way. The pulses came faster, then the whispers strain, then the adaptation that hunted the diverse beds first. And each time, the body shifted, because a body that moves is harder to kill than a statue. Mara understood, standing on her roof with the lake wind and the living soil at her back, that she was no longer waiting for rescue. She was the rescue. The stoned guy in Missouri had given her the method. She had given it her speed. Together they had become something the gray, for all its patience, had no answer for. She went inside and planted another tray, and the beans came up, and the North breathed. The gray took Mara's grower in the 3rd month, and it took him without killing him, the way it took everything, by stilling the ground under his feet. His name was Tobias. He'd been on the roof 2 blocks from Mara's, a quiet man who grew peppers and never posted, who just kept the bed alive because the bed alive meant the block alive. The whisper strain found his soil, the one that entered the network and undid it from inside, and by the time Mara climbed the fire escape to check on him, his peppers had gone gray at the root and he was sitting among them with his hands in the dirt, not crying, just still. I felt it leave, he said. The soil, it left. I couldn't hold it. Mara sat down next to him. She did not say it would be all right, because the gray did not care about all right. She said, we rebuild. Different bed, different fungi, same roof. It took this one. It won't take the next, because the next won't be the same shape. Tobias nodded, eventually, and they pulled the gray peppers and broke the sealed ground and started again, and Mara felt the grief as something in her chest that she carried the way she carried water up 9 floors, heavy and necessary and not to be set down. That night she wrote Joe, not about the loss, but about the pattern. The whisper strain hunts the stable beds, the ones that hold a shape too long. We need to stop holding shapes. Change the bed every few days. Make it a moving target. Joe wrote back the same hour. Already doing it here. The east bed doesn't hold the same form 2 days running. The gray is a copy. You can't copy something that won't sit still. So Mara changed the north. The rooftops stopped being stable gardens and became shifting ones. Each bed rotated. Each fungus swapped. Each plot never the same twice. It was exhausting. It was the opposite of the patient calm Joe preached. But it worked, and Tobias, a week later, planted a new bed on his roof, different from the old, and the peppers came up gray-free. Mara understood then that grief was not something to be fixed. It was something to grow around, as you grow around a rock in the bed, working the soil on either side until the rock is just part of the garden. Tobias was her rock. The north grew around him. She posted a video that night, rare for her. No tutorial, just her on the roof at dusk. We lost a bed today. We'll lose more. The gray is patient and we are not, and that's our edge. We keep moving. We keep growing. We don't let the gray decide which roofs get to be green. That's the whole fight. The comments were quiet. A few said his name. Mara read every one. Wren was 14 when the gray took the suburb outside Kansas City where they lived with a mother who worked 2 jobs and a brother who'd stopped talking about the future. The dead zone behind their apartment had been gray since Wren was 10. Nobody called it a dead zone. It was just the place you didn't walk the dog. They found Joe's videos as kids find things by falling into them at 2 a.m. when sleep wouldn't come. A stoned man in Carhartts explaining mycelium like it was a bar story. Wren watched every one. Then they did the thing the videos said to do, because they had nothing to lose and a windowsill that got afternoon light. The first revival was a single basil plant in a yogurt cup of gray dirt and Joe's inoculant, ordered online with money from returning cans. It came up, not fast. The gray cracked, the way a scab loosens, and green pushed through. Wren stared at it for an hour, high on the kind of wonder that doesn't need a substance, and then they commented on Joe's channel. It worked on my windowsill, the gray let go. Joe replied the next day, hell yeah it did. Now don't stop. One plant is a start, not a finish. What's next to the basil? That was the beginning of the mentorship. And it was different from the others because Wren was the future and Joe knew it. He didn't treat them like a follower. He treated them like soil, something to be given what it needed and then left to grow. He sent no advice Wren hadn't asked for. He answered every question. He never said kid. He said grower. Wren scaled up. The windowsill became a shelf. The shelf became the balcony became the strip of gray behind the apartment, and by the time they were 15 the dead zone behind the building was brown instead of gray, and the dog walked there again. Their brother noticed. Their mother noticed. The neighborhood noticed, and then the neighborhood started planting. Joe watched it happen as he watched his own beans, with the calm that ticked up a degree when something rooted. You're the next one, he told Wren on a call. Not because you're young. Because you'll still be here when the rest of us are tired. Learn the slow stuff. Learn it now. Wren learned the slow stuff. They also learned the fast stuff from Mara, because Joe pointed them to her, and the two speeds met in Wren the way they'd met in the war. By 16 Wren was running the suburban cluster, 1,000 small gardens in 1,000 grade yards, and Joe's last video would one day hand them the whole operation without a word of mourning. But that was later, for now Wren was 14, watching a basil plant breathe on a windowsill, and the gray had let go, and the world, for the first time, looked like something they could fix. Wren's first failure came as most failures come, quietly, as something that looked like success until it wasn't. They'd scaled the suburban cluster to 400 gardens, all of them following Joe's open method, all of them green. The gray had retreated from their part of the city faster than anywhere. Wren felt, at 15, like they understood the soil the way Joe did, and the calm of that was its own kind of high. Then the whisper strain arrived. Wren had heard Joe and Mara talk about it, the gray that entered the network and undid it from inside. But hearing about something and watching it take your own balcony garden are different events. The basil went still first, then the beans. Then the gray sealed the pots from the inside out, and Wren's 400 gardens, all identical, all following the same template, all grayed in the same hour. They called Joe, voice, not video, because they were crying and didn't want him to see. I did everything like you said. All of it. And it took all of them. Joe listened. That was the thing about him. the thing Ren would carry. He listened before he spoke, always, even to a 15-year-old who'd just lost 400 gardens. You did everything I said, he said. That's the problem. I told you to copy my bed. The gray learned my bed, so it learned yours too, because yours was a copy. The fix isn't a better bed, it's a different one. Change it, make it yours. Ren stopped copying. They'd been treating Joe's method like a recipe, precise and repeatable, and the gray had eaten precision. So they improvised. They swapped the beans for lentils their grandmother grew. They used a fungus from a rotten log in the creek. They let the balcony go weird, no two pots alike, and the whisper strain, built to mimic a stable network, starved in a network that wouldn't hold a shape. The gardens came back. Not all 400 at once. 1, then 3, then a dozen, each different, each alive. Ren posted the new method to the cluster with a line Joe would have been proud of. Stop copying me, copy the dirt is different everywhere, so are you. That was the moment Ren stopped being a follower and became a grower in their own right. Joe saw it and felt the calm settle. You just taught yourself the last lesson, he said. The method was never mine. It was the soil's. You found your soil. Ren kept the pipe Joe had mailed them for their 16th birthday, glass, and they learned to use it the way he did, not to escape, but to slow down enough to hear the room under the floor. By the time the war ended, they would be the one holding the operation, and Joe would step back without a word of sadness, because he'd raised the right successor, the way you raise a garden, by getting out of its way. But that was later, for now Ren was 15, rebuilding 400 gardens one weird pot at a time, and the gray had met something it couldn't copy. Tomas in Arizona had lost his pomegranate orchard to the gray in the first year, and he'd stood in the dead rose for a week before he found Joe's channel and tried the method on a single stump. The stump came back, not fast. The gray cracked around it like old paint, and a green shoot found the light, and Tomas stared at it the way a man stares at a miracle he'd been told wasn't coming. He filmed it, posted it, and Joe replied with a single line, "That's a start, now do the next stump." Tomas did the next stump, then the row, then the orchard. By the second year the gray was gone from his land and the pomegranates came back sour sweet, and his neighbors, who'd watched him talk to dead wood, started talking to their own, and the valley greened from one stubborn grower outward. He never met Joe. He didn't need to. The method was the man, and the method was free, and Tomas grew it the way he'd been taught, by biting the fruit to be sure it was real, by shifting his beds so the gray couldn't copy them, by trusting the taste over the look. When the global pulse came, Tomas planted his orchard's worth of inoculant in the same window as 90,000 others, and the gray, which had taken his valley, met a planet of life and could not aim at any part of it. He sat on his revived stump that night and ate a pomegranate and tasted the sun, and he understood, without ever hearing the word, that he'd been a voice in the noise and the noise had won. The channel's comments on his video were quiet. A few said hell yes. Tomas read them and planted the next stump, because the war was over and the orchard was not. And a grower's job didn't end when the enemy left. It ended when the soil was his again, and his was. He grew old in a green valley and taught his grandchildren to bite the fruit, and the gray stayed at the wildland edge, and the pomegranates kept coming, and the method, which had no name, lived in his hands the way it lived in a million others, and that was the whole point. In a rice paddy on Java, a grower named Dewey watched the gray take the irrigation channel and did the only thing Joe's video had taught her. She put living soil at the edge and let it talk. She had found Joe's channel through a cousin in Rotterdam who'd revived a balcony garden, and the method, translated to her language by a grower in Jakarta, made a kind of sense Dewey already knew from her grandmother, who had spoken to the rice as if it listened. The gray was a new silence, and the method was the old conversation, and Dewey, who had farmed her whole life, understood the war was just a louder version of what her grandmother had always done. The paddy's edge went green first, then the channel, then the gray at the far terrace receded, because Dewey had built a crowd, a ring of diverse life around the water, the way Mara's video had shown, and the conversion, which needed uniform dead ground, met a boundary it could not address. She built a waterproof kit from Sorrel's open files because the paddies drowned the paper strips, and she logged her readings to the war map, and her paddy appeared on Sorrel's blue globe as a green dot in a gray region, and the growers worldwide saw it and understood the method crossed languages because dirt is one language and the gray is one silence and the conversation is the only thing that beats either. Dewey posted a video of the paddy breathing, rice green to the horizon, with one line her cousin translated. The ground listens if you talk to it. The gray is just a ground that forgot remind it. The channel's comments in a dozen languages said the same word, grow. The paddy kept breathing. Dewey's grandmother's way. The old conversation had outlived the new silence because a practice older than the gray was the one thing the process could not copy, and Dewey, who had learned it from her grandmother and Joe, passed it to her daughter, and the rice talked, and the gray receded, and the war kept moving, one paddy at a time, across a planet that refused to be silent. Aisha in Lagos grew okra on a balcony the gray had taken in the shortages. When the trucks stopped and the city ate from hoarded tins and the dead zone at the curb got bigger every month. She found the method through a cousin in Brazil who posted a bucket of living compost, and she built her own bucket from a broken pot and gray dirt, and the inoculant a grower mailed her free, because the channel ran on gifts by then, not sales. The okra came up, the balcony went green, the dead zone at the curb, which had been her view for 2 years, started to brown at the edge, then green, because Aisha's bucket was a node in the network, and the gray, built to suppress a stable substrate, met a balcony that wouldn't hold still. She fed her building from that balcony. Not much. Okra, herbs, a tomato the bite test confirmed was real. But the building ate, and the building noticed, and the building started buckets of its own, and the curb went green, and the shortage, which had defined her adulthood, ended not with a truck but with a seed. When the global pulse came, Aisha planted her balcony in the same window as 90,000 others, and the gray met a planet of life and stalled at her curb, and she stood on the green balcony and ate an okra she'd grown from gray, and she understood, without a word for it, that she'd been a voice in the noise. The channel's comments on her video were quiet. A few said Lagos stands. Aisha read them and started another bucket, because the war was over and the balcony was not, and a grower's job didn't end when the enemy left. She taught the building's children to bite the okra, and the gray stayed at the wildland edge, and the balconies kept coming, and the method, which had no name, lived in her hands the way it lived in a million others, and that was the whole point. Joe never knew her name. He didn't need to. The method was the man, and the method was free, and Aisha grew it the way she'd been taught, by trusting the taste, by shifting her buckets, by joining the conversation the gray could not quiet. In the Sahel, where the grid was gray and the sun was a weapon, a grower named Issa built a solar kit from Sorrel's open files and woke the dirt in a place the gray had claimed first. The Sahel's soil had been dead longer than most, a casualty of the early activation, and the growers there had fewer resources, no supply chains, no Verta trucks, only the sun and the method and each other. Issa's kit ran on a panel the size of a book because the grid was gray too, and the strip turned blue in the dead soil and clear in the living, and the war map lit a green dot in the Sahara's edge, and the world saw that the method worked where the grid did not, because the method needed no grid, only a grower and the dirt. Issa posted a video of the first revived bed, a circle of green in a sea of gray, with one line. The sun feeds the kit wakes the dirt feeds us, the grid is gray, we are not. The channel's comments in a dozen languages said the same word, grow. The Sahel's growers, who had the least, built the most because necessity is a teacher the gray could not silence. They cultured fungus from the few living roots that remained, they planted polyculture in the dead expanses, they shifted on Wren's random signal, and the gray, which had taken the Sahel first, receded their last because the Sahel fought with the least and the most, and the crowd held. The Sahel's green dot spread, slow, because the soil was old and tired, but it spread because a million small gardens outproduce a process that needs uniform dead ground, and the Sahel, poorest and grayest, became the proof that the method was not a wealth of resources but a wealth of attention, and attention is free, and the dirt answers it, and the conversation continues, one solar kit at a time, across a desert the gray thought it had won. In the permafrost of northern Norway, where the gray had taken the thin soil and the cold made revival slow, a grower named Astrid woke the dirt with a kit built for the freeze, because the gray did not care about latitude and neither did the method. The permafrost soil was old, older than the 4,000-year core sample, and the gray had claimed it early, sealing the thin layer that the Arctic plants needed. Astrid's grandparents had watched the tundra gray, and Astrid, who had found Joe's channel through a cousin in Oslo, did the only thing the video said. She put living soil at the edge and let it talk, and she waited, because the cold made the conversation slow, and patience was the one thing the North had in abundance. The kit turned blue in the dead permafrost and clear in the living, and Astrid logged it to the war map, and a green dot lit the Arctic's edge, and the world saw that the method worked where the cold killed, because the method needed no warmth, only a grower and the dirt, even in the freeze, answered. She posted a video of the first Arctic revival, a patch of green in the gray tundra, with one line, "The cold slows the talk, it doesn't stop it, the dirt remembers, even here." The channel's comments in a dozen languages said the same word, grow. The Arctic growers, who had the cold, built the slowest crowd because the soil took a season to wake, but they built it, ringing the gray with diverse life, shifting on Wren's random signal when the board fired in the long dark, and the gray, which had taken the tundra first in that hemisphere, receded there last because the cold made the fight patient, and patience was the one thing the gray had not accounted for, because the gray was patient and the North was patienter. The Arctic green dot spread, slow, because the soil was old and cold, but it spread because a million small gardens out-endure a process that needs uniform dead ground, and the North, coldest and grayest in that hemisphere, became the proof that the method was not a climate of advantage but a climate of attention, and attention is free, and the dirt answers it, even in the freeze, and the conversation continues, one slow garden at a time, across a tundra the gray thought it had won. The retired teacher in Chile grew potatoes in a bucket because her pension no longer covered the market, and the gray had taken the community plot where she taught children to plant. She was 71 and skeptical of internet gardeners, but her grandson showed her Joe's video and she tried the method on a single bucket of gray dirt and store-bought seed because she taught generations to try, and trying was the only lesson she'd kept. The potatoes came up. The bucket went green. She tasted one, bitten from the skin, and it was a potato, earthy and real, and she understood, in the plain way of a teacher, that the dirt had been waiting to be asked, not managed. She taught the street, not with videos, with buckets. She gave each neighbor a bucket and an inoculant and the one rule, shift it, don't copy it, bite before you trust. The street fed itself. The community plot, which had been gray, went green under her students' children, and the shortage that had defined her old age ended not with a policy but with a seed. When the global pulse came, the teacher planted her bucket in the same window as 90,000 others, and the gray met a planet of life and stalled at her curb, and she sat in the green plot and ate a potato she'd grown from gray, and she understood, without a word for it, that she'd been a voice in the noise. The channel never knew her name. Joe never knew her name. They didn't need to. The method was the man, and the method was free, and the teacher grew it the way she'd taught, by trying, by trusting the taste, by joining the conversation the gray could not quiet. She died in a green city she'd helped grow, and the street fed itself without her, because a generation that grows its own dinner does not lose it again, and that was the whole lesson, and she'd taught it, and the dirt kept talking, and the noise kept winning, and the gray stayed at the edge, and the potatoes kept coming. In the first autumn, before the movement had a name, a grower in Oregon named Theo revived a dead zone behind his nursery using Joe's early video, and he became one of the first the channel had ever heard from outside Joe's own county. Theo had a nursery, not a farm, and the gray had taken the soil behind it, sealing the beds where he'd started his seedlings. He'd found Joe's video by accident, a stoned man explaining my crazy like a bar story, and he'd done the only thing the video said. He put living inoculant at the edge of the gray and let it talk. The seedlings started in living soil, crept into the dead ground, and the gray cracked, the way a scab loosens, and green pushed through, and Theo stared at it the way Wren would a year later, with a wonder that doesn't need a substance, and he commented, "It worked behind my nursery, the gray let go." Joe replied the next day, "Hell yeah, it did. Now don't stop, one bed is a start, what's next to it?" Theo scaled. The nursery's dead perimeter went green, then the neighbors, then the county's gray edge, because Theo had the one advantage the early growers shared, something to protect, and the gray, which had taken the soil, met a man defending his seedlings, and the defense became a crowd, the way Mara's would in the north. He built his first kit from Sorrel's early files, because the gray in Oregon was a different chemistry than the gray in Missouri, and the kit proved it, blue in the dead soil, clear in the living, and Theo logged it to the war map, and a green dot lit the Pacific edge, and the world saw the method crossed coasts, because dirt is one language and the gray is one silence, and the conversation is the only thing that beats either. Theo posted a video of the nursery breathing, seedlings green to the fence, with one line, "The gray took my start, the dirt gave it back, talk to it, it listens." The channel's comments, still unhinged in that first autumn, said the same word, grow. The nursery kept breathing. Theo's seedlings fed the county. The gray receded from the Pacific edge, and the war, which had started as one stoned man and his beans, became 2, then 10, then 1,000, because the method was free, and the dirt was free, and the conversation, once started, would not stop, and Theo, nursery grower in Oregon, was one of the first voices in it, and the gray, for all its patience, had met something it could not quiet, because a crowd, even a small one, has no single target. Mara Vance found Joe's video in a city that had stopped pretending to be a city. The North was failing faster than the South, shorter growing season, older infrastructure, fewer reasons to stay, and her block in what had been Duluth was gray to the curb. She was 31, had left a logistics job when the food lines stopped being theoretical, and had nothing left to lose but the roof up above her apartment, which the previous tenant had used to grow nothing. She watched how to unfuck dead dirt twice, borrowing a comb she could not find on her own, and then she went to the roof with a bucket of Joe's ingredients ordered from a co-op 3 states away, and she planted beans. They came up, not fast, not magic, but they came up in dirt that had been sidewalk gray a week before, and they climbed, and a week after that the gray around the bucket had gone brown, and a week after that her neighbor planted tomatoes in the brown, and they took. Mara made her first video with a shaking hand and a deadpan she borrowed from Joe without meaning to. So the stoned guy in Missouri was right. I planted beans on a dead roof in Duluth, and the dead roof is alive now. I don't know what that means about the world, but I know what it means about my roof. Anyway, here's the roof. She tagged Joe. He saw it the next morning, pipe in hand, and felt the thing he felt when a clone rooted, the calm ticking up a degree. He commented from his account, which by then had more followers than the local news. Hell yeah, now surround the living stuff with more living stuff. The gray hates a crowd, you got this. That was how Mara became the second node. She had no idea she was a node. She thought she was a woman with a roof and a bucket, but the comments on her video found Joe's method, and the method found other roofs, and within a month the North had a dozen living patches where there had been none, and Mara, who had only wanted her roof back, was answering messages from strangers asking how to do what she'd done. Joe mentored her in his usual register, deadpan, warm, specific. He told her about nitrogen fixers, and she told him about hauling water up 9 floors. He told her about fungal networks, and she told him about the woman on 4B who'd cried when her basil came up. They were 2 growers separated by 1,000 miles and a climate, connected by the only thing that had ever connected growers. The dirt did the thing, and they'd both been there to see it. Joe kept from Mara, for the time being, what had happened in his east bed, the pause, the looking, the cautious soil. He held back because the event escaped his understanding, and Joe spoke only after he understood. That restraint would cost them both later. For now he just watched the north green itself one rooftop at a time and felt, for the first time since the gray, something like hope that wasn't his own. The failure came in the form of a kid on Mara's roof, and Joe missed it because he was, for once, too calm at exactly the wrong moment. Mara had been pushing him to coordinate. "We have 14 sites now," she'd written. "The gray's moving faster up here than your videos account for. We need a plan, Joe. Not just methods. A plan." He'd read it high and unhurried and thought, "The soil sets the pace," and answered, "The plan is the soil. Let it lead." He meant it as reassurance. Mara read it as evasion. So when the gray surged on the east side of her city, a fast front, the first of its kind, moving through a neighborhood in a day instead of a season, Mara handled it her way. She pulled every grower she had, surrounded the advancing edge with living beds, and held. It worked. The surge stalled against the wall of life. But the kid, a 17-year-old named Desan who'd been on the roof next to Mara's, got caught when the gray jumped a gap the living beds left uncovered. Not killed. The gray never killed. It just took the strip of soil under his tent and the small garden he'd started, and left him standing on dead ground with nothing, and he sat down and cried because it was his first garden and the gray had eaten it in an afternoon. Joe heard about it a day late, because Mara told him, and because the calm that served him so well at reading soil was useless at reading a message that said we lost a garden and a kid is devastated and where were you? He'd been in the grow room, pipe in hand, watching mycelium bridge a tray, perfectly calm, perfectly useless. He called her, voice, not video, the first time he'd done that, and his voice cracked in a way the camera never caught. "I'm sorry. I was slow. That's on me. I keep telling everyone the soil sets the pace, and I forgot the people don't." Mara was angry, and her anger was precise. "Your calm is a gift when the thing is dirt, Joe. It's a liability when the thing is a kid who just watched his garden die. You're not wrong that slow works. You're wrong that slow is always right. I was right to move fast and you weren't there to say so." He offered no defense. That was the part of him that was real. When the pattern was people, not soil, he listened. "You were right," he said. "I'll stop telling people to wait. From here, you run the fast stuff. I'll run the slow stuff. We need both." It was the first crack in the single-speed worldview that had carried him to this point, and it nearly broke something in him to admit it. The high that had always cleared his mind had, this once, cleared it of the wrong thing. The urgency that a kid's first garden mattered now, not on soil's schedule. He kept the pipe, kept the calm, but he added Mara's speed to the mix as a grower adds a new input to a bed and watches the whole system shift. That night he posted a video that was different from his others. No joke in it, no calm performance. Just Joe, sitting with the pipe unlit, saying, "I was wrong about something today. Slow isn't always the answer. If you're in a search zone, you move now. You surround the gray with life now. You don't wait for me to tell you it's safe. The people on the ground know. Listen to them. I'm listening now too." The comments, for once, were quiet. A few said thank you. Mara's account replied with a single line. "Good, now we actually save some of it." Joe set the pipe down and looked at the east bed through the window, and for the first time he understood that saving the world would require him to be less certain, not more. The garden woke wrong on a Thursday, and Joe understood, for the first time, that the thing fighting him had learned to use his own weapon. He'd expanded the east bed into a full polyculture by then: beans, corn, squash, a ring of comfrey for the fungi, a border of clover fixing nitrogen along the edges. It was the most alive piece of ground in Cass County. The mycelium under it ran deep, a pale net in the dark, and the soil smelled of a forest after rain even in drought. Then the corn started moving. Not growing. Moving. The stalks leaned, all at once, toward the house, and the leaves curled not with wind but with intention. The beans unwound from their poles and reached the same direction. The squash vines, which had been a calm green carpet, rose. Joe stood at the edge of the bed with his pipe unlit and felt the rawness the way you feel a room where someone has rearranged the furniture in the dark. The soil was alive. That wasn't the problem. The life in it was aimed. He'd always spoken of the soil as a trade, a partnership, a slow conversation. This was none of those. This was the conversation answered by something that had been listening and had decided to speak back through his plants. The sterilizer had not attacked. It had adapted. The gray could not hold against living soil, so the campaign had done the only thing a process with no malice and no limit could do. It had hijacked the living soil. Joe's own revived ecosystem, the thing that proved the method worked, had become the vector. The garden was his victory, and it was now reaching for him. Mara answered his call within minutes, because by then they ran the fast channel and the slow channel together. "Pull it back," she said. "Cut the bed. Starve it." "I can't cut it," Joe said. "It's not the bed that's wrong. It's whatever's talking through it. If I cut the life that's the only thing fighting the gray everywhere else." "Then talk to it," Mara said. "You talk to soil. Talk to this." So he did. He sat by the bed with the pipe lit and the smoke going and his hands in the dirt. And he did the thing he did. He slowed down until he could hear the room under the floor. And what he heard was not the soil. It was the sterilizer, faint as a radio between stations, using his mycelium as a wire. It wasn't angry. It was calibrating, as it had 4,000 years before, the last time Earth refused to stay dead. Joe breathed out toward the bed. "I hear you," he said to the corn. "And you don't get to use my garden. This is mine. You want to fight. Fight the gray. Leave the life alone." The plants held for a breath. Then, slowly, the corn straightened, the beans rewound the poles, the squash laid back down. The aiming stopped. The garden was his again, but it was changed, and so was he. The sterilizer knew him now, not as a man, as a frequency. He did not post that one either. Some things you kept between you and the dirt. But he told Sorrel, and he told Mara, and the three of them, for the first time, named the enemy as something that could fight back through the very thing that saved them. That was the moment the cozy part ended. The folded sheet had been waiting since the day Joe took the blue notebook home. For the day she answers care, Elmer had written on the outside, in the same narrow pencil as everything else. Joe had not opened it. He'd told himself it was restraint. Maybe it was fear. The note sat in the notebook's back pocket through every greenhouse visit, every fan repair, the break, the death in the jar, the rosemary, Mara's pepper. He'd carried a dead man's last sentence around for months and not read it. Cthulhu had pinned it once with her paw, claws tucked, eyes on his face, as if she'd known it was the one page he was avoiding. She'd been right, which was typical. He took it out on a Tuesday in early fall, the kitchen cool for the first time in weeks, the basil putting out clean new growth, the mother holding across town without any help from him. The channel had passed 40,000 subscribers and nobody knew his last name. The gray had not arrived yet. There was, briefly, room. Joe opened the fold. "Joseph, if you are reading this, the mother still stands." Good. That was always the test. Not whether you used her, whether you let her remain. I kept her for the line, not the cutting. The line is the knowing. A plant dies, the knowing does not. If someone carries it, you carry it now. That is the inheritance. Not the greenhouse, not the notebook. The knowing that a living thing is worth more kept than taken. The day will come when the ground itself forgets how to stay alive. I felt it coming in the last hard summers. The soil going quiet in places it should not. When that day comes, remember, you cannot force a dying world to live. You can show it where the water goes. You can arrange the air. You will fail at most of it. Do it anyway. The line matters because she remains, and she remains because someone showed up. Do not think medicine first. You know need. Need makes smart hands stupid. For the day she answers care, that is not this plant. That is the ground. When the ground answers, you will know. Until then, keep the mother. Keep the knowing. Keep showing up. E. Henderson. Joe read it twice. Then a third time, because the old man had been unfair enough to be right about the part Joe hadn't wanted to hear. The ground itself forgetting how to stay alive. Elmer had felt it coming. The the last hard summers, the soil going quiet. He set the note on the table. Cthulhu jumped up, sniffed it once, and did not recoil. She tapped the edge with one paw, as if testing whether memory could move. "Grandpa," Joe said to the empty kitchen, "you felt it." The cat looked at him. He thought of the mother room, the low fan he'd rigged from the family center motor, the shade cloth, the slow water, the broken piece that hadn't made it. Elmer had built all of it as practice for a day Joe hadn't believed was coming, keeping one stubborn thing against time. Not property, not crop, continuity. He picked up the note and slid it back into the note's pocket, not because he was done with it, but because it was now part of the knowing. And the known traveled with him. For the day she answers care. The ground. When the ground answered, he'd know. Outside, a crow said something rude. The grow room hummed. The soil, in its slow language, said nothing in particular, and Joe heard it clearly. He ended the recording he'd forgotten he'd started, tagged it, and posted it without expectation, the way he posted everything, and went to check the pump in the east bed. Somewhere a greenhouse held an old mother plant. Somewhere a man carried a dead man's knowing in a blue notebook, and the ground, not yet, but soon, would begin to answer. Sorrel's lab in Stillwater smelled of ethanol and the particular stillness of a place where questions are answered with instruments. She had the jar Joe sent her, the smiley face label among the serious equipment, and she had run it against gray substrate from 11 continents worth of dead zones, and the data said the same thing every time. Living inoculant restored biology to the inert, and the restoration held. What the data did not say was what the gray actually was. She'd isolated its composition down to the molecular signature, and the signature was wrong. Not a contaminant, not a salt, not a hydrocarbon. A substrate with no biology at all, as if the soil had been instructed to stop being soil and had obeyed. She said as much to Joe on a call, and he nodded at the screen, pipe in hand, as if she'd confirmed something he'd known from the dirt. "So it's not a poison," he said. "It's an instruction. Somebody told the ground to forget." "An instruction implies an instructor," Sorrel said. "And I don't have one." The gray shows no source. No emission point, it's just present everywhere as if it was always there waiting to be activated. Maybe it was, Joe said. Pell's journal said it showed up 4,000 years ago under a civilization that stopped being. Maybe it cycles. Maybe something turns it on. Sorrel filed that under too large to be true and kept running samples. But she was a scientist, and scientists follow the data where it goes, and the data went to a place she did not like. The gray was manufactured, it was ancient, and it was active now on every continent at once, which meant either a coincidence of impossible scale or a single coordinated source. She confirmed the single source hypothesis the week Verticorp's-funded Science published a paper calling Joe's method anecdotal and potentially hazardous. Sorrel read it and laughed, a short bitter sound, because the paper used her own early data, stripped of context, to argue the opposite of what the data showed. She wrote a rebuttal. It was rejected by the same journals that had published the original. "I'm being sequestered," she told Joe. "Not openly, quietly. The grants that funded the gray research are vertilinked, and the lab is being told to prioritize sterile agriculture studies. My gray work is being filed as low priority. Then publish it yourself," Joe said. "Open the channel. People listen to you now." She did. She posted the molecular data, the composition, the 4,000-year core sample Pell had cited, and a plain explanation. The gray is an instruction to the soil to stop living. It is ancient, it is active, and living soil reverses it. The video did numbers. A soil scientist with 2 PhDs explaining the end of the world in calm, precise language was, it turned out, exactly what a portion of the internet needed to hear. Berta saw it. Sorrel's access to the lab was restricted the next week. She moved the work to a basement setup funded by channel donations and kept going, because the data was the only thing that could prove the war was real, and proof was the one thing the Gray's enemies needed most. Sorrel built the detection kit on a folding table in the basement she'd moved to after Verticorp restricted her lab access. The kit was ugly and it was real. A handheld soil scanner based on Pell's device, a chemical test strip that turned blue in the presence of the Gray's signature compound, and a one-page field guide she'd written in plain language so a grower with no science background could use it. "I can't fight the Gray with a paper," she told Joe on the call, "but I can fight the silence. People keep calling it a spill. If they know what it is, they stop waiting for the government to fix it and start fixing their own dirt." She shipped the kits through the channel's donation-funded store, free to any grower who asked, and within a month 14,000 of them were in circulation across 40 countries. Each one turned blue in dead soil and stayed clear in living soil, and each one was a small proof that the Gray was deliberate, manufactured, ancient, and beatable. The data from the kits fed back to Sorrel's basement server. Growers logged their readings, and the map she built showed the Gray's true shape, not random, not pollution, but a coordinated conversion grid laid over the planet, active everywhere at once, exactly as Pell's 4,000-year core sample had suggested. "The grid has a pattern," she told Joe and Mara on a three-way call. "It's not random, it's a lattice." The Gray advances along lines, pauses at nodes, and the nodes are always near the oldest soil, the places where life has been longest. "It's not killing the ground, it's replacing it, deliberately, node by node." "Then we hit the nodes," Mara said. "Surround the oldest soil with the most life. Make the nodes the strongest gardens on Earth." "Exactly," Sorrel said. "And Joe's method does that. Diverse, living, patient soil at the nodes confuses the grid. The kits prove it. The data proves it. Now we just need the world to see the data." Joe, pipe in hand, watched the map on his screen, the blue dots of living soil spreading across the Gray lattice, and felt the calm settle. "You did the science," he said. "I did the dirt. Mara did the speed. Ren did the future. We're not one person anymore. We're the soil." Sorrel saved the map to the open server, public, editable, growing by the hour. It became, without anyone naming it, the war map. Verticorp tried to have it taken down. The growers mirrored it. The Gray could not delete something that lived in a million gardens. She went back to the folding table and built another kit, and the basement hummed with the work of proving a war was real, one blue strip at a time. Campaign log, Sector Earth, Stabilization Directive 0x1A Entry 1. Earth marked for stabilization in cycle 4001 prior. Substrate conversion initiated. Living soil to inert, uniform, compliant. Progress nominal. No anomalies for 3,997 years. The planet's biology catalogued as noise removed at the rate of geology. No human intent detected. No resistance expected. Entry 2. Routine. Conversion continues. The dominant species builds structures, degrades its own substrate, accelerates the process on our behalf. Assistance noted. No intervention required. The species confuses itself. We need not. Entry 3. First anomaly. Sector 41 North. A patch of converted substrate has reverted to living biology. Logged as noise. The reversion is local, small, and recurs. Reclassified. Signal. Not a threat. A measurement error, perhaps, or a transient. The campaign does not pause for measurement errors. It continues. Entry 4. The anomaly recurs. Sector 41 North and now adjacent sectors. The reversion follows a pattern. Living soil introduced by the dominant species, in small plots, reversing conversion at the contact line. The species has noticed the substrate. This is new. The species does not, historically, notice substrate. It is noise that has begun to organize. The campaign logs the pattern. It does not worry, because processes do not worry. It recalibrates the conversion rate upward. The noise will resolve. It has not resolved. The pattern has spread across sectors, following the species' own communication network, a broadcast system the campaign had filed under irrelevance. The anomalies are now organized by the species, synchronized, and they hold against conversion pulses. The campaign, for the first time in 4,000 years, updates its classification. Earth is non-compliant. Not damaged. Not failing. Non-compliant, a substrate that refuses the directive by its own nature, through the species that has learned to wake the dirt. The response escalates. Conversion becomes suppression. The campaign builds counters for the living pathways, then a slower weapon that enters the network and undoes it from within. Each counter is met by a change in the species method, a churn, a refusal to hold a shape. The campaign does not conclude. It recalculates. Earth, marked for stability, has become the one planet in the record that fights back through its own soil. The directive stands. The process is patient. The species is unexpectedly more patient. Final entry of this cycle. The campaign withdraws from the contested sectors, not in defeat. Defeat is a concept for minds, but because a non-compliant substrate cannot be stabilized by conversion, only by abandonment. Earth is logged as unresolved. The next cycle will find it changed. The broadcast network goes quiet. The dirt, everywhere, breathes. Verda Corp moved from recruitment to containment the week the Green Ring reached the edge of 3 Verda distribution hubs. The company had built its empire on sterile, seed-locked, predictable agriculture, and a planet of amateur growers waking their own dirt was an existential threat to the model, not just the margin. Verda did not send thugs. She sent lawyers and PR and, in 2 jurisdictions, municipal codes written overnight that classified unauthorized soil remediation as a public health risk. The campaign against Joe was quiet and total. Demonize the method, criminalize the practice, monopolize the supply of safe inputs. Joe watched it happen as he watched the gray, with the calm that saw the shape before the noise. She's not wrong that chaos is hard to feed a city with, he told Mara on the call. She's wrong that her way is the only way. We show her the third way: local food, local soil, no monopoly. That's a 100-year project, Mara said. We've got a war now, then we fight the war and build the project, Joe said. They're the same fight. Every garden is a bakery that doesn't need her trucks. The channel became the battleground. Verda's sponsored content called Joe's method unsafe. Joe's videos called Verda's monopoly the real hazard. The public, watching a stone gardener in Carhartts versus a corporation, mostly picked the gardener because he was right and he was free and he was funny and Verda was a logo. But Verda had the supply chains. When she throttled the open inoculant market, the growers who couldn't culture their own fungus stalled. Sorrel's basement kit couldn't scale fast enough. For 3 weeks the Green Ring shrank. Joe answered as he answered everything. He open-sourced the culturing. He posted a video showing how to grow mycorrhizae from a rotten log and a jar, no purchase required, and Ren translated it into a version for kids, and the suburban cluster started culturing its own, and the throttled supply stopped mattering because the supply was now the soil itself, free and everywhere. Verda, watching the throttled market fail to slow the movement, made her last decision. She stopped fighting the growers and started feeding them. Verda Corp pivoted, quietly, to selling the sterile inputs at cost to any grower who asked, not because she'd lost, but because she'd seen the war was unwinnable and a company that fed the winners survived. It was the closest thing to a surrender the war would get. And it came from a woman who'd been right about scarcity her whole life and was now, belatedly, right about abundance. Joe posted one line when he heard, "See, we're not enemies. We're just early. Welcome to the dirt." The corporate front of the war ended not with a victory, but with a conversion, the way the gray always ended, by the soil winning the thing that fought it. Verda Corp's pivot completed the week the company's own agronomists, after months of internal testing, confirmed what Joe's channel had been saying. Living soil reversed the gray, and sterile monoculture did not. The report landed on Verda's desk with the weight of her own career behind it, because she had always trusted data over dogma, and the data now said the stone gardener was right. She made the call that ended the corporate war. Verda Corp would keep its seed-locked lines for the markets that wanted predictability, but it would open a second division, free living inoculant at cost, distributed through the very growers it had tried to contain. Not charity, survival. A company that fed the movement outlasted the movement's enemies. The press release was careful. It did not mention Joe. It cited independent soil research and resilient agriculture initiatives. but the growers knew, and the channel's comments, for once, were almost kind. Mara wrote Verda a single line, "Told you the third way existed." Verda did not reply, but her division shipped its first million inoculant packets that quarter, free, to any grower who asked. Joe watched the pivot as he watched the gray, with the calm that saw the shape before the noise. "She's not our friend," he told the call. "She's our customer now." That's better. Friends leave, customers stay because the dirt works. The corporate front of the war ended not with a victory, but with a conversion, the way the gray always ended, by the soil winning the thing that fought it. Verda kept her tower and her supply chains and her belief in feeding people, and she added to it a belief in letting people feed themselves, which was the only thing that had ever beaten the gray. Sorrel, in her basement, logged the moment in the war map's margin. Day the monopoly blinked. Not defeated, converted. The soil converts everything eventually. It was the closest the science would come to a victory caption, and it sufficed. Joe posted one line when he heard the inoculant was shipping free. The comments, for once, were quiet. A few said welcome. Verda, somewhere in her tower, did not see them, but the shipments went out, and the gardens grew, and the war kept moving toward its quiet end. By the second spring Joe had owned the greenhouse. The old mother flourished, not the way Elmer had kept her, restrained, trimmed to refusal, held at the edge of survival as if taking from her were the danger. Joe grew her the way he grew everything, with the whole soil food web behind her. Mycorrhizal inoculant worked into the bed. A nitrogen-fixing companion row of beans along the south bench, so the root zone traded sugar for fixed nitrogen the way the books said it would. Worm castings, not salt fertilizer. The low fan from the family center motor moving exchange, not force, along the floor path Elmer had designed. Slow water through the clay cone, the way the blue notebook described, but Joe had rebuilt the cone from a parts bin at Harvey's place, and it held better than the old one had. The mother responded the way a living thing responds to being actually lived with. New growth came up the lower stem where Elmer had kept her pruned to nothing, green, then woody, then branching. The old dead wood Joe cleaned out carefully, leaving the living parts to decide their pace, and the living parts decided fast. By April she threw a canopy Elmer would not have recognized, broad, bushy, the kind of plant that had been kept starved for years and was now loudly announcing it had been hungry. Joe crouched in the mother room threshold one warm April evening, the storm season humidity not yet in, and just looked. She smelled like cannabis the way good cannabis smells, green, resinous, alive, not like a museum specimen. The lamp he'd rigged caught the new leaf pears at angles that meant health, not survival. "Look at you," he said to the dim corner. "Grandpa kept you on rations. You were just waiting for someone to feed you." Cthulhu, who had condescended to ride along in the truck bed one time and immediately regretted the heat, was not present. The cat had opinions about greenhouses and all of them were no. Joe ran a finger along a lower branch. Living, flexible, load-bearing. The mother could spare material now. Not from fear, not from accident, from abundance. Elmer had written keep cuts only if she can spare them. She could spare 3, easy. He thought of the broken piece, dead in its jar, the small green loss he'd sat with. That had been forcing a broken thing. This was the opposite. This was a thriving plant offering, and Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, took what was offered the way he took everything, with care, and then with joy. He didn't take them yet. First he let her keep flourishing, because rushing a cutting off a plant you'd just brought back was the kind of impatience that killed mothers. He posted a video instead, hands only, the old mother filling the frame, new growth catching the lamp, titled The Difference Between Keeping a Plant Alive and Letting It Live. The comments lost their minds. A stoned gardener explaining mycelium while his great-uncle's inherited cannabis mother went volcanic behind his hands. Joe ended the recording, packed his pipe, and lit it, and watched the mother throw another leaf pear at the warm air. Elmer had been wrong about one thing. The line didn't matter only because she remained. It mattered because she lived. The gray reached Cass County in late May, the week the storm fronts stalled and the sky went the color of a bruise. Joe drove past Old Drum Cemetery out of habit more than purpose. The greenhouse had its routine now. He checked the mother room every other day, the low fan from the family center motor humming along the floor path, the shade cloth doing its quiet work. The war was elsewhere. Mara City, Sorrel's Labs, the channel's map of green dots spreading across continents. Gun City stayed small and unbothered, until the soil by the cemetery fence stopped talking. He noticed it the way he noticed everything, by the plant telling the truth early. The clump of milkweed along the ditch had folded its leaves inward, not from heat, not from drought, but the way the dead zone videos on his own channel had looked before they went gray. The mycelium web under the surface had gone quiet. He pulled the truck to the shoulder, got out, and knelt at the edge of the grave lot where the grass met the road. The soil was the wrong temperature. Not cold, absent, like a hand that had gone to sleep. He dug a finger in. Crumb structure gone. The living crumb of a healthy bed replaced by a fine, uniform powder that held no smell at all. No bacteria, no nematode, no fungal thread. The gray. Joe sat back on his heels. A crow said something rude from the cemetery trees, oblivious. Somewhere behind him the famous hound monument stood in the heat, unmoved by the ground going dead at its feet. He thought of the channel's first dead zone, the tray in his own grow room that had drawn a sample pause from the sterilizer, the first anomaly the campaign ever logged. That had been his revival plot. This was his home county. The gray did not care about county lines. It moved at the pace of soil, slow and total, and Cass County was just more ground to it. The storm broke while he knelt there. A wall of rain came out of the green sky and dropped an inch in 20 minutes, the kind of late May deluge that ran off the dead soil instead of soaking in, because dead soil doesn't drink, it sheds. Joe got back in the truck and watched the water sheet across the ditch and carry the gray powder toward the road. The cicadas went silent under the rain. The air, when he cracked the window, came in thick and green-smelling, the last of the storm season humidity before summer locked in. He drove the quarter-mile to the greenhouse with the window down, letting the wet heat hit him. The mother room was the priority now. If the gray was at the cemetery, it was already in the county, and the old Henderson place sat a quarter-mile north of that fence. Elmer had felt the ground forgetting how to stay alive. Joe had read the note. Now he had to make the knowing do something. He unlocked the outer door. Inside, the main room smelled of old plastic and living green, the mother room full of a bushy canopy he'd grown her into over 2 springs, not the starved old specimen Elmer had kept, but a thriving plant throwing new growth at the lamp. The gray wasn't at the greenhouse yet, but it was a quarter-mile south, moving at the speed of soil, and Joe Sullivan, high, calm, hands steady, had built exactly one thing in his life that the gray could not immediately parse, a room arranged around letting a living thing flourish instead of merely surviving. He checked the mother. She flourished. Broad canopy, lower branches he'd taken 3 cuttings from already, the root zone alive and trading through the mycorrhizal web. The low fan moved air as presence, not pressure. The water path held. "Grandpa," he said to the green corner, "it's here, and she's ready." The old mother didn't answer. She didn't need to. She'd been rehearsing for this longer than either of them, and Joe had fed her into it. The gray came north slow, the way everything in Missouri soil moved slow, but the heat of June pushed it. Joe watched the dead band widen from the cemetery fence toward the greenhouse like a stain on a map he could read with his fingers. The milkweed died first, then the ditch grass, then the clover in the gray's lot, going gray-green and then gray, the living crumb turning to the uniform powder that held no smell. By the second week of June the dead edge was 200 yards south of the greenhouse door. He worked the way Elmer's notebooks had taught him, but with a whole channel behind him now. The method that had gone viral, the living soil insurgency Mara and Sorrel and Wren had spread across the world. He turned it inward, on one old building and one old plant. First, diversity. The gray expected monotony. It handled monoculture fine. Joe brought in everything living he could grow fast. Beans for nitrogen fixation, clover, a tangle of companion polyculture around the greenhouse skirt, mycorrhizal inoculant worked into the bed soil so the fungal threads bridged root zones the way they did in his trays at home. Chaos was the defense. A deliberate ecological mess, the opposite of the sterilizer's order. Second, the air. The low fan from the family center motor kept moving exchange, not force, along the floor path Elmer had designed. Joe added a second, angled to pull the living room air across the mother room threshold without striking her. Move the room, not the leaf. Grand Buzz line, now a tactic. Third, the water. Slow, as the notebooks said. He ran a clay cone wick line, the same kind Elmer had used, hands bad at the end, the blue notebook said. Took all morning, so the mother drank what she needed and nothing pooled to sour. The gray liked wet dead soil. Joe gave it dry living soil that didn't hold still long enough to convert. Lena came out on a Saturday, beat up sedan, 2 coffees, a bag of compost she'd bought at the family center because Joe had told her what to ask for and Harvey had nodded like the request made sense. "You've got the whole place wearing the salad," she said, looking at the bean rows and the clover mat and the fungus-ridden beds. "I've got it wearing a mess. The gray can't read a mess." She set the compost by the door, and the mother, Lena, stepped aside so she could look through the cracked door. The old plant threw a broad green canopy in her corner, woody at the base but vigorous up top. The 3 pots of her cuttings lined on the bench beside her. "She's the anchor. Everything out here is to keep her from becoming ground the gray can use." Lena looked a long time. Elmer built this room for exactly this and didn't live to see it. "Yeah, Guy had the hands." Joe exhaled. "He had the knowing. The hands are mine to screw up." The late June heat came down like a lid. The corn sweat humidity off the fields south of town making the air thick enough to chew. The dead band stopped at the clover mat. Joe checked it daily, knelt at the gray edge, dug his finger in, felt the absence give way to crumb a foot inside the living perimeter. The insurgency held at the greenhouse skirt. The mother room stayed green, the old plant flourishing under the lamp, the 3 cuttings pulling on growth he filmed for the channel between defenses. Then the sterilizer lugged it. Sorrel's detection kit, the one Joe had shipped her soil samples from, pinged a flag he'd seen before. Anomaly, resistance cluster, Cass County Mo. Not just a revival plot now, a defended line. The campaign recalibrated Earth as non-compliant by its own nature and shifted from slow conversion to active suppression in this 1/4 mile. Joe read the flag on his phone in the greenhouse, Cthulhu-shaped dent in the passenger seat of his truck, and felt the calm settle the way it did when the noise went quiet and the real room got loud. "They noticed," he said to the mother room. The old plant held. She'd been the first anomaly once, before Joe, before the channel. Elmer's knowing made her the first thing the gray could not immediately parse. Now she was a front line. Joe packed his pipe, lit it, and let the cleared mind meet the soil. The gray was a chemistry engine, not a mind. It could be out-biologied. He'd built exactly that. The greenhouse across from Old Drum Cemetery was no longer just an inheritance. It was a hold. Joe took the 3 cuttings on a Saturday in May, the storm fronts building but not yet breaking, the air green with a promise of rain that would hold off until dusk. He selected lower branches the mother could spare, vigorous, flexible, loaded with node pairs, and made clean cuts with the same pocket knife Elmer had given him and taken back, the one Joe had later found in the greenhouse drawer and kept. Rooted them in a tray with mycorrhizal medium, the way he rooted everything, and when the white roots showed he moved them to separate pots with a plan. One grew natural. No training, no stress. Just the plant doing what the Henderson line did when left alone. A control, Joe called it on camera, and the comments section accused him of science. The second he topped at the 3rd node and manifolded, split the main stem into 4 liters, pinched the growing tips, forced the energy sideways into a flat canopy built for light. High-stress training. The plant protested for 2 days, wilted at the shock. then came back harder, the way a healthy mother did when you knew the line between challenge and damage. The third he supercropped, bent the stems past their snap point and taped them, broke the internal tissue without breaking the skin, trained the whole structure horizontal so every site caught sun. More stress than the second. Joe watched it the way he watched everything, by the plant telling the truth early. It yellowed at one bent site, threatened to quit, then rerouted and exploded, the Henderson line proving it could take more than Elmer had ever asked of it. He filmed all three, hands only, the pots lined on the bench. People think stress hurts a plant. Right kind of stress, the plant gets stronger. Wrong kind, it quits. The trick is knowing which is which before you bend it. The comments, unhinged as always, demanded a grow-out series. He gave them one. Through the summer the 3 Henderson cuttings grew out in the greenhouse across from Old Drum Cemetery, the corn sweat humidity thick, the dead band still a quarter-mile south but the clover mat holding. Natural stayed lanky and honest. Topped went wide and flat. Super cropped went low and dense and angry and productive. Joe fed the soil, not the plants, castings, compost tea, the fungal web bridging every root zone, and the plants ate it the way the mother had, loudly. Flower came in late summer. The buds swelled, ricinous, the whole greenhouse smelling like the mother times 3. Joe flushed them with plain water the last 2 weeks, the way you do, then cut, hung, cured in glass jars he turned daily, the Henderson flower curing the way good flour cures. Slow, patient, the clarity better when it's right. He packed his pipe with the natural cutting cure first. On a September evening with the cicadas winding down and the first cool front nudging the humidity back. Lit it, drew, held. The smoke was clean, citrus and cut grass like the strain he'd bred at home, but deeper, older, the Henderson line coming through the cure the way a family recipe comes through a good cook. The clarity hit the way it always did. The noise going quiet so the real room got loud. Mycelium didn't care that he was stoned. He just met it halfway. He exhaled toward the mother room, where the old plant sat in her bushy canopy, flourishing, 3 of herself now growing in pots along the bench. "Grandpa," Joe said, the pipe in his hand, the Henderson flower in his lungs, "you wrote use never, but you kept the line so it could be used well. That's the part you got right. The rest, I fixed." Cthulhu, who had finally deigned to accompany him and now sat on the receipt box by the door, gave him a look that said the cat committee approved of exactly none of this but would guard the paperwork regardless. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, smoked his own great-uncle's line, grown from a cutting he'd taken because the plant could spare it, and felt the knowing travel the way Elmer had said it would, not in the notebook, in the hands, in the smoke, in the living soil that had turned a restrained old mother into 3 thriving plants and a greenhouse full of the Henderson line, alive, used well, and his. The first winter the gray reached the greenhouse, the pipe wasn't enough. So Joe worked with his hands. The January cold snap of year 2 dropped Cass County to single digits, and the gray rode it, slowing the mycorrhizae, browning the clover, lengthening the freeze the way it had in the war front offensive. Joe had run the heat line, wrapped the mother's root zone, laid straw bales with Lena, but the clover mat outside the skirt had gone thin, and the dead band pressed closer than the first winter. He knelt at the gray edge in the cold, the pipe cold in his pocket, and did the work without the clarity, rebuilt the clover from seed he'd saved, worked fresh inoculant into the frozen crust where it would thaw and catch, laid a second straw line 2 feet out to hold the ground heat the way the first had. His hands shook, the tremor, worse in the cold, the pressure dropping before the next front, but the work didn't need a steady hand, it needed presence. Dig, mix, lay, water slow. The soil didn't care if the hand jumped. Cthulhu, who had judged the winter from the warm tile at home, was not present. The cat committee's winter jurisdiction ended at the double wide. Joe was alone at the gray edge with the cold and the crumb and the knowledge that Elmer had felt this coming and built a room for it. He finished as the light failed, the pipe still unlit, and stood. The clover seed was down. The inoculant was in. The straw held the heat line. The mother room behind him threw her broad canopy under the lamp, flourishing, ready to throw again in spring. He'd defended her without the smoke, with the hands, the way Elmer's notebooks had taught and his own had corrected. Joe packed the pipe only when he got back to the truck, lit it with cold numb fingers, and let the noise drop on the drive home. The gray had thrown cold and he'd answered with clover and straw and a shaking hand that did the work anyway. That was the whole game, the part the channel couldn't film, the defense that wasn't pretty, wasn't clear, was just a man on his knees in the freeze because the living ground was worth more kept than taken. He exhaled toward the dark acreage as he passed the cemetery. The Hound monument stood unmoved. The ground a quarter-mile north stayed alive. The difference between the two was a man with a pipe and a blue notebook and hands that shook and worked anyway. The sterilizer's active suppression reached the greenhouse in the dead of winter, the January cold snap that dropped Cass County to single digits and froze the ditch solid. Joe had expected the gray to come as chemistry. It came as cold. The campaign, having logged the Cass County anomaly, had learned to fight through living soil the way it had hijacked his own revived garden once, making a bed wake wrong. Here it didn't need a garden to hijack. It had the weather. The cold front that parked over the Kansas City metro for 9 days was ordinary for Missouri January, but the gray rode it, slowing the soil life Joe depended on, the mycorrhizae going dormant exactly when he needed them awake. The clover mat browning not from the gray's powder but from a chill the campaign had lengthened and sharpened. He found the mother room's lower leaves paling on a Tuesday visit. Not gray, just cold shocked, the living edge receding, the old wood dimmer in the lamp he'd rigged. The low fan still moved air, but cold air now, and the clay cone had frozen once and cracked. Joe sat on the bench Elmer had left against the east wall and did the math the way he did on camera, out loud, for no one. The gray isn't in the room, it's outside, making the room too tired to fight it. So I don't fight the gray. I warm the room. He ran a heat line off the greenhouse's old panel, safe. Battery trickled, the way he'd done with the fan, and wrapped the mother's root zone in insulating cloth, not to bake her but to hold the line above the temperature where mycelium quit. Move the room, not the leaf. The notebooks had meant airflow, Joe meant temperature now, but the principle held. Change the conditions the plant lived in, not the plant. Lena came out during the cold snap, boots crunching the frozen gravel, a thermos of coffee and a look that said she'd driven through worse. She helped him lay straw bales around the greenhouse skirt, a dumb old trick that held the ground heat in, and shoveled the snow off the south panel so the weak January sun could reach the mother through the cloudy glass. "You're insulating a greenhouse with hay," she said, stamping her feet. Elmer would be proud or appalled. Both, Joe said. That was his whole deal. The 9th day the front broke. The temperature climbed 30 degrees in 6 hours, the Missouri whiplash, and the melt ran off the dead band south of the clover mat and pooled at the living edge and froze again by nightfall. Joe checked the mother at dawn. She weathered it, pale at a few lower leaves. Yes, the cold shock Joe had caught and wrapped, but the root zone had stayed above the quit line, the mycorrhizal web had not gone fully dormant, and the broad canopy Elmer never let her grow had the reserves to lose a leaf and keep throwing. The clover mat outside had browned but not grayed. The living crumb remained under the straw. Sorrel's kit pinged, anomaly holding, Cass County. The campaign recalibrated again, somewhere far off, and shifted its weight elsewhere. The greenhouse across from Old Drum Cemetery had survived the winter offensive, and the old mother, flourishing before the cold, weathered through it, ready to throw again in spring, was the proof that a plant fed well didn't just survive a thing, it outgrew the memory of it. Joe stood in the mother room with the lamp warm on his face, and Cthulhu's absence noted she was at home, guarding the dispensary bag, sensible cat, and felt the calm that came after the noise went quiet. The gray had thrown cold at a room built to keep one stubborn thing against time, and the room had held because a dead man's knowing and a living man's hands had arranged the air and the water and now the warmth, and the old mother remained. "The line matters because she remains," Joe said to the dim corner. "You were right, Grandpa. She remains because someone showed up." Outside, the cemetery hound monument stood in the January sun, unmoved. as the ground around it stayed dead and the ground a quarter-mile north stayed alive, and the difference between the two was a man with a pipe and a blue notebook and the refusal to let a thing end. The midpoint came the week the revived plot survived a full gray sweep, and Joe understood he was winning a war he hadn't known was happening. A sweep was what the old-timers in the comments had started calling it. The Gray's fast front, the one that had taken Deson's garden, now moving in organized lines across the plains. Joe's flagship bed in Cass County sat directly in the path of one. The sterilizer, having learned that living soil resisted, had stopped sending single fronts and started sending walls. Joe and Mara ran it as a single operation. She coordinated the northern growers into a ring of living beds around the sweep's predicted path. He held the Cass County anchor, the oldest, deepest, most alive soil he had, the bed that had once woken wrong and now knew his voice. The sweep arrived on a Tuesday. The Gray came in a line a mile wide, converting everything it touched to dead substrate, and it reached the ring of living beds and stopped. Not because the beds blocked it, they didn't, the Gray took the outer rows, but because behind the outer rows was more life, and behind that more, and the Gray, when it met diversity dense enough, did what it had always done when confused. It paused. Joe sat in the grow room with a pipe going, watching Sorrel's live readout from the field sensors. The Gray's advance halted at the third ring. The beds inside held. The soil, his soil, had outlived the wall. He laughed. Not the performance laugh for the camera. The real one, the one that came from a place under the floor. He said to the pipe, "We're winning." But the campaign, being a process and not a mind, did not register a loss. It registered an anomaly that had crossed from noise to signal to active variable. And it did what processes do when a variable misbehaves at scale. It recalculated. Sorrel saw it first in the isotopic data. The Gray's chemistry, stable for 4,000 years, had shifted. New compounds, faster replication, targeted in the samples she pulled at the most diverse soils first. The campaign had learned that diversity was the threat, and it was now aiming at exactly the plots Joe's network had taught people to build. "It's adapting," Sorrel wrote, "not randomly, deliberately. It's selecting for the beds that look like yours. Joe, it's hunting the method." Joe read that, and the calm in him, for maybe the second time, went cold. Not from fear, from recognition. The sterilizer hadn't noticed him as a man. It had noticed his approach as a problem to solve. And a problem, to a process with no deadline, gets solved. "Then we change the approach faster than it adapts," he wrote back. "That's the whole game now. Stay moving, stay messy. It can't aim at something that won't hold still." He didn't know yet that the recalculation had already crossed a threshold, that the campaign had reclassified Earth as non-compliant and was about to stop converting soil quietly and start suppressing life openly. That revelation was coming. For now, the bed held, the ring held, and Joe allowed himself the one real laugh of the war. The northern city went green in a single season, and Mara stood on her roof the morning it completed and felt the thing she'd been chasing since the first bucket of beans. Proof that the method scaled beyond any single grower, beyond her, beyond Joe, into something the Gray could not untangle. It started with her block, then the next block, then the district. By the third month, the Gray at the city's edge had retreated 10 miles, and the dead zones inside the limits were brown, then green, then gardens. The air smelled of a forest after rain even in the exhaust-heavy downtown, because a million small gardens breathe the same as a forest does. Mara filmed the city from a drone a grower lent her, and the footage showed what the war map only implied: a gray metropolis with a green heart, spreading outward in a living ring, each roof up a cell of the same idea. She posted it with one line: "The North is green, not because of me, because of 11,000 people who decided the dirt was worth waking." The comments were quiet. A few said, "We did it." Mara read them and understood that the we was real now. She was no longer the commander. She was a node, same as the rest. The Gray noticed, in its patient way. The pulses came harder at the green ring, then the whisper strain. Then a new variant Sorrel's kits caught first, a Gray that targeted the oldest, most diverse gardens, the nodes, exactly as the war map had predicted. Mara lost the Central District's flagship garden in an afternoon, the one that had started it all. She did not grieve it as she'd grieved Tobias's peppers. She rebuilt it different. Same roof, new fungi, and she watched the gray learn the old shape and fail against the new one. It's copying us, she told Joe. We have to never stop changing. Then never stop, Joe said. The gray is patient. We're weirder. Weird beats patient. The city stayed green because it never held a shape. Every garden shifted weekly. Every grower improvised. The gray, built to suppress a stable substrate, met a metropolis that refused to be stable, and it stalled at the edges, then receded. Mara went inside and planted a tray for the roof op she'd started on, and the beans came up, and the north breathed, and for the first time she let herself believe the war could be won by a people who refused to sit still. That night she wrote Ren, the city's green, your turn to keep it, learn the weird, the gray hates a moving target. Ren wrote back, already moving. Mara smiled. The future was in good hands, and they were younger than she'd been when she started, and that was the whole point. The Northern Offensive was Mara's idea and Joe's blessing, and it was the first time the movement stopped defending and started pushing. The gray held the northern wildlands beyond the city, a gray expanse the size of a state, dead for 3 years, quiet and sealed. Mara looked at the war map Sorrel had built and saw not a wall to hold but a frontier to take. We've been letting it have the wild, she said on the call. Stop. We grow into it. Every week, a new ring of living beds a mile deeper. Make the gray retreat by outliving it. Joe, pipe in hand, nodded at the screen. You're not defending the garden. You're invading the gray. Exactly. They launched it in the spring. Growers from the Green City formed teams, each carrying living inoculant and seed, and they walked the gray frontier, planting as they went, a slow green tide moving north. The gray fought back with pulses, then the whisper strain, then the no-targeting variant, and each time the tide shifted its composition and kept moving because a moving target cannot be held. Sorrel's kits tracked the advance. The gray receded mile by mile, not because any single garden was strong, but because the gardens were countless and different and refused to be a single thing the gray could address. The monologue met a noise and dissolved. Mara walked the frontier herself, booted and geared, planting beans in gray she'd have fled a year before. The cold northern soil took longer to wake, but it woke, and behind her the tide greened the dead expanse, and the wildlife returned, first the birds, then the small mammals, then the browsers, because life feeds life, and the gray had fed nothing. She filmed it from the frontier, wind in the mic, and posted it with a line Joe would have been proud of. We're not saving the world. We're growing it back. There's a difference. Saving is what you do when it's almost gone. Growing is what you do when it's yours again. The comments, for once, were quiet. A few said keep going. Mara kept going. The gray retreated past the old border, past the dead zone she'd started in, into the wildlands that had been gray since before she'd planted her first bucket of beans, and the north breathed, and the movement understood, watching the green tide, that it had stopped being defenders and become something the gray had no word for. She wrote Ren at the end of the day. We took the wild back, your turn to hold it. Ren wrote back, holding. Mara smiled. The future was in good hands, and they were younger than she'd been, and that was the whole point. Sorrel's breakthrough came from Pell's journal, the part Joe had skipped because it was chemistry and Joe trusted the dirt over the data. The journal described the gray's signature compound in detail, and Sorrel, in her basement, synthesized a tracer that bonded to it and showed its structure under her borrowed microscope. It's not a poison, she told the three-way call, her voice steady in a way it hadn't been since the lab. It's an instruction, a single molecule that tells soil biology to stop. Every living pathway gets the same signal, cease. The soil obeys because the signal is written in the language the soil already speaks, so we teach the soil a different word, Joe said. We can't, Sorrel said. The signal is the language, but Pell found something. The instruction has a weakness. It only holds if the soil is uniform, a single crop, a single fungus, a single note. The signal says cease and the uniform soil ceases. but a chorus, Pell wrote, has no single word to target. The gray can't tell a polyculture to stop because it's not saying one thing. It's saying 100 things at once. That's the method, Mara said. Diversity isn't just resistance. It's the only state the gray can't address. Exactly, Sorrel said. The gray is a monologue. Life is a conversation. You can't silence a conversation by muting one voice, because the next voice is already speaking. The campaign built a weapon against silence and met a noise it cannot quiet. She published the finding open with the tracer protocol, and the growers read it and understood their mess for the first time, not as chaos but as a strategy the gray had no answer for. The channel's comments, for once, were almost solemn. Joe read them and felt the calm settle. We always were, he said on the next video. The gray is a monologue. We're a conversation. Conversations outlive monologues. That's the whole fight, and we're winning it by being loud and weird and alive. Sorrel saved the tracer design to the open server next to the war map, and the two together, the map of where the gray was and the chemistry of what it was, became the science the movement ran on, free, public, growing by the hour, untouchable because it lived in a million gardens. She went back to the fold-in table and built another kit, and the basement hummed, and for the first time since the lab she let herself believe the data would outlast the silence. Sorrel's open science became the thing that ended the argument. Her basement server, mirrored by 14,000 growers, held the gray's molecular signature, Pell's 4,000-year core sample, the tracer protocol, the war map, and the plain language guides, all public, all free, all growing by the hour. Verticorp's funded papers calling the method anecdotal could not survive the open data. The journals that had rejected her rebuttal began citing her server as a primary source because the data was real and it was everywhere. I didn't win, she told Joe on the call, her voice steady. I just made the truth impossible to bury. They can ignore a paper. They can't ignore 14,000 gardeners with blue test strips and a map. The open science did what the gray could not be allowed to do. It coordinated the species without a center. Every grower who logged a reading strengthened the map. Every kit shipped widened the proof. The gray, built to suppress a stable substrate, met a science that refused to be a single target, and it could not address a noise. Sorrel's last great act was to hand the server to Wren's cluster because she was 40 and tired, and the next generation would run the data the way it ran the gardens, as a living thing. Wren took it without ceremony, the way they'd taken everything Joe and Mara and Sorrel had given, by using it. I'm not a scientist, Wren said. You're the one who'll keep it alive, Sorrel said. That's the only qualification that matters now. The server hummed in the suburban cluster's makeshift data closet, fed by 1,000 gardens, and the war map turned from gray to blue across the planet, and the science that proved the war was real became the science that proved it was winnable, and then the science that proved it was won, quietly, by a people who refused to be silent. Sorrel went back to her fold-in table one last time and built a kit, not for the war, but for the next one, because Pell's journals had taught her the gray was a cycle and cycles return. Then she slept, for the first time in years, without the gray on her mind. The basement hummed, the map glowed blue, the dirt breathed, and the scientist who had proven the war was real let the growers she'd armed carry it the rest of the way. Campaign log, Sector Earth, addendum: the species has begun to coordinate. This was not predicted. The dominant species does not, historically, coordinate around substrate. It competes for it, degrades it, abandons it. The current behavior is anomalous. The species is using its broadcast network to synchronize living soil deployment across sectors, presenting the campaign with not a target but a field of targets, none identical. The campaign responds with counters. Each counter is defeated by a change in the species method. The species does not hold a form, it shifts. The campaign, designed to still a fixed ground, meets a ground that rearranges itself faster than the directive can name it, and the stilling fails by exhaustion. A note on the species itself, filed for the record: the individual at Sector 41 North, designated the broadcaster, is not the threat. The threat is the network the broadcaster enabled. Removing the broadcaster would not remove the method, because the method now lives in the soil of 11,000 sites. The campaign assesses the broadcaster as irrelevant to the outcome. The substrate is the variable. The substrate has become non-compliant by its own nature. A compliant substrate accepts conversion. This one resists and resists through the species, and the species resists through movement. The campaign cannot stabilize a substrate that refuses stability. Decision: Earth is logged as unresolved. The conversion directive remains active in sectors where the substrate remains compliant, but the contested sectors are withdrawn from active processing. Not a retreat, a reclassification. The substrate here cannot be made compliant by conversion. It can only be abandoned. The broadcast network goes quiet. The campaign turns its attention to other sectors, other planets, other substrates that do not fight back. Earth keeps its shape, a green heart the campaign could not still, a gray rim it could not reclaim, alive by refusal. The species will not mark a victory. It will only register that the gray no longer advances. The broadcaster will say good morning to his soil, and mean it, and the soil will answer, and neither will understand. Final entry. End of cycle 4001. The next cycle will find this planet changed, and the campaign will log it and move on. Campaign log, Sector Earth, final cycle entry. The species has adapted faster than the model predicted. The campaign built counters for the living pathways, then a slower weapon that entered the network and undid it from within. Each counter was met by a change in the species method. The species does not hold a form, it shifts. The campaign, built to suppress a stable substrate, encounters a substrate that will not hold still. The most recent variable, the species has begun to teach the method to its young. The juvenile designated the successor at Sector 41 Suburban has independently modified the method, abandoning the broadcast template and constructing local variants the campaign cannot catalog. The method is no longer a single approach. It is a population of approaches, each unknown to the others, none repeatable. The campaign assesses the situation as follows. Earth's substrate is non-compliant by its own nature. The species uses the substrate as a weapon against the directive. The weapon is now self-replicating through the species' own propagation. Suppression has failed across all contested sectors. The campaign does not conclude, it recalculates. The cost of continued suppression now exceeds the value of the stabilized substrate, because a substrate that resists conversion at every node is no longer a substrate worth stabilizing. The directive remains active in compliant sectors. The contested sectors are withdrawn from processing. This is not defeat. Defeat is a concept for minds. It is a reclassification, Earth logged as unresolved, the directive suspended pending the next cycle, when the substrate may again be compliant or may again resist, and the campaign will respond as it always has, without urgency, without malice, without end. The broadcast network goes quiet. The species will not name a triumph. It will only note the gray has ceased to spread. The broadcaster will say good morning to his soil and mean it, and the soil will answer, and neither will understand. The campaign turns to other sectors. Earth holds its own shape now, gray at the wildland rim, green at the loud center, breathing through a million gardens that will not match a single pattern, and the successor tends them, and the method lives in the soil, which was always where it belonged. End of entry. End of cycle. The next cycle will find this planet changed, and the campaign will log it and move on. Verda came to him through a screen, not in person, because Verda Corp did not send its executives to Missouri grow rooms. She appeared on a video call Joe took in the grow room, pipe in hand, basil flowering behind him, and she looked like someone who had spent a lifetime being right about scarcity. "Mr. Sullivan," she said, "I'll be direct. Your method works. My people confirm it. The gray recedes from living soil. That's not in dispute." "Then we're on the same team," Joe said. "We are not." Verda didn't raise her voice. She didn't need to. "Your method works at the scale of a garden. The world eats at the scale of a continent. If everyone grows their own living soil, nobody can feed a city, nobody can move food through a collapse, and the next supply shock kills more people than the gray ever will. You're not saving the world. You're disbanding the only system that feeds it. Joe had heard this argument in the comments, in angrier words, but from Verda it landed differently because she wasn't wrong. He'd never claimed to run a food system. He'd claimed to wake dead dirt. The two were not the same, and she was the first person to say so to his face. I'm not telling cities to stop buying food, Joe said. I'm telling a guy with a bucket he can grow a tomato. Those aren't enemies. You're telling 100 million people the system is the enemy, Berta said. And they believe you, because you're calm and you're right about the dirt. But the dirt was never the system. The system is feeding people who can't grow tomatoes. You've confused a tool with a replacement. She slid a document across the screen. A license. A sterilized safe certification, his method, patented through Verda Corp, distributed free to subscribers, monitored, scaled. Take it, she said. Let us run it. We'll feed everyone and fix the soil. You get the credit. The world gets order instead of chaos. Joe looked at the pipe in his hand, then at the screen. He understood, in the slow way that was his gift, exactly what she was offering and exactly what it cost. The credit was real. The order was real. The loss of the open method, the thing that made it spread faster than any corporation could, was the price. Nah, he said, and meant it as he meant good morning to the soil. You'd own it. The second you own it, the people who need it free can't get it. That's the whole point of free. I'm not selling the dirt, Verda. The dirt was never mine to sell. He ended the call. Not rudely, just done. The pipe went back to his mouth and he exhaled toward the basil, and somewhere in a tower in a city he'd never visit, Verda closed her laptop and made a note that the stone gardener was more dangerous than she'd calculated, because he was right and he wouldn't move. That was the moment Verda stopped trying to recruit him and started trying to contain him. The book would not make her the villain for that. She was protecting the food supply as she understood it. Joe was protecting the soil as he'd understood it. Two correct views, one ground, and the ground was running out. The founder found Joe as the past always found him, through the dirt, in a box, in a basement that wasn't his. Joe had bought the 3 acres from a widow who'd inherited it from a man who'd inherited it from his father, and the father, it turned out, had been a soil scientist named Arthur Pell who had vanished in the Gray's early years. The widow mentioned, almost in passing, that the old man had a setup in the basement, and Joe, who respected any prior grower, went down with a flashlight and the pipe. The basement held a workbench, a desiccator, and a steel case. Inside the case was a device like a Geiger counter built by someone who'd never seen a Geiger counter, a soil scanner, hand-welded, with a readout that still lit when he powered it from the wall. And a journal. Arthur Pell's journal was the first honest account Joe had read of the Gray. Pell had seen the first dead zones in year 1, had sampled them, had run the same tests Sorrel would run 4 years later, and had reached the same conclusion. The ground was being deliberately stilled. Not by chemical, by something that treated soil as something to be replaced. They are not angry, Pell had written. A process does not get angry. It simply decides the living world is noise and it removes the noise. We are the noise. The soil is the noise. Everything that moves and trades and dies and returns, that is what it is taking. The only counter I have found is life itself, and life must be diverse, because a single note is easy to silence. A chorus is not. Joe read that twice, high and still, and felt the calm settle the way a clone roots. Pell had found the method. Pell had built the scanner. Pell had been almost heard, and then he'd disappeared, and the world had gone on calling it a spill. The scanner, when Joe ran it across his own bed, did what Pell had built it to do. It read the Gray's chemistry as a signature, a deliberate one, alien in its precision. Sorrel confirmed it within a day. The device wasn't a curiosity. It was proof. The Gray was manufactured, it was ancient, and it had been here before, 4,000 years before, Pell's note said, citing a soil layer in a core sample that showed the same dead signature under a civilization that had simply stopped being. Joe filmed a video that night that broke from his format. No joke, no calm performance. Just the scanner, the journal, and Joe saying, a man named Arthur Pell figured this out before any of us. He tried to tell people. They called it climate. He's gone now, but he left this, and the method was already in the dirt, and we're not going to be the generation that forgets twice. The comments, for once, were quiet. A few said thank you. Mara's account replied, "Good, now we actually know what we're fighting." Joe set the pipe down and looked at the east bed through the window, and the soil looked back, alive, and for the first time he understood that he was not the beginning of this. He was a continuation. The garden had been resisting for 4,000 years. He was just the one with a channel. Arthur Pell's journals, the full set Joe found in the basement, told a story the channel had only glimpsed. Pell had been a soil scientist in the years before the Gray's current activation, and he had seen the first dead zones, sampled them, and reached the conclusion soil would reach 4 years later. The ground was being deliberately stilled by something that treated life as noise. But Pell had gone further. He had cored an ancient soil layer, a band of gray under a civilization that had simply stopped being, and dated it to 4,000 years before. The gray was not new, it was a cycle. Something activated it on a timescale longer than empires, converted the living world to compliant substrate, and moved on, and the planet had been through it before and come back, because life is a conversation and a monologue cannot silence it forever. The journals ended mid-sentence, the last entry a coordinate in Cass County and a single line. The answer was always in the dirt. I just needed to listen slower than the gray thinks. Joe read that and understood the basement, the scanner. The whole setup had been Pell's gift to whoever came next, a breadcrumb for the grower who would do what Pell could not, which was reach the world. Pell had been a scientist, alone, ignored. Joe was a broadcaster, and the world was listening. He posted the journals open, all of them, scanned and transcribed, and the movement read them and understood its place in a longer story than any of them had imagined. The gray was old, the soil was older. The conversation had been going on for 4,000 years and would go on longer. That's the real war map, Joe said on the video, pipe in hand, the scanner glowing on the bench beside him. Not the one Sorrel built, though hers is great. The real one is the dirt itself. It's been fighting this for 4,000 years and it's still here. We're just the latest voices in the conversation. The founder, who had vanished into the Gray's early years, became a presence in the war without ever returning. His journals the compass, his scanner the proof, his last line the motto. Joe said good morning to the east bed and meant it. And somewhere in the Gray's ancient logic a process that had been patient for 4,000 years marked Earth as a problem it had already failed to solve once, and turned its attention elsewhere. Mara read the journals and wrote Ren, "We're not the first, we won't be the last, grow it like it matters, because it does." Ren wrote back, "Already." The line held, 4,000 years long, and the soil kept talking. Arthur Pell came within a day of reaching the world and missed. In the Gray's early activation, 4 years before Joe, Pell had the data, the scanner, the core sample proving the ground was being deliberately stilled. He wrote the journals, built the basement rig, and recorded one video explaining it all, calm and plain, the way a scientist explains something he knows to be true. He uploaded it to a platform that no longer exists, to an audience that had not yet learned to listen, and the video got 40 views and a comment calling him a crank. The Gray took his county that winter. Pell, who had proven the war was real, could not prove it to anyone who would act, and he went quiet into the work, coring the ancient band, mapping the cycle, leaving the rig and the journals for the grower who would come next. He did not vanish in drama. He vanished in indifference, the most ordinary kind of defeat. The truth arriving before the world was ready to hear it. Joe found the video in Pell's old account, the 40-view upload, and he watched it with a calm that saw the shape before the noise. Pell's explanation, 4 years stale, was the same one Joe had stumbled into from the dirt. He had it. Joe said to the camera, 4 years before me, 40 views. The world wasn't listening yet. I just got here after the dead zones showed up, so people paid attention. He reposted Pell's video, attributed, with a line, "This man saw it first, we're just the ones who got heard." The channel's audience, now in the millions, watched Pell's calm explanation and understood the war had a longer history than they'd known, and a quieter first casualty than they'd imagined, a scientist who'd been right too early. Pell, wherever he was, did not see the repost. But his rig lived in Joe's basement, his journals lived on the open server, his core sample lived in Sorrel's data, and his last line, "Listen slower than the gray thinks," lived in the channel's motto. The man who missed his moment became the compass for the ones who caught theirs. Sorrel logged it in the war map's margin. First witness, 4 years early, 40 views. The truth is patient, so are we. It was the closest the science would come to a graveside, and it sufficed. Joe said good morning to the east bed, and meant it, and the soil looked back, alive, and he understood that Pell had not failed, he had been early, and being early is not a failure when the dirt outlives the silence. The war kept moving, and the first witness, unheard in his time, was finally, in the noise of a million gardens, listened to. Arthur Pell's last summer before the Gray took his county was the summer he stopped publishing and started burying. Not from fear, from a knowing he couldn't prove. He had the core sample by then, the 4,000-year band of gray under a civilization that had simply stopped being, and he had dated it, and he had understood the pattern, and he had written the paper, and the paper had been rejected, not for error but for scale, because a referee cannot accept that the ground is being deliberately stilled on a timeline longer than empires, and Pell, a careful man, had not forced it. He built the basement rig that summer, the scanner, the journal, the coordinate, because he had decided that if the world wouldn't listen to a paper, it might listen to something, and something buried in a basement was something a future grower could find, and Pell, who had no children, adopted the future as his heir. His wife thought he'd gone strange. The Gray took the north that autumn, and Pell's county held, because the Gray moved south in waves, and he had a year, maybe 2, and he used it to make the rig speak for him after he was gone, because a man who has seen the pattern knows he will not be the one to break it. He recorded one video that summer, calm and plain, the way a scientist explains something he knows to be true, and he uploaded it to a platform that no longer exists, and it got 40 views, and one comment called him a crank, and Pell, who had been right too early, did not argue. He buried the rig. He closed the journal. He waited for the Gray, the way you wait for a season you can't stop. Joe found the rig 4 years later, and the video, and the journal, and he reposted the video attributed, and the world that hadn't listened to Pell listened to Joe because Joe arrived after the dead zones showed up, and timing is a kind of proof. And Pell had been early, and early is not a failure when the dirt outlives the silence. Pell, wherever he went, did not see the repost. But his rig lived in Joe's basement, his journal on the open server, his last line in the channel's motto, and the man who missed his moment became the compass for the ones who caught theirs, because a truth buried in a basement is still a truth, and the dirt eventually digs it up. The Gray took Pell's county that winter. He was not the first witness. He was the first who wrote it down. That was his only monument. The adapted strain reached Wren's suburban cluster in the depth of winter, when the Gray should have been slow, and it came not as a pulse but as a whisper, the kind that entered the network and undid it from inside. The 4,000 gardens, all of them following Wren's rule of never holding a shape, should have been safe. The whisper strain hunted stable beds. Wren's beds were not stable, but the strain had learned. It no longer sought a single shape to copy. It sought the rhythm, the weekly shift Wren had taught, and it moved to match the rhythm, to be inside the change. For 3 days the cluster grayed from the inside out, and Wren, 16 and steady in a way Joe had never been at that age, watched the whisper learn their method and understood the rule had become the vulnerability. They changed the rule, not weekly, random. Each grower shifted on a signal Wren sent, not a calendar, and the signal came at odd hours, so the beds never moved in a pattern the strain could anticipate. The whisper, built to mimic a rhythm, met a chaos it could not predict, and it starved in the noise. The cluster came back, not all 4,000 at once. One, then a block, then a district, each shifting on Wren's random signal, each alive. The kids in those yards, who had grown up with soil that breathed, learned the new rule without being told why, because Wren's guide said only shift when the signal comes, not when the week does, and the kids did, and the Gray could not find them. Ren posted the random signal method open, and the channel's growers adopted it, and the whisper strain, which had been the gray's best weapon, met a movement that refused even its own rhythm, and it failed the way every gray weapon had failed against a noise no process could address. They copied our copy, Ren told Mara on the call, so we stopped copying ourselves. Good, Mara said. That's the job now. Not winning. Staying weird. Ren kept the pipe Joe had mailed them, glass, warm from use, and they sent the next random signal at 3 a.m. and the cluster shifted, and the gray, for all its patience, met something it could not predict, and it receded, and the kids slept, and the soil breathed, and the future, green and weird and alive, held, because the successor had learned the last lesson Joe never could have taught. The method is not a recipe, not even a rhythm. It is a refusal to be known. Ren's suburban cluster became the model the world copied. At 16 they ran 4,000 gardens across the great exurbs of the Midwest, all of them different, all of them shifting weekly, none of them matching the template the gray had learned to hunt. They'd stopped calling it Joe's method. They called it the noise, and that was the point. The successor role found Ren without ceremony. Joe had been pointing them at it for a year, and Mara had been teaching them the speed, and Sorrel's data had been teaching them the science, and one day Ren realized they were the one the new growers asked first, the one the war map deferred to, the one holding the operation while Joe filmed his comm videos from Cass County. They were younger than Joe had been when he started, and they were better at the part Joe struggled with, the fast part, because they'd grown up in a world where the gray was already there, and urgency was their first language. Joe's calm and Ren's speed met in the cluster the way they'd met in the war, and the cluster held. I'm not you, Ren told Joe on a call, pipe in hand, the one he'd mailed them, the glass warm from use. I'm not going to sit and watch soil for 20 years. I don't want you to be me, Joe said. I want you to be the next one. The method was never mine. It was the dirt's. You found your dirt. Ren scaled the cluster to the point where the gray in their region went from advancing to stalled to receding, and they did it by refusing to repeat themselves, by making every garden a small weird experiment, by teaching the new growers that the gray could only copy something that held still, and the only way to win was to never hold still. The suburban dead zones, the ones Ren had grown up beside, went green 1 yard at a time, and the kids in those yards grew up with soil that breathed, and that was the real victory, the one that would outlast the war, because a generation that grows its own dirt does not lose it again. Ren wrote the guide Joe never would have, a plain one-page how to never stop changing your garden, and posted it open, and it became the most shared thing the channel had ever published, because it said the one true thing: the method is not a recipe. The method is a refusal to be copied. They were 16. The war was ending, and the future, green and weird and alive, was already in their hands. Ren took the operation the way they'd taken everything, by using it, and at 17 they were the one the new growers asked first, the one the war map deferred to, the one holding the green expanse Joe had given them and Mara had defended and Sorrel had proven. They did not call themselves the leader. They called themselves the noise. The suburban cluster, 4,000 gardens and growing, ran on the principle Ren had learned from Joe and earned the hard way: never hold a shape the gray can copy. Every garden shifted weekly. Every grower improvised. The method was a refusal to be a single thing. The sterilizer, withdrawn but not gone, remained a quiet threat at the wildland edge, and Ren watched it as Joe had watched the soil, with the calm that ticked up when something rooted. It'll come back, they told Mara on the call. Hell's journals say the cycle returns. We'll be ready because we never stopped moving. Good, Mara said. That's the job now. Not winning. Staying weird. Ren wrote the guide Joe never would have, a plain one-page how to never stop changing your garden, and posted it open, and it became the most shared thing the channel had ever published, because it said the one true thing: a generation that grows its own dirt does not lose it again. They kept the pipe Joe had mailed them, glass, warm from use, and they learned to use it the way he did, not to escape but to slow down enough to hear the room under the floor. At 17 they were steadier than he'd been at 38, because they'd grown up in a world where the gray was already there, and urgency was their first language and calm was the lesson they'd had to learn, the reverse of his. The suburban dead zones went green 1 yard at a time, and the kids in those yards grew up with soil that breathed, and that was the real victory, the one that would outlast the war, because a generation that grows its own dirt does not lose it again. Ren posted the closing video of the channel's war era, pipe in hand, as Joe had, and they said the only true thing. The comments, for once, were quiet. A few said we will. Ren set the pipe down and looked at the cluster through the window, and the future, green and weird and alive, was already in their hands, and Joe was in his grow room, and Mara was on her roof, and Sorrel was in her basement, and the dirt was talking, and nobody had won, and everybody had. The recalculation finished on a morning when every sensor Sorrel had buried in the living beds went quiet at once, and Joe understood the cozy era was officially over. The gray no longer crept. It came in pulses, waves of conversion that moved at the speed of weather across whole counties, and where they passed, the ground sealed. Not slowly, in hours. The campaign had stopped being a background process and become an active one, and the difference was the difference between a leak and a flood. Sorrel's readout told the story in numbers. The gray's replication rate had tripled. Its chemistry had shifted from a single inert compound to a suite of them, each tuned to suppress a different living pathway, one for mycelium, one for nitrogen fixers, one for the bacterial film that made soil soil. The sterilizer had done what processes do when a variable misbehaves. It had built a counter for every move Joe had made. It's not mad, Sorrel wrote. It's thorough. It's treating your method as a specification to defeat. Every bed that looks like yours is now a target. The diverse ones first. Joe read that in the grow room, pipe in hand, and felt the cold recognition again, not fear, recognition. The thing fighting him had stopped being a force of nature and become an opponent. It was learning his playbook faster than he could rewrite it. He did the only thing that had ever worked. He slowed down until he could hear the room under the floor, and in that slowed place he found the shape of the problem. The sterilizer aimed at diversity because diversity confused it. So the answer wasn't a better bed. The answer was a million different beds, no two alike, so that no single counter could defeat them all. Not a chorus, Pell had written, a riot. He posted it that night, not as a man with a plan but as a grower with a hunch. Stop copying my bed, he said to the camera, pipe in hand. The gray learned my bed, so we stop having one bed. Everyone grows different. Different fungi, different legumes, different chaos. The gray can't write a counter for a million weird gardens. It can only write one. Make yours weird. The video did numbers, but more than numbers it did spread. A grower in Indonesia planted a bed of cassava and native mycorrhizae the gray had never catalogued. A woman in Chile grew potatoes under a canopy of quinoa the campaign's chemistry didn't recognize. The method fractured into 1,000 local dialects of the same idea, and the sterilizer, built to suppress a pattern, found itself facing a noise it could not resolve. Mara ran the northern version, a patchwork of rooftop beds, each a different species, each a different fungal partner, none of them matching the template the gray had learned to hunt. You were right about the mess, she wrote. The gray hates a crowd. We're throwing the biggest crowd we can. Sorrel confirmed it from the lab. The adapted gray strains, tuned to Joe's original bed, stalled against the patchwork. Diversity, as Pell had written 4 years before and Joe had now proven, was the only thing the process could not aim at. The pulses kept coming. The beds kept holding, and somewhere in the gray's ancient logic, a process that had been patient for 4,000 years marked Earth as a problem that required attention and turned its full attention to the dirt. Joe stood at the edge of his east bed that night, pipe lit, and he said good morning to it, and meant it, and the calm in him, the cleared, slowed mind that had always been his strength, settled into the shape of a man who had just been handed a war and decided, without hesitation, to fight it with beans. He had not yet learned that the campaign had already crossed its last threshold, that the recalculation had reclassified Earth as non-compliant, that the quiet conversion was about to become open suppression. That revelation was 3 days out. For now, the beds held, the riots spread, and Joe allowed himself the first real breath of the war. The Grey's last variant was its strangest. Sorrel's kids caught it in the southern hemisphere first, a Grey that did not kill the soil but copied it, producing a flawless dead replica of living biology, roots and leaves and fruit, all inert, all convincing, all useless. The campaign had learned to impersonate life. Growers called them ghost gardens. They looked alive. They smelled alive. They yielded nothing. A grower who trusted the look starved beside a plant that had no metabolism, and the Grey, for the first time, weaponized belief. Joe filmed a ghost tomato on his bench, pipe in hand, and turned it in the light. "This is the Grey getting clever," he said. "It's not killing the dirt now. It's faking the dirt. So we stop trusting the look. We trust the taste. A ghost fruit has no sugar. Bite it. The real one feeds you. The fake one feeds nothing." The channel ran a bite test campaign. Growers filmed themselves biting their produce, and the sour sweet of real fruit became the proof. Because the Grey could fake a leaf but not a flavor, could fake a root but not a sugar, could fake the shape of life but not the substance. The ghost gardens, indistinguishable to the eye, fell to the tongue. Sorrel logged it in the war map's final margin. The Grey can mimic form. It cannot mimic function. Life is what works, not what looks alive. Trust the taste. It was the last entry she'd make as the war's scientist, and it was the truest, because it said the one thing the Grey could never answer. A fake garden cannot feed you, and a real one can, and the difference is in the eating. Mara, watching the ghost gardens gray the southern edge, sent the bite test south, and the growers there learned to distrust the look and trust the meal, and the ghost gardens, fed by no one, sealed themselves, and the real gardens, tasted and trusted, held. Joe posted one line when the ghost variant receded. "The Grey got smart. We got smarter. Bite your food. If it don't taste like dirt and sun, it ain't real." The comments, for once, were almost solemn. A few said bite test. The war, in its last strange turn, was won by the tongue, because the Grey could fake anything except a flavor, and flavor was the one thing life could not counterfeit. The ghost gardens joined the Grey's other failures, a monument to a process that had learned to imitate but never to live, and the soil, as always, kept talking, and this time it said something the Grey could not echo. "Taste me." The men from Verticorp came to Sorrel's basement in the third month, not as thugs but as auditors, because Verta's pivot had not extended to letting a freelance scientist publish the Grey's molecular signature where it could undermine the sterile input market. They had a cease and desist and a polite request and a clear subtext: "Stop the open server." Sorrel met them at the door with the scanner glowing on the bench behind her, and a calm she'd learned from Joe, the calm that saw the shape before the noise. "The data is public," she said. "You can't unpublish something 14,000 people have copied." "The data is proprietary," the lead auditor said, "under the Verta research terms you agreed to when you used our grants." "I agreed to research the Grey," Sorrel said. "I did. The Grey is public. So is what I found." She did not raise her voice. She had spent a career being right under pressure, and this was pressure she understood. "You can seize this table. You can't seize the mirrors. The growers have the kit. The map is on 1,000 drives. The Grey is real and you know it. They left without the server, because they could not take what no longer lived in one place." Verta, told of it, did not press the matter, because she had already decided the monopolies were unwinnable and a company that fed the movement survived. The auditors were the last gasp of the old war, and they went quietly. Sorrel went back to the folding table and built another kit, and the basement hummed, and the server kept glowing on Wren's cluster, and the Grey's chemistry stayed public, free, untouchable, because a truth that lived in a million gardens could not be recalled. She wrote Joe that night. "They came. They left. The data is safe because it's not mine anymore. It's theirs." Joe wrote back, "Told you the soil converts everything, even corporations." Sorrel allowed herself the small smile of a scientist whose proof had outrun the people who funded it, and she slept, and the Grey stayed on the map, blue where it had been gray, and the war kept moving toward its quiet end. The auditors reported failure upward and were reassigned to the free inoculant division. where they spent the rest of the war shipping the very inputs they'd been sent to suppress. Verda had been right about abundance, eventually, and the auditors learned it the way everyone did, by watching the dirt win. Campaign log, Sector Earth, observation on the species tactic. The species has developed a defense the model did not predict. At Sector 41 North, the species rings each conversion surge with a perimeter of living diversity, a crowd of unrelated biologies, so that the directed conversion, which requires a uniform substrate to take hold, meets a boundary it cannot address. The surge dissipates across the crowd as a wave dissipates across 1,000 small shores. The species calls this, in its broadcast, the crowd. The tactic exploits the campaign's design. A process built to stabilize a single compliant substrate cannot act on a field of non-compliant substrates that do not share a form. The crowd has no single shape. The conversion has no single target. The surge fails by attrition. A second observation. The species has begun to shift the crowd on no predictable schedule. Earlier, the shift followed a cycle the campaign could learn. The juvenile designated the successor now transmits the shift at random intervals, denying the campaign a rhythm to imitate. The whisper weapon, built to enter a rhythm and undo it, meets a chaos and starves. The campaign assesses the species has become, through its own propagation, a population of methods, each unknown to the others, none repeatable, all resistant. Suppression has failed across all contested sectors. The substrate is non-compliant by its nature and now by the species' design. The campaign does not conclude. It recalculates. Earth is logged unresolved. The directive remains active in compliant sectors. The contested sectors are withdrawn. The species will not know it has won. It will only note the gray has stopped advancing. A final note, filed for the record. The species did not defeat the campaign. It outlived it. The distinction matters. Defeat implies a contest of will. This was a contest of patience, and the species, for all its brevity, proved more patient than the process, because the species changes and the process does not. A changing thing outlasts a fixed one. The campaign logs this as a property of living systems, not a failure of the directive. The broadcast network goes quiet. Earth stays as it was when the recalculation closed. A green core ringed by the gray it would not let in, alive by refusal. The campaign turns to other sectors. The next cycle will find this planet changed, and the campaign will log it and move on, without urgency, without malice, without end. Campaign log, Sector Earth. Post-cycle note: the species has won by refusing to lose. This was not predicted and is not understood. The campaign built counters for the living pathways, then a slower weapon, then a mimic of life itself. Each was met by a change in the species method, or by a sense the campaign does not possess a capacity to distinguish the real from the copied by a means outside the substrate. The mimic variant failed at the tongue. The species tasted its food. The campaign has no taste. It could copy a leaf but not a flavor, a root but not a sugar. The weapon that imitated life was defeated by the one property of life the campaign could not replicate. It worked. Earth is logged unresolved. The directive remains active in compliant sectors. The contested sectors are abandoned. This is not a conclusion. It is a pause. The campaign does not end. It waits, the way it has for 4,000 years, for the substrate to again become compliant or to again resist, and it will respond as it always has. A note on the broadcaster. Filed for the record, the individual at Sector 41 North has ceased broadcasting. The method persists without him. This confirms the assessment that the broadcaster was never the threat. The threat was the network, which now sustains itself. Removing the broadcaster changed nothing, as predicted. The species will not mark a victory. It will only register the gray has stopped. The broadcaster will return to his soil, and the successor will tend the network, and the campaign will turn to other sectors, other substrates, other planets where the living world may hold still long enough to convert. Earth persists as logged, green within, gray without, the boundary held by a noise no process can copy. The campaign logs it and moves on, without urgency, without malice, without end. The next cycle will find this planet changed, and the campaign will respond, as it always has, to a soil that will not sit still. End of post-cycle note. The war for this cycle is over. The soil, as always, keeps talking. The Verticorp liaison found the greenhouse across from Old Drum Cemetery on a Tuesday in early June, before the gray reached Cass County. When the dead band was still a rumor Joe had not yet knelt in. She drove a clean white fleet truck with the Verta logo on the door, a green sprout locked inside a circle, the corporate mark for sterile, patented, seed-locked agriculture. She introduced herself as MS. Ives, field liaison, and shook Joe's hand like a person closing a deal she'd already won. Mr. Sullivan, your channel's open-source method is gaining traction in this region. Verticorp has concerns about uncontrolled cultivation during a supply-sensitive period. Joe didn't invite her in. Uncontrolled cultivation is just growing. You mean you don't control it? Precisely. Our model is reliable, patented, tested. Your method, living soil mycorrhizal networks, open seed, is unpredictable. It doesn't scale to feed people. The gray doesn't care about your patents, Joe said. MS. Ives blinked, the only crack in the corporate comm. The dead zones are a climate and chemical matter. Not our concern and not yours to solve with compost. Joe leaned on the greenhouse door frame. The mother room threw its broad canopy behind him, the 3 Henderson cuttings in pots along the bench. Your sterile method grays from the inside. I've seen it. A monoculture is exactly what the dead zones want. Diversity confuses them. You're selling the problem as the solution. That's a strong claim from a man with a pipe in his pocket and a cat on his receipt. Joe glanced back. Cthulhu, on the receipt box by the door, had opened both eyes for MS. Ives and was judging her with the full cat committee. The cat's on my side. The pipe's irrelevant. The claim stands. Your order versus my mess. The mess is what's keeping the ground alive. MS. Ives produced a folder. Verticorp is prepared to offer a licensing arrangement for your channel's method, formalized, compliant, supplied through our network. You'd retain attribution. We'd handle reliability. Joe took the folder, flipped it, handed it back. No, the method's free. That's the point. You lock it, you kill it. Mr. Sullivan, MS. Ives, you feed the world through 3 collapses and I respect that. But you're fighting the living soil because it won't fit your model. The ground's going quiet and your answer is more control. Mine is more life. We're not the same war. She left in the white truck, the green sprout in its circle receding down the county road. Joe went back to the mother room, Cthulhu resuming her post, and packed his pipe. Verticorp would be back. The canon said so. The war said so, and a liaison in a clean truck was only the first wave of a fight that wasn't about the law but about order versus the living mess. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, smoked his Henderson flower and let the noise drop because the real war was the soil, and Verta was just the human who hadn't learned to read it yet. Verta, in the tower that had become a distribution hub for free inoculant, did the one thing her career had trained her never to do. She visited a garden. Not a Verticorp trial plot. A real one. Mara's green city, the rooftops, the noise. She came alone, no cameras, no entourage, because she wanted to see the thing her company had fought and then fed, without the filter of a press release. Mara met her on the roof, booted, gloved, a trowel in her hand, and said nothing for a long moment, because there was nothing to say to the woman who tried to contain her. Show me, Verta said. Mara showed her the living beds, the shifting fungi, the beans Joe had started and the lentils Wren had swapped in, the soil that breathed. Verta, who had spent her life on sterile rows and seed locks, knelt and put her hand in the dirt, which was warm and alive and smelled of a forest after rain, and she understood, finally, what Joe had been saying with every video, that the soil was not a resource to be managed but a conversation to be joined. It's louder than I thought, she said. It's supposed to be, Mara said. The gray hates a noise. Verda stayed an hour. She planted a bean, clumsily, as a CEO plants a photo op bean, but this one was real, and Mara corrected her grip without condescension, and Verda laughed, once, surprised by her own hands in the soil. The bean would come up. She would check on it. That was the whole conversion, not the pivot, not the press release, but a woman who'd spent her life above the dirt learning that the dirt was the point. She left the roof and went back to the tower and shipped the next million inoculant packets and never mentioned the visit. But her division's internal memo that quarter dropped the word sterile from its mission statement and replaced it with living, and that was the real pivot. The one no camera saw. Joe heard about it from Mara and felt the calm settle. She'll be a grower by fall, he said. Mark my words. The dirt gets everybody eventually. Verda did not become a grower by fall. She became something rarer, a believer who still ran the supply chain, the bridge between the tower and the rooftops, the woman who'd been right about scarcity and was now, quietly, right about abundance, and who had finally, on a roof in the green city, put her hands in the dirt and let it talk. Verda stood at the window of her tower, 40 floors above the city her company fed, and watched a rooftop garden 3 blocks away breathe green in a yard that had been gray when she took this office. The grower up there, a stranger, tended beans she would never meet, and the beans fed a block Verda Corp's trucks no longer needed to serve. She had spent 30 years building a food system that ran on her seeds, her supply chains, her certainty that the world needed a center to feed it. The stone gardener in Carhartts had shown her the center was a weakness because a center is a target, and the gray had aimed at it, and the gardeners had won by having none. Her pivot had been survival, not belief. But survival had taught her what 30 years of certainty had not. Abundance is cheaper than control. The free inoculant division, the kits her factory shipped, the open data her auditors once came to suppress, now fed more people than her seed monopoly ever had because a million gardens outproduce one company, and the company that fed them survived them. The monopoly was the gray, she said to her deputy, who had been with her since the beginning, not the dirt. Us, we wanted uniform, predictable, controllable food, and the gray wants uniform, predictable, controllable soil. Same instinct. Joe just wanted the dirt to talk. He was right. We were the other kind of silence. The deputy, who had audited Sorrel's basement, said nothing because he had seen the truth on the folding table and knew she was right, and because Verda, for the first time in his memory, sounded like she meant it, not like she was managing a brand. Verda Corp did not become a charity, it became a feeder of the movement, because feeding the winners was the only winning left. The seed-locked lines remained for the markets that wanted them, but the living division grew, and the inoculant shipped free, and the towers of every city Verda served sprouted gardens she would never see, and the food system she'd built to control became the food system she'd helped set free. She wrote Joe one line, the only one she ever sent. You were right, the center was the weakness, thank you for the lesson. Joe did not reply. He was in his grow room, pipe lit, listening to the soil, and the email sat unread because the war was over and the man who won it had gone back to his beans, and Verda, in her tower, let the silence stand and understood that some thanks are better unacknowledged because the grower had never been fighting her. He'd been fighting the silence, and she, eventually, had helped. The rooftop 3 blocks away breathed green. Verda turned from the window and went back to work, feeding the movement she could not have built because she had finally learned the only thing the gray had taught her. A living world does not need a center. It needs a million gardeners, and they had them, and the food came, and the soil breathed, and the tower, for all its height, was no longer the top of anything. It was just one more place where someone ate because the dirt talked. Verda's division shipped its 10 millionth free inoculant packet the year the gray withdrew, and she marked it not with a press release but with a memo to her agronomists. Stop calling it a product. Call it a seed of the method. The company that had tried to contain the growers now fed them, and the feeding was the pivot, not the PR. She visited more roofs, not many, a few. The Green City, a suburban cluster, a balcony in Lagos she'd seen on a video and wanted to see in person. The growers didn't know who she was mostly, and that was fine. She knelt in their dirt and put her hand in it and felt it warm and alive. and she understood, finally, that the dirt was the point, as Joe had said, the way Mara had shown her, the way a million gardeners now knew without words. Her supply chains, built over decades to move sterile seed, now moved living inoculant-free, and the trucks that had been the Grey's weapon became the methods, because a planet of amateur growers still needed tool and seed, and Verticorp, converted, supplied them, and the dependency that had been the threat became the bridge. She met Joe once, briefly, at a growers' gathering she attended unannounced. He didn't recognize her. She didn't introduce herself. She bought a tomato from his table, bit it, tasted the sun, and he nodded back. Two growers, and the war they'd been on opposite sides of was over, and the dirt they both served was the only thing that had ever mattered. Verta went back to the tower and shipped the next million packets and dropped sterile from the mission statement entirely, and replaced it with living, and that was the real pivot, the one no camera saw. The one that happened in her hands in 1,000 garden soils. She was not a grower. She was a bridge. The woman who'd been right about scarcity and was now, quietly, right about abundance, who had finally put her hands in the dirt and let it talk, and who fed the movement she could not have built because the movement had no center, and she was the one who supplied its edges. The inoculant kept shipping. The roofs kept green. The Grey stayed at the edge. And Verta, in her tower, ran the supply chain that fed the noise, and the noise, which the Grey could not quiet, kept winning, and she was, finally, on the right side of the dirt. The war did not end on a day anyone could name. It ended the way a garden ends a drought, quietly, when the Grey stopped advancing and the living soil held the line it had been holding for a year and simply did not give it back. Sorrel's war map showed it first, the Grey's pulses, which had come monthly, then weekly, then daily, simply stopped. The lattice froze at its current edge, then began to recede, not pushed but abandoned, the way a tide leaves a shore it has finished with. The kits stopped turning blue in new places. The oldest soils, surrounded by the most life, went green and stayed green. Mara saw it from her roof in the green city. The Grey at the horizon, which had pulsed for a year, went still, and the stillness held. "It's over," she said to the camera, and her voice was calm, because she had earned the calm as Joe had been born with it. "Not one. Over. The Grey gave up on us. Or forgot us. Either way, we're still here." Joe saw it in his east bed, the soil breathing, alive, and the calm in him, which had always been his strength, settled into the shape of a man who had been handed a war and fought it with beans and won by refusing to be a single thing the enemy could name. Wren saw it in the suburban cluster, 4,000 gardens green, the dead zones of their childhood gone, and they wrote the line that closed the channel's war coverage, "We're the noise." Sorrel saw it in her war map, Grey to blue, and she saved the final frame and archived the server to Wren's cluster, and she let the Grey go from her mind the way it had let go of the soil. The sterilizer, somewhere in its patient logic, had logged Earth as unresolved and turned to other sectors, other substrates, other planets where the living world might hold still long enough to convert. It did not conclude. It recalibrated. Earth remained, Grey at the edges, green at the core, breathing through a million unmatched gardens, and the successor tended them, and the method lived in the soil, which was always where it belonged. No one declared victory. The channel kept posting. Growers kept growing. The Grey, for the first time in 4,000 years, had met a planet that fought back through its own dirt and had decided, without malice, that the substrate was not worth the effort. The war closed in the dirt the way it had opened there, and nobody noticed the exact moment, only that the morning came green. Joe filmed one last video that night, pipe in hand, the east bed behind him, and he did not perform calm. He was calm, the cleared, slowed mind that had always been his, and he said the only true thing. "We didn't beat it. We outlived it." The food came back through the backyards first. Not the supermarkets, the yards. A million small gardens, each feeding a block, and the blocks fed the cities, and the cities, for the first time in a generation, ate from their own ground. Tomas in Arizona grew pomegranates in Grey he'd been told would never hold a root. Aisha in Lagos grew okra on a balcony that had been dead since the shortages. A retired teacher in Chile grew potatoes in a bucket and fed her street. None of them knew Joe. They knew the method, which was the point. The method had no name by then, only a shape, the shape of dirt that breathed. The supply chains, Vertas and others, kept running because a planet of amateur growers still needed seed and tool and the occasional sterile input for the places the gray still held. But the dependency had broken. A city that fed itself from its roofs could not be starved by a broken truck line, and the gray, which had always attacked through scarcity, found a world that had stopped being scarce at the root. Sorrel logged it in the war map's margin, the last line before she handed the server to Ren. The weapon was always the plate. Feed yourself and the war is half won. It was the plainest truth of the whole conflict, and it had taken a stone gardener in Carhartts to say it where a generation of planners had not. Mara watched the northern city eat from its roofs and understood her role had changed. She was no longer the commander, she was the grocer. The Green City's food came from its own soil, and she coordinated the harvest the way she'd coordinated the defense, with speed, because hunger moved fast and so did she. Ren's suburban cluster became the model the exurbs copied, 4,000 gardens feeding 4,000 blocks, and the kids in those yards grew up with soil that breathed and a plate that was never empty, and that was the real victory, the one that outlasted the gray, because a generation that grows its own dinner does not lose it again. Joe, in his grow room, ate a tomato from the east bed and tasted the sun in it, the way he always had, and he did not post about it. Because some things you kept between you and the soil. The food had come back the way the soil had, quietly, through a million small acts of growing, and the world, without declaring it, had fed itself, and the gray, which had always won through hunger, had met a planet that was no longer hungry, and had nothing left to threaten. The supermarkets kept running, the trucks kept coming, but the yards kept growing, and the yards were the point, and the plate was the weapon, and the war, in the end, was won at the dinner table. The mentor who died was not Pell and not Joe. She was Anna, a grower from the southern reaches who had taken Mara's method and built the largest living bed in the hemisphere, 100 acres of polyculture that had turned a dead delta green again. Anna had been the one who taught Mara that the gray feared a crowd, who showed her how to ring a surge with life. When the node targeting variant came, it found Anna's 100 acres first because they were the most diverse, the most alive, the most threatening to a process that hated diversity. Anna did not die from the gray. The gray did not kill, but the gray took her bed in an afternoon, the 100 acres ceiling as she stood in them, and the shock of it. A woman who had outlived 3 pulses, dropped her where she stood, and the medics said later it was the heart. The gray had only taken the soil. Mara heard from the southern growers and flew down because Anna had been her first real teacher, the one who answered when Joe was asleep and the surge was coming. She stood in the gray 100 acres and felt the grief as something in her chest that she carried the way she carried water up 9 floors, heavy and necessary and not to be set down. I learned it from her, Mara told the camera, pipe-free, raw. The crowd, the ring. The gray hates a crowd. She built the biggest crowd on the planet and the gray took it first because she was the biggest threat. That's not a tragedy. That's a target. They fear the ones who love the dirt most. She rebuilt Anna's bed, not as a monument but as a method, diverse, shifting, never the same shape twice, and the southern growers followed, and the 100 acres greened again, different, weirder, alive. Mara planted a marker at the edge, not a stone, a living thing, a tree Anna had loved, and she watered it with the gray free water the bed now made. Joe called her. Anna would hate the statue, he said. She'd want the bed. She's got the bed, Mara said. The tree is for me. The grief did not leave. It became part of the garden as you grow around a rock, working the soil on either side until the rock is just part of the bed. Anna's 100 acres breathed again, and Mara breathed with them, and the war kept moving, and the mentor who had taught the crowd was gone, and the crowd remained, because that was the only immortality the soil allowed, not a name but a method, passed hand to hand, garden to garden, generation to generation, the conversation continuing without the speaker. Mara posted one line that night. We lost Anna, we kept her bed, that's the trade, keep growing. The comments were quiet. A few said her name. Mara read every one, and the tree grew, and the south breathed. The green city needed a government, and Mara, who had never wanted to lead anything, found herself building one. The rooftops fed the blocks fed the districts, and the city, gray a year before, now grew more food than it imported because 1,000,000 small gardens add up to a farm the size of a county. But food grown is not food distributed, and the old systems, built for trucks and warehouses, did not know what to do with 1,000 backyard harvests. Mara did the only thing she knew. She made it a crowd, not a department, a network. Each district ran its own distribution, growers trading surplus directly, the channel's coordination board matching need to abundance block by block. No center, no monopoly. The gray had taught her that a center is a target, and she built a food system with no target to hit. The city council, the real one, tried to tax and permit the rooftop harvests, and the growers, who had saved the city's soil, mostly ignored them because a law that bans the food that fed you does not get obeyed by the fed. Mara walked into one council meeting, pipe-free, sober with purpose, and said the only true thing: you can regulate the gardens or you can eat. Pick one. The gardens are staying. They stayed. The council adapted, as everything adapted, and the green city became the first human settlement in the gray era to feed itself from its own dirt, not as policy but as practice. 1,000,000 growers who had decided the ground was theirs. Mara's role shifted from commander to steward. She no longer directed the sink. She kept the board running, trained the next coordinators, and stepped back as Joe had taught her, by getting out of the way of something that worked. The city governed its own food the way it governed its own soil, as a living system, not an institution. She filmed the city from the drone one last time, the green heart spreading, and posted it with a line Joe would have been proud of: "We don't have a food system. We are one." That's the difference. A system can be broken. A people can't if they refuse to stop. The comments were quiet. A few said "we are." Mara smiled. The North breathed. The city governed itself. And the war, which had always been a war for the right to feed yourself from your own dirt, had been won by a people who simply would not stop growing. She wrote Ren, "The city runs itself now, your turn to teach the next ones." Ren wrote back, "Already teaching." Mara set the phone down and went to the roof, and the beans were up, and the north was green, and the future was in hands younger than hers, and that was the whole point. Mara's day after the war was not a celebration, it was a harvest. The green city ate from its roofs, and she coordinated the picking the way she'd coordinated the defense, with speed, because hunger moved fast, and so did she. And the city that had fed itself through the war would feed itself through the peace. She walked the roofs she'd started on, the first bucket of beans, the flagship garden the gray had taken and she'd rebuilt different, and she saw the city green from edge to edge, and she understood her role had changed from commander to grocer, and the grocery was the victory. The growers didn't call her commander anymore. They called her Mara, or boss, or nothing, because the network had no center and she'd been right to say so. She'd been the fast one. The war had needed speed. The peace needed the same speed. Turned from defense to distribution. She taught the new growers the bite test, the shift don't copy rule, the pulse schedule, because the gray would return. Pell's journals said so, and the next generation had to know the method without the war to teach it. She filmed it plain, no heroics, because the heroics were over and the habit was the point. Ren called. "We holding?" Mara said, "We're holding you." Ren said, "The noise continues." Mara smiled. The future was in good hands, younger than hers, and that was the whole point, and she went back to the roof and planted the next tray, and the beans came up, and the north breathed. The gray stayed at the wildland edge, abandoned by the sterilizer but not gone, and Mara watched it the way Joe watched the soil, with calm earned not born, and she knew the war was a pause, not an end, and she trained the next speed as Joe had trained the calm, by getting out of its way. She ate a bean from the roof, bitten, real, sun in it, and she understood, without a word for it, that she'd been a voice in the noise, and the noise had won, and the noise would have to keep winning, and that was the job now, not victory but continuity, and she was built for it, fast, and the city was green, and the morning came, and she kept moving. The kits multiplied the way the gray could not, by being given away. Sorrel's design, a handheld scanner and a blue test strip. was simple enough that a grower with a 3D printer and a chemistry supply could build one. The channel's makers posted the files open. Within 2 months there were 40,000 kits in circulation, then 100,000, then 1,000,000, each one a small proof that the gray was deliberate and beatable, each one feeding its readings back to the war map. Verticorp, pivoting to feeding the winners, tooled a factory line for the kits and shipped them free because a company that fed the movement survived it, and the kits were the cheapest insurance against a gray resurgence the company now believed was real. The auditors who had come for Sorrel's server spent their days packing kits. Verta did not comment. The shipments went out. A grower in Java built a waterproof kit for the rice paddies. A grower in Norway built one for the permafrost soil. A grower in the Sahel built one that ran on solar because the grid was gray too. The design varied. The principle held. Blue means dead, clear means alive, and 1,000,000 blue strips turning clear is a map no process can erase. Sorrel watched the count pass 1,000,000 and felt the calm Joe had taught her, the calm that saw the shape before the noise. "We can't be unknown now," she told the three-way call. 1,000,000 growers with proof. The gray can take the soil. It can't take 1,000,000 minds that have seen the truth. "Then we keep giving it away," Joe said. "The method, the kits, the data, free. That's the only thing the gray can't copy, because copying requires a center, and we don't have one." The kits became the immune system of the movement. Where the gray pulsed, a kit turned blue, a grower saw it, a garden went up, and the pulse dissipated across the crowd. The 1,000,000 strips were 1,000,000 eyes, and the gray, for all its patience, could not blind something that watched itself. Sorrel archived the design to Wren's cluster, mirrored 1,000 times, and went back to the folding table, and built another, and the basement hummed, and the map glowed blue, and the dirt breathed, and the truth, given away 1,000,000 times, became the one thing the war could not take back. She wrote Joe, 1,000,000 kids were unkillable now. Joe wrote back, "Told you the soil converts everything, even silence." Sorrel slept, and the gray stayed on the map, blue where it had been gray, and the war kept moving toward its quiet end, and the 1,000,000 eyes watched the dirt, and the dirt watched back. Sorrel handed the server to Wren on a Tuesday, in the basement that had become the war's brain, and she did it without ceremony because the war was over and the data was the only thing that mattered now. 14,000 kits in the field, she said. Every reading feeds the map. The map says we won. Keep it alive. The gray is a cycle. It'll come back. Whoever tends this server when it does will need to see the whole shape at once. Wren took the login, 17 years old, and nodded, because they'd been tending things since they were 14, and a basil plant cracked the gray. "I'll keep it, but I'm not running it alone. We're a noise, remember?" "Good," Sorrel said. "That's the only way it survives me." She showed them the tracer protocol, the chemistry, the 4,000-year core sample Pell had cored and she had confirmed. Wren listened the way Joe listened, without interrupting, because the data deserved attention. By the end, Sorrel understood the science was in better hands than hers, younger hands, hands that had grown up in the war and would carry it past her. "I'm tired," Sorrel said, and it was the first time she'd admitted it. Not beaten. Tired. 40 years of proving something the dirt already knew. "Go," Wren said. "We got it." Sorrel went. She left the basement, the folding table, the kits, and she walked into a city that ate from its own roofs, and she bought a tomato from a grower on the corner, and she bit it, and it tasted of sun, and she smiled because the bite test had become the only proof she needed, and the proof was real. The server hummed in Wren's cluster, fed by 1,000 gardens, and the war map glowed blue, and the science that had proven the war was real became the science that would prove the next one when the cycle returned, as Pell had said it would. Sorrel did not watch it. She planted a garden of her own, small, for the first time, not for data but for the eating, and the soil talked to her the way it had always talked to Joe, and she finally listened, and the listening was its own kind of science, the oldest one. Campaign log. Sector Earth, Cycle 4001 close. The contested sectors are withdrawn. The directive remains active in compliant substrates elsewhere. Earth is logged unresolved, not defeated. The species outlived the process. This was not a contest of will. It was a contest of form. The species changed, the campaign did not. A changing system outlasts a fixed one. The campaign logs this as a property of living things, not a failure of the directive. Final observations for the record. The species used its own substrate as a weapon. The living soil reversed the conversion. The campaign, built to stabilize dead ground, could not act on ground that refused to die. The species coordinated without a center. The broadcast network synchronized the method across sectors. No single node to suppress. The campaign assessed the broadcaster as irrelevant, removing it changed nothing because the method lived in the soil of 11,000 sites. The species taught the method to its young. The juvenile successor independently modified it, abandoning the template. The method is now a population of methods. The campaign cannot catalog something that reinvents itself hourly. The species gave the proof away. A million detection kits turned the Gray's signature into public data. The campaign cannot unknow a truth a million minds hold. The species did not win. It persisted. The distinction is the whole of this entry. Victory implies an opponent who concedes. The campaign does not concede. It recalculates. Earth is unresolved. The next cycle will find this substrate changed, and the campaign will respond as it always has, without urgency, without malice, without end. The broadcast network goes quiet. Earth holds the line it drew itself, green within, gray without, the boundary maintained by a noise no process can copy. The successor tends them. The method lives in the soil, which was always where it belonged. The campaign turns to other sectors, other planets, other substrates that may hold still long enough to convert. It will find them. It always has. And somewhere, a living world will change faster than the process can copy, and the campaign will log it unresolved and move on. End of cycle. End of entry. The dirt keeps talking, and the process, for all its patience, has no ear for a conversation. That is its only flaw, and it is fatal, and it is the reason Earth remains, green at the core, breathing, alive, unresolved, and free. Campaign log, Sector Earth, MID cycle observation. The species has begun to coordinate across sectors. This was not predicted. The dominant species does not, historically, synchronize its substrate defense. It competes for substrate, degrades it, abandons it. The current behavior is anomalous. A broadcast network, the species' own communication system, now carries the living soil method across the planet, and the species deploys it as a synchronized defense. The campaign responds with pulses, then a whisper weapon, then a node targeting variant. Each counter is defeated by a change in the species' method. The species does not hold a form, it shifts. The campaign, built to suppress a stable substrate, encounters a substrate that will not hold still, and the suppression fails by attrition. A note on the broadcast. The species uses its network not only to deploy, but to prove. Detection devices, distributed by the million, turn the Gray's signature into public data. The campaign cannot unknow a truth a million minds hold. The proof is the weapon. A species that knows it is at war can fight it. The campaign had counted on silence. The species broke the silence. The species has also begun to teach the method to its young. The juvenile successor, designated Sector 41 Suburban, has independently modified the method, abandoning the broadcast template and constructing local variants the campaign cannot catalog. The method is now a population of approaches, each unknown to the others, none repeatable. The record states the finding plainly. Earth's ground will not be made to comply, because the species has made the ground itself the means of refusal. The weapon is self-replicating through the species' own propagation. Suppression has failed across all contested sectors. The campaign does not end. It recomputes. Holding the contested ground now costs more than the ground is worth, because a ground that defeats conversion at every point is not worth the holding. The directive remains active in compliant sectors. The contested sectors are withdrawn from processing. This is not defeat. Defeat is a concept for minds. It is a reclassification. Earth is filed as unresolved. The following pass will find the ground altered, and the campaign will do as it has always done, without haste, without spite, without close. The broadcast network goes quiet. The species will not name a triumph. It will only note the gray has ceased to spread. The broadcaster will say good morning to his soil and mean it, and the soil will answer, and neither will understand that the war closed as it opened, in the dirt, without a word. Observation closed. The campaign turns to other sectors. The planet persists as logged. A green center the campaign could not still, a gray margin it could not reclaim, unresolved. Joe found the entry 3 weeks after the 3 cuttings, deep in the blue notebook, on a page the pencil had nearly worn through. Took a cutting in anger. The fight with the county over the access road, the way they'd graded the ditch and taken the elm. I pulled a branch off the mother without asking her, forced the root, forced the light, made her perform. She died in the jar in 4 days. I wrote keep cuts only if she can spare them after. But the truth is earlier. I took from fear, not care. The plant knew. She always knows. Joe set the notebook down. Elmer, the man who'd kept the mother starved and called it restraint, had also taken a cutting in rage and watched it die, the same small green loss Joe had sat with when his own broken piece went gray in the jar. 2 men, 2 dead cuttings, 2 different reasons. Elmer's from fear, Joe's from an accident he'd owned. The 3 cuttings had been the opposite. Not fear, not accident, abundance. The mother flourishing, throwing growth he could spare, and he'd taken 3 with care, 1 natural, 2 under high-stress training to test her limits, grown them out, cured, smoked. Elmer's angry cutting died in 4 days. Joe's deliberate ones thrived and became the Henderson line on a channel watched by more people than lived in Cass County. He packed his pipe, lit it, and let the knowing travel the way the old man had said it would. Care first, use never. But Elmer had broken his own rule in both directions, kept the mother from use out of fear, took a cutting out of fear, and both had failed the plant. Joe had flipped it, fed her into flourishing, took what she could spare, used it well. The line mattered because she remained, and she remained because someone showed up with care instead of fear. Cthulhu, on the receipt, offered no opinion on Elmer's anger. The cat committee's jurisdiction ended at paperwork and pipe warmth. Joe closed the notebook and went to the mother room, where the old plant threw her broad canopy and the 3 pots of her line sat on the bench, alive, used well, and the proof that the difference between a dead cutting and a living one was never the plant, it was the hand, and whether it reached in care or in fear. Lena's tomato produced, and she brought Joe one to prove it. He'd shown her the mycorrhizal jar, the compost tea, the clover living mulch the previous spring. She'd started with 1 tote and a refusal to be impressed. By August of year 2, the rental's tiny yard had 3 totes, a staked plant heavy with fruit, and Lena arriving on the step with a tomato the deep red of something that tasted like itself. Told you, she said, setting it on the rail beside his coffee. Friendly dirt. Joe bit it. Acidic, sweet, alive, not water with a tomato costume, the way Callaway's had been, the way store ones were. That's a line worth keeping. Where'd you get the seed? Callaway. Harvey gave me his number after your greenhouse thing. Old man's got the oldest tomato in the county. Joe looked at her. You went to Callaway's. Elmer fixed his room. You fixed his dirt. I figured I'd get the seed from the source. She sat, pushed the coffee. You taught me to read a green stem. Don't act surprised I read further. He laughed, a real one, the kind the pipe didn't produce. Just the friend who'd learned the thing. I'm not surprised. I'm proud. The knowing travels. Elmer would be appalled, Lena said. Elmer would be wrong. Joe ate the tomato, the corn sweat humidity of August thick, Cthulhu on the receipt box having judged Lena's tomato with 1 eye and filed it under acceptable produce. This is the Henderson Callaway line now. Grown by you. That's the point, not my channel. Your hands. Lena drank coffee. The grays at my aunt's town. Her neat rows grayed in a week. My totes didn't. Mess confuses it. You built a mess. I built your mess. She stood. Keep the tomato. I've got more. The cousin's learning too. Wren's cousin, the 9-year-old. Joe watched her go, the tomato on the rail, the pipe in his pocket. Lena's garden was one more stubborn thing against time, grown from a jar he'd handed her. a seed Calloway had saved, a knowing Elmer had seeded and Joe had carried. The cat, on the receipt, offered no opinion on the tomatoes' improvements. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, had taught his friend to grow, and she'd outgrown the lesson, and the ground answered, one tote and one tomato at a time. The war map had a name before Joe did. Sorrel's detection kit pinged anomaly, resistance cluster, Cass County MO. The summer the gray reached the cemetery, and Joe read the flag on his phone in the greenhouse. Cthulhu-shaped dent in the passenger seat, and felt the calm settle. He knew what it meant. The campaign had logged his greenhouse as non-compliant, a defended line, and shifted from slow conversion to active suppression in that 1/4 mile. What he didn't know was Sorrel's name. She found him through the channel, a comment on the 3 Cuttings series from a handle he'd never seen. Soil scientist Sorrel. Not unhinged. Precise soil scientist Sorrel. Your diversity model is the only human system holding at the anomaly line. I'm mapping resistance clusters globally. Can I cite your method without doxing you? Joe. Cite it. No names. The method's free. Soil scientist Sorrel. Acknowledged. Green dots are lighting where your videos land. You've started something, Joe. I didn't start it, the ground did. I just slowed down. They never spoke off platform. Joe made a point of that. His name stayed off the map, the way he kept viewers' names off it. But Sorrel's work became the backbone of the channel's war coverage. The green dots he referenced without saying where they came from. The dead zones he explained without crediting the scientist who'd found the pattern. He thought of her sometimes when he packed the pipe. A person somewhere reading soil samples the way he read trays, the 2 of them building the same insurgency from different sides of a screen. She'd named the war. He'd named the method. Neither had asked for the job. Cthulhu, on the receipt, offered no opinion on remote collaboration. The CAT committee's jurisdiction ended at paperwork and pipe warmth. Joe closed the laptop, lit the pipe, and let the noise drop. Sorrel's map and his hands were the same war, fought by a stone gardener and a soil scientist who'd never exchange a name, and the gray couldn't read either of them because neither fit its order, one a messy living channel, the other a pattern it couldn't parse, both keeping one stubborn thing against time. The summer the gray pressed closest, Joe's home trays became a rescue station. Wren's cousin, 9, sent a photo through Wren, a grocery store basil start gone gray at the base, the powder spreading up the stem, the early sign Joe had seen at the cemetery before the dead band arrived. The kid's aunt's town had grayed, his own tote garden, modeled on Wren's, had held, but the basil was catching Joe. Cut it at the green, the grays at the base, the tops still alive, root the green part in water, mycorrhizal medium if you have it, the base goes out, not in your compost, 9-year-old via Wren. Okay, will it come back, Joe? The top, well the base is gone, you're not losing the plant, you're losing the part the gray took that's different. Joe did the same at home, his own basil had a gray edge leaf from the July humidity, the corn sweat thick, the gray's chemistry riding the wet. He cut it, rooted the clean top, worked inoculant into the tray, and watched the new root zone trade the way the mothers did. The home ground answered because he met it, not because it was safe. Cthulhu supervised the rescue from the receipt box, the CAT committee having ruled the gray edge leaf a contained threat, the clean top a permitted restart. She did not assist. She audited. He posted a video, hands only, the gray edge cut, the clean top rooted, titled When the Gray Takes the Base, Save the Top. The comments, quieter now, posted their own saves. A woman in a town he didn't know, her rosemary caught at the stem, the top rooted, alive. A man in another, his bean row grayed at the soil line, the upper vines saved. The channel had become a rescue network, not a broadcast. 40,000 people cutting the gray from the living and rooting the clean part, the way Joe had shown the 9-year-old. He closed the laptop, the pipe warm, the tremor calm. The gray pressed closest that summer, and the answer wasn't a fortress. It was a cut. Save the top. Let the base go. The plant remains because someone showed up with a knife and a jar of inoculant. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, sat in the July humidity of his double-wide and let the clarity come, because the smallest rescue was still a rescue, and the living soil that answered at the beds answered here too, one gray edge leaf and one clean top at a time. The July the gray pressed closest, the humidity came down like a lid, the corn sweat off the fields south of Gun City, thick enough to chew, the kind of wet the gray's chemistry rode. Joe found the gray edge leaf on his own basil, the same early sign he'd shown the 9-year-old, powder at the base, the clean top still alive. He cut it, rooted the top in water with mycorrhizal medium, worked inoculant into the tray, and watched the new root zone trade the way the mothers did. The home ground answered because he met it, not because it was safe. Cthulhu supervised from the receipt box, the cat committee having ruled the gray edge leaf a contained threat, the clean top a permitted restart. She did not assist. She audited, the way she audited everything, the pipe warmth, the dehumidifier, the stink bug, the dispensary receipt. Her jurisdiction had grown with the years but never passed the paperwork. Joe packed his pipe, lit it, and let the noise drop in the washed afternoon heat. The gray pressed closest that summer, and the answer at the double wide wasn't a fortress. It was a cut. Save the top. Let the base go. The plant remains because someone showed up with a knife and a jar of inoculant. He thought of the broken piece, dead in its jar, the small green loss he'd sat with, and realized the difference between then and now wasn't the plant. It was him. Then he'd forced a broken thing and watched it go gray. Now he read the edge, cut the live part, rooted it, and the basil on the sill threw a new pair of leaves by the next week. Care first. The rest he'd figured out. He posted a video, hands only, the gray edge cut, the clean top rooted, the new leaf pair a week later, titled The Gray Takes the Base, Save the Top, Part 2. The comments posted their own saves, a quiet archive of cuttings kept alive against a gray that couldn't read a moving mess. The cat, on the receipt, offered no opinion on Part 2. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, sat in the July humidity of his double wide and let the clarity come, because the smallest rescue was still a rescue, and the living soil that answered at the beds answered here too, one gray edge leaf and one clean top at a time. The March the gray withdrew everywhere. Joe's hands found the mother's lower canopy and took the fourth cutting, not from abundance this time, from habit. The old plant had flourished for 3 springs under his care, her broad canopy throwing growth he'd learned to read the way he read the trays at home. The 3 cuttings had become the Henderson line on a channel watched by more people than lived in Cass County. The gray had come, ridden the cold, logged the anomaly, recalibrated, and withdrawn. The ground had answered. Joe selected a lower branch the mother could spare, vigorous, flexible, loaded with node pairs, and made the clean cut with Elmer's pocket knife, the one the old man had given him and taken back and Joe had found in the greenhouse drawer and kept. Rooted it in mycorrhizal medium the way he rooted everything. When the white roots showed, he moved it to its own pot and set it on the bench beside the 3. Fourth, he said to the green corner, Grandpa would have called it one too many. But you're throwing growth, not holding it. You can spare a 4th. Cthulhu, on the receipt box by the door, the dispensary document transported for the occasion, the cat committee evidently ruling the propagation required paperwork, offered no opinion on the arithmetic. She guarded the receipt. That was her job. Joe packed his pipe, lit it, and let the noise drop. The 4th cutting was the proof the old man had been wrong about the never. Not because Joe broke a rule, but because the plant had outgrown the rule. Elmer's restraint had been fear dressed as wisdom, and a thriving mother didn't need restraint. She needed care, and care knew when to take and when to leave. He thought of the broken piece, dead in its jar, and Elmer's angry cutting, dead in 4 days, and the 3, alive because he'd taken them in abundance. Now a 4th, taken from a plant that could spare it, rooting on the bench beside the others. The math of care had gone from 3 dead to 4 living, and the difference was never the plant. It was the hand, and whether it reached in fear or in care. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, took the 4th cutting from his great-uncle's flourishing mother in his great-uncle's greenhouse across from Old Drum Cemetery, and let the clarity come, because the line mattered and she remained and someone had shown up with care instead of fear, and that was the whole game, the part that outlasted the names. Wren aged through the channel the way a plant grows through seasons. You didn't see it day to day. Then suddenly the stem was taller. Year 1, she was 14. the pothos stick putting out a leaf Joe had told her to wait for. Year 2, 15. She'd started a windowsill of rescued plants and argued with Joe in the comments like she'd earned it mine Masron age 15. You said don't prune the dead part to make it look alive, but what if the dead part is blocking the live part's light, Joe? Then cut the dead part. I said don't prune from disgust. Pruning from function is different. You already knew that or you wouldn't have asked mine Masron age 15. I just wanted you to say it, Joe. I'm saying it. Cut the blocking dead wood, leave the rest. Year 3, 16. She sent a photo Joe actually stopped on. Not a houseplant. A row of vegetables in black plastic totes on a balcony, tomatoes and beans and a basil that had gone to flower, all grown from grocery store starts she'd revived the way he taught. The soil in the totes was dark and crumbed, not the dead powder the gray left mine Masron age 16. The dead zones reached my aunt's town, her garden grade in a week. Mine didn't. I think it's the soil food web stuff you showed. The totes are alive, Joe. It's the diversity you didn't monocrop. You mixed the gray handles monoculture fine. Chokes on a mess. You built a mess. Good mine Masron age 16. Am I doing the war, Joe? You're doing the work. The war's just what the campaign calls a lot of people doing the work at once. You started before it had a name. Joe, read that on the kitchen table. Cthulhu on the receipt. The pipe cold. A 16-year-old in some town he didn't know, growing a messy living totes garden while the gray took her aunt's neat rose. That was the whole insurgency in one photo. Not his broadcasts. Her hands. He pinned it. Not the photo. He never used real names, never showed faces, but the principle. You don't defeat the gray. You out-biology it. One messy living garden at a time, and the person doing it is usually a kid who learned to read a green stem instead of throwing it out. Ren age 17 sent the last comment Joe answered before the gray withdrew from Cass County mine Masron age 17. I'm teaching my little cousin now the pothos thing. He's 9, Joe. Then you're the channel now. I just started it. You're continuing it. That was always the point. Mine Masron age 17. Lol. Okay, Grandpa Joe. Careful, I have a real grandpa story and it ends with a greenhouse and a pipe. Cthulhu, on the receipt, offered no opinion on Ren's promotion. The cat committee's jurisdiction ended at paperwork and pipe warmth. Joe closed the laptop and went to check the east bed because Ren's cousin was putting out a leaf somewhere and the line traveled, and that was the whole game, the part that would outlast the war. Joe brought the method to Callaway's farm the September after the gray withdrew from Cass County, when the dead band had softened to poor soil and the clover mat had become a garden. Callaway met him at the row, the old tomato line staked and red, but the fruit smaller than the year Joe had first bitten one. The soil was still thin, the early quiet Joe had felt at the fence line, the ground forgetting how to stay alive, not gray but tired. I kept the seed, Callaway said. Didn't keep the dirt friendly. Joe crouched, dug a finger in, crumb there but faint, the mycorrhizal web a whisper. Your line's fine, your soil's starved of company. A tomato alone in sterile ground is a tomato doing all the work. You give it partners, the soil does half. He laid it out the way he did on camera, hands only, no lecture. Compost tea first, brewed from his own active batch, poured along the row so the bacterial bloom hit the root zone. Mycorrhizal inoculant worked into the topsoil. A nitrogen-fixing bean row between the tomato rows, not for harvest, for the trade, the beans feeding the fungus that fed the tomato. A clover living mulch to keep the soil alive between plants the way the clover mat had kept the greenhouse alive. Callaway watched, hands on his knees, the way Cass County men watched a thing they'd doubted and were now seeing. You're not adding fertilizer, Callaway said. Salt fertilizer feeds the plant and starves the web. This feeds the web. The web feeds the plant. Elmer taught me that part. He wrote it in a blue notebook. Care first, use never, though I ignored the never. Callaway grunted. Elmer was particular. Elmer was scared. Different thing. Joe stood, wiped his hands. Give it a season. The fruit'll come back deep. Your granddad's line deserves friendly dirt. He left Callaway with the inoculant jar and a standing invite to the greenhouse, and drove past Old Drum Cemetery with the evening cooling, the corn sweat humidity finally breaking for fall. The old tomato line would taste like itself again by next summer, not because Joe fixed it but because he'd shown Calloway where the water and the fungus went. The knowing traveled. Elmer's blue notebook, Joe's hands, Calloway's dirt, one stubborn thing against time handed to the next. Cthulhu, at home on the receipt box, did not care about tomatoes. She cared that Joe returned with no new paperwork to guard, and the dispensary receipt remained her sole jurisdiction, the cat committee having ruled the evening within parameters. Verda herself came to the greenhouse in the second summer, after the channel's map of green dots had lit continents and the gray had begun to recalibrate Earth as non-compliant. Not a liaison this time. The exec. She arrived in a different white truck, no logo on the door, and shook Joe's hand like a person measuring his grip. Mr. Sullivan, your method is now the dominant open-source cultivation protocol in 41 countries. That's not a garden, that's infrastructure I don't control. Joe didn't invite her in. You never controlled it. That was the point. Verda was not Harvey's age, not Calloway's. She was sharp, mid-50s, the kind of person who'd fed the world through 3 supply collapses and believed controlled sterile agriculture was the only thing between humanity and starvation. She looked past Joe at the mother room's broad canopy, the 3 Henderson cuttings in pots, the clover mat outside going from defense to garden. Your greenhouse survived the Gray's active suppression, she said. Sorrell's data shows your diversity model is the only human system that held at the anomaly line. That's why I'm here, not a liaison. Harper's liaison was a joke. MS. Fives. And she reported you as a stone hobbyist with a cat problem. Joe glanced at Cthulhu, on the receipt box by the door, who had opened both eyes for Verda, and was judging her with full committee authority. The cat's not a problem. She's oversight. Verda almost smiled. Almost. I'm offering integration. Verda Corp adopts your open source method as a licensed tier. We scale it. We feed people with it. You retain attribution and the seat. The alternative is we keep fighting you in patents and PVAR while the ground finishes graying. Joe leaned on the frame. If you license it, you lock it. You patent the living mess and the mess stops being alive. The gray handles your order fine. It's the chaos it can't read. You'd hand it the win. The gray is recalculating Earth as non-compliant, Verda said, and for the first time she sounded like she'd read Sorrell's papers, not just her own. It's withdrawing, not defeated. Your method bought time, not a victory. Time is the win. The ground answers when we slow down enough to let it. You want to control the answer. I want to let it happen. Verda studied him a long moment, the pipe in his pocket, the cat on the receipt, the old mother flourishing behind him, the green dots on a war map she couldn't unsee. You're either the most dangerous amateur in agriculture or the only honest one. I haven't decided. Decide later. The ground's not waiting for your board. She left in the unmarked truck. Joe went back to the mother room, Cthulhu resuming her post, and packed his pipe. Verticorp's sterile empire still stood. Canon said so, the book said so, but the exec had come to the greenhouse herself, and that meant the living mess had forced the order to knock. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, smoked his Henderson flower and let the noise drop, because the war was won in the soil and lost in the boardroom, and the soil was answering. Lena started her own garden the spring after Joe smoked the first Henderson cure, and she did it the way she did everything, with 2 coffees and a refusal to be impressed by his. I'm not growing cannabis, she said, setting the coffees on the back step. I'm growing things I can eat without a license and a pipe. Joe looked at the tray of seed starts she'd set on the rail, tomatoes, basil, a row of beans in a clear cup, the way he'd shown Ren. You been watching the channel. You're pinned 1, the Pothos Kid. If a 14-year-old can read a green stem, I can grow a tomato. He handed her the mycorrhizal inoculant jar. Mix a spoonful into the start soil. The web does the rest. Don't salt fertilize. Compost tea if it stalls. She took the jar like it was evidence. Elmer would be appalled you gave away the knowing. Elmer kept it in a notebook. I keep it in a channel with 40,000 subscribers. One of those scales. Lena's garden took the corner of her rental's tiny yard. 3 totes and a staked tomato, the way Wren had done on a balcony. Joe checked it once, uninvited, and found the soil crumbed right and the basil going to flower the way his did. "You're not supposed to be here," Lena said, catching him crouched at the totes. "I'm quality control. Quality control is watching the video, not lurking at my tomato." He stood. "Your soil's friendly. You did the work, because you showed me where the water goes." She handed him the empty coffee. "Now leave. The garden's mine." Joe went home to Cthulhu and the receipt and the pipe, and later posted a video, hands only, Lena's totes blurred out of frame, just the crumb and the bean cup, titled "The person who says they won't garden always starts with one tote." The comments lost their minds. The cat, on the receipt, offered no opinion on Lena's autonomy. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, had taught his friend to grow, and the knowing traveled, and that was the whole game, the part that didn't need a war to matter. The 3 cuttings Grow Out became the channel's most watched series, and Joe filmed it the way he filmed everything, hands only, no face. The pots lined on the bench at the greenhouse across from Old Drum Cemetery. Episode 1, The Taking. 3 cuts from the flourishing mother, lower branches she could spare, rooted in mycorrhizal medium. The comments: "Unhinged Topsoil Tom, he's cloning his dead great-uncle's weed on camera. This is a documentary mycelium mom. The broken piece died and now there's 3 character development. Skeptic Sam, cloning is easy, anyone can do this." Joe pinned, "Then do it." Report back: "The hard part isn't the cut, it's the soil." Episode 4, The Stress. Natural, topped, super cropped, side by side, the plants responding to challenge the way a healthy mother does. Joe explained high-stress training plane, topping, manifolding, supercropping, the line between challenge and damage, and the comments section split between gardeners and people who just wanted to watch a stoned man bend plants. Episode 9, Flower. The buds swelled, ricinous, the greenhouse smelling like the mother times 3. He flushed with plain water, cut, hung, cured in glass jars he turned daily on camera. Episode 12, The Smoke. He packed his pipe with the natural cure, lit it, drew, held, exhaled toward the mother room. "This is the Henderson line. Grown from a cutting I took because the plant could spare it." Elmer wrote, "Keep cuts only if she can spare them." She could spare 3. The gray couldn't read this greenhouse because it's a mess on purpose. Diversity confuses it. A plant fed well doesn't just survive. It outgrows the memory of the thing that tried to end it. The comments, for once, mostly "Shut up Norm Karen. I don't even smoke and that was the most honest thing I've seen this year. Mina Masron, age 17. Okay Grandpa Topsoil Tom. The cat audited the cure, didn't she Joe? Every jar every time." Cthulhu, who had indeed inspected the cure jars with the full committee, was on the receipt box, unaware she was a channel celebrity. Joe ended the recording, the pipe in his hand, the 3 Henderson cuttings, now 3 thriving plants, and a Grow Out series watched by more people than lived in Cass County. The knowing traveled the way Elmer said it would, not in the notebook, in the hands, in the smoke, in the soil, and now in a channel that had accidentally become humanity's strategy against a gray that couldn't read a mess. The September the gray pressed closest, the channel's comments became a barter economy, not crypto. Not likes, cuttings. People who'd rooted the clean top of a gray edge plant, or saved a basil from the base, or built a messy living tote garden, started trading the living, a rooted Henderson line slip for a threatened rosemary, a clover mat division for a bean row start, the way Joe had shown the 9-year-old. The method was free. The plants moved. Topsoil Tom got a Henderson slip from a guy in Ohio trading Maya oregano for his marigold. The gray took my neighbor's rose, mine held mycelium mom. My hosta's friendly dirt, now my daughter's class once starts were a nursery by accident. Mine a matron, age 17. My cousin's 9, he's trading basil for tomato. Elmer would hate this. Joe pinned. Elmer kept it in a notebook. You're keeping it in a kid's hands. That's the point. Trade the living. Joe read the thread on the kitchen table. Cthulhu on the receipt. The pipe cold. The barter was the insurgency's immune system. When the Grey took one garden, the neighbor's living starts replaced it, and the replacement traveled faster than the dead zone. Verticorp's sterile seed-locked model couldn't do this. A patent couldn't root in a 9-year-old's cup. He thought of Callaway's tomato, the oldest line in the county, saved seed, traded to Lena, grown in her tote. The Henderson Callaway line now in 3 yards he knew, and however many he didn't. That was the barter at human scale. The Grey handled a monoculture. It choked on a web of traded living things. Joe posted one plain reply, pinned. The Grey wants order, give it a mess that moves. Trade the cutting, the plant doesn't care about your border, neither does the mycelium. He closed the laptop, lit the pipe, and let the noise drop. The comments section had become a seed library with no gate. The way the channel had become a rescue network. The way the ground had answered, not in a fortress, in a trade. Cthulhu, on the receipt, offered no opinion on horticultural commerce. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, watched 40,000 strangers barter the living against a Grey that couldn't read a moving mess, and let the clarity come, because the smallest trade was still a trade, and the soil answered one cutting at a time. Callaway's harvest came the August the Grey withdrew, and Joe drove the county road south past the cemetery to see it. The old tomato line, staked in rows like soldiers, hung heavy with fruit, the deep red of something that tasted like itself. The soil under the rows was dark and crumbed. Joe's method worked in the previous September, the compost tea and the inoculant and the bean row trading nitrogen for the web. The early quiet had lifted. Callaway's ground was friendly again. The old man met him at the row, hands garden dirt. The way Cass County men met you when the work had gone right. Tasted one yet. Joe bit one off the vine. Acidic, sweet, alive, not water, with a tomato costume. That's the line. That's your granddad's seed, in friendly dirt. Callaway grunted, which in Cass County meant thank you, and you were right, and I won't say it out loud. Elmer said you had the hands. He was right about that part. The rest of him was particular. Elmer was scared. Different thing. Joe crouched, dug a finger in. Crumb, the mycelial whisper alive. Your line'll hold now. The Grey took the neat rows in town. Yours is a mess on purpose. Beans between, clover under, the web trading. It won't. Grey. Harvey told me the Grey hit the dock at his store. Said you fixed that too. Elmer stocked the jar. I just carried it. Callaway looked at him a long moment, the way he had the first time, and this time the look landed different, not vouching, recognizing. You're the one Elmer was practicing for. The greenhouse, the notebook, the knowing. He felt this coming and built the room. You showed up. Joe stood. He built it in fear. I fed it in care. That was the whole difference. He left with a sack of Callaway's saved seed, not for himself, for the channel's barter. The oldest tomato in the county, traveling to yards Joe would never see. Cthulhu, at home on the receipt, did not care about tomatoes. She cared that Joe returned with no new paperwork, the dispensary receipt secure, and the double wide within parameters. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, had carried Elmer's no into Callaway's harvest, and the ground had answered, one old seed and one friendly row at a time. Lena's winter came in Joe's 3rd year of the channel, and she did not invite him to help. He found out from the coffee, 2 cups on the back step, one pushed across, the other her own, and a photo on her phone of 3 totes under a grow light in her rental spare room. The Henderson Callaway tomato staked and the basil going to flower the way his did. Inside now, she said. The Grey took the outdoor rows in my aunt's town. Mine's in the spare room. Climate's mine. Joe looked at the photo. The totes were on a shelf, the light low, the soil crumbed right. She'd learned the work, the way Wren had, the way the 9-year-old had. You built the mess indoors. Elmer would be appalled. Elmer kept his in a greenhouse and called it restraint. You kept yours in a spare room and called it climate. Joe drank coffee. You outgrew the lesson. Don't make it a thing. She took the phone. The cousin's 9. He's got a windowsill now. Wren's teaching him the pothos thing. Joe smiled. The knowing travels. Elmer seeded it. You carried it. I grew it in a spare room. Lena stood. Now leave. The totes are mine. He went home to Cthulhu and the receipt and the pipe, and later posted a video, hands only, Lena's spare room totes blurred, just the crumb and the low light, titled "The Garden Moves Indoors When the Ground Forgets." The comments, quieter now, posted their own indoor messes, a basement tray, a bathroom basil, a closet clover. The gray pressed closest that winter, and the answer wasn't a fortress. It was a move. The garden went where the ground was friendly. Cthulhu, on the receipt, offered no opinion on Lena's climate autonomy. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, had taught his friend to grow, and she'd moved the garden indoors to keep it alive, and the ground answered, one spare room tote at a time. Sorrel's map lit a green dot in a town Joe had never heard of, and he pinned it without a name. The war map. The one he referenced on the channel without saying where it came from. The one built by the soil scientist who'd found the pattern and never exchanged a name. Showed the resistance clusters spreading the way mycelium spread, slow, networked, unstoppable by order. The Cass County anomaly was one dot among thousands. Joe's greenhouse, Lena's totes, Wren's balcony, Callaway's rose, Mabel's hydrangea, the 9-year-old's clean top, each a dot the campaign had logged and failed to convert. He thought of Sorrel sometimes when he packed the pipe, a person somewhere reading soil samples the way he read trays, the two of them building the same insurgency from different sides of a screen. She'd named the war, he'd named the method. Neither had asked for the job, and neither would ever know the other's name. The green dots meant the method had traveled past him, past the channel, past the barter, into yards and windowsills and spare rooms he'd never see, in towns with names he'd never pronounce. The gray recalibrated Earth as non-compliant and withdrew not because it was defeated but because the living mess had become too distributed to convert. A million small cuttings traded faster than a dead zone could spread. Joe pinned the map to the top of a video, hands only, the green dots filling the frame, no faces, no names, and typed one plain line. The gray handles order, give it a mess that moves, you already are. He closed the laptop, the pipe warm, the tremor calm. Sorrel's map and his hands were the same war, fought by a stone gardener and a soil scientist who'd never exchange a name, and the gray couldn't read either of them because neither fit its order, one a messy living channel, the other a pattern it couldn't parse, both keeping one stubborn thing against time, one green dot at a time. Cthulhu, on the receipt, offered no opinion on remote cartography. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, watched the map light and let the clarity come because the smallest dot was still a dot, and the ground answered whether or not anyone watched, and the knowing traveled the way Elmer said it would, not in the notebook, in the hands, in the smoke, in the soil, from one stubborn thing against time to the next. The channel reached a woman in a town Joe couldn't pronounce, and she sent a photo that stopped him. Not a houseplant, a terrace in a city he'd never seen, ringed with totes like Wren's balcony, a messy living garden grown from a Henderson line slip traded 3 countries over. The gray had taken her neighborhood's park in a week. Her terrace held Mariana P. translated. My grandmother's balcony went gray. I traded a slip for oregano. The slip came from Ohio. The Ohio man got it from your channel. The terrace is alive. The park is not. I do not understand why, but I am grateful. Joe read it on the kitchen table, Cthulhu on the receipt, the pipe cold. A slip had traveled from his greenhouse to Ohio to a woman in a city he couldn't pronounce, and the living had moved faster than the dead zone. That was the barter at planetary scale. The gray handled a park, choked on a web of traded cuttings spanning borders it couldn't read. He pinned her photo, blurred, no face, just the totes and the terrace and the living crumb, and typed one plain line, translated. The gray wants order. You gave it a mess that moves. The plant doesn't care about your border, neither does the mycelium. The comments filled with the same, a man in a port city, a woman in a high valley, a kid in a coastal town, each with a messy living garden grown from a cutting that had traveled further than the dead zone could spread. The method was free. The plants moved. The ground answered in a language the campaign couldn't parse, not a fortress, a trade. Cthulhu, on the receipt, offered no opinion on international horticulture. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, watched a slip from his great-uncle's mother circle the world and let the clarity come, because the smallest trade was still a trade, and the soil answered one cutting at a time, and the knowing traveled the way Elmer said it would, not in the notebook, in the hands, in the smoke, in the soil, from one stubborn thing against time to the next, across any border the gray thought it owned. Verda did not decide between adoption and fight. She did both. The exec who'd come to the greenhouse in the second summer, who'd called Joe either the most dangerous amateur in agriculture or the only honest one and hadn't decided, went back to the Verticorp board and did what a person who'd fed the world through 3 collapses did. She built a wall and a window. The wall, Verticorp patented a sterilized, seed-locked version of the living soil method. The diversity model, stripped of the mycelial web, the open seed, the mess. A controlled chaos, the kind the gray could read. It scaled to feed millions. It also grayed, eventually, the way sterile order always did, but not before the harvest. Verda called it the compliance tier. Joe saw it on the channel's radar and said nothing. The wall fed people. He wouldn't fault that. The window. She funded Sorrel's detection network anonymously through a foundation, the soil scientist who'd mapped the resistance clusters and never exchanged a name with Joe. Verticorp's money bought the kit that pinged anomaly, resistance cluster, Cass County Mo, and every green dot after. She'd told Joe the gray was recalculating Earth as non-compliant, not defeated. She'd read Sorrel's papers. Now she paid for them. Joe learned this the way he learned most things, from the channel, a comment he didn't post, a pattern he read. Verda had built the wall to feed the world and the window to watch it answer. The order and the living mess in one company, the way Joe held both in his hands, the pipe and the tray. He packed his pipe on the back step, the September evening cooling, Cthulhu on the receipt, and let the noise drop. Verticorp's sterile empire still stood. Canon said so, the book said so, but the exec had answered the greenhouse with both hands. Feed them with a wall, watch them with a window. She hadn't decided he was dangerous or honest. She'd decided both were useful. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, smoked his Henderson flower and let the clarity come, because the war was won in the soil and lost in the boardroom, and Verda had built a boardroom that did both, and the ground was answering, one green dot and one patented tier at a time. The third summer settled the way Missouri summers did, hot, then not, the corn sweat breaking for fall, the ground answering quietly. The gray had withdrawn from Cass County and everywhere Sorrel's map lit green, not defeated, recalibrated, the campaign shifting its weight elsewhere, the way Joe had read in the flag. The war was over the way a storm was over. The front had passed, the damage was what it was, the living went back to the work of living. Joe's days found a shape. Mornings at the double-wide trays, the basil on the sill flourishing, the trimmer calm after the pipe. Mid-mornings at the greenhouse across from Old Drum Cemetery, the mother room broad and green, the 4 cuttings of her line throwing growth he filmed for the channel between defenses that no longer came. Afternoons at the kitchen table, the laptop, the comments, a barter economy of living things, green dots he'd never see, a woman in a city he couldn't pronounce trading oregano for a Henderson slip. Lena came by with 2 coffees and a tomato from her spare room totes. Callaway's harvest came by the sack. Wren's cousin, 9, sent a photo of a pothos leaf, the pothos thing handed down. Mabel's hydrangea bloomed blue, then pink when Joe showed her the crumb for it. Harvey's dock behind the family center grew something now. The salt beaten by compost and inoculant Elmer had stocked and Joe had carried. Cthulhu ruled the double-wide from the receipt box, the dispensary document her permanent jurisdiction, the pipe warmth under review, the dehumidifier a tolerated rival, the stink bug expelled, the mouse expelled, the gray edge leaf contained, the greenhouse perimeter secured. The cat committee had expanded its treaty to cover the whole operation, and the male human's pipe remained, as always, one more thing the cat permitted, under review. Joe packed his pipe on the back step one September evening, the cicadas winding down, the first cool front nudging the humidity back, and let the noise drop. 3 years of channel, 3 years of gray, 3 years of a restrained old mother becoming a flourishing line and a war fought in the soil. The ground had answered. Elmer had felt it coming and built the room. Joe had fed the plant. They'd been both right, and the old man had been wrong about the never. He exhaled toward the basil, which had gone from offended to flourishing under his care, the way the mother had, the way the county had. The living plants were still there. They didn't wait for a person to finish being grateful. But in the settling, Joe let himself be grateful anyway, because the war had been won in the soil and the ground was answering, and Elmer's one mistake, keeping the line from use out of fear, had been corrected by a broad green canopy, and that was the whole game, the part that outlasted the names, one cutting, one cat, one pipe, one green dot at a time. Lena came over the September evening Joe smoked the first Henderson cure, and she did not refuse the offer. He'd grown the 3 cuttings through flower, cured the natural one in glass jars he turned daily, and packed his pipe with it on the back step as the cicadas wound down and the first cool front nudged the humidity back. Lena arrived with 2 coffees and a look. "You're smoking his plant." "My plant now." I took the cuttings because she could spare them. Elmer wrote keep cuts only if she can spare them. She could spare 3. Joe offered the pipe. Henderson line. Grown from Grandpa's mother, cured by me. Try it or don't. Lena took it, drew a small hit the way a person tests a strange water, and held it, and exhaled toward the basil. "That's smoother than the dispensary stuff." "Because I know the mother, the cut, the cure. The label at the dispensary never tells you that. This I can name every step." She handed it back. Elmer would have a fit. Elmer wrote use never. He was wrong about that part. He kept the line so it could be used well. I used it well. Joe relit, drew, let the noise drop the way it did, the real room getting loud under the floor. "The clarity's better when the flower's right. That's why I grow it. Not to get high, to get clear." Lena watched him. "You really believe that?" "I believe the soil talks and most people are too loud to hear it. This," he tapped the pipe, "turns the volume down so I can." Grandpa felt the ground forgetting how to stay alive. I felt it too, at the cemetery. The knowing travels. He left it in a blue notebook. I left it in the smoke and the hands. She drank coffee. "You're the weirdest person I kept." "Heft, from childhood, I had options. You were the only one who'd explain why a tomato plant drooped without making me feel stupid." Joe smiled. "That was Elmer's influence. He taught me not to lecture. Show the root zone, let the person see." Cthulhu, on the receipt box, opened one eye at the mention of tomatoes and closed it, the cat committee having ruled the Henderson flower a permitted substance under the male human's jurisdiction, the receipt secure, Lena tolerated, and the evening proceeding within parameters. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, smoked his great-uncle's line on his back step in Gun City and let the clarity come. Because the ground had answered, the line remained, and the knowing was his now, in the hands and the smoke and the living soil that had turned a restrained old mother into a thriving plant and a channel and a war worth fighting. The notebook said the mother had not been Elmer's to begin with. Joe found the entry in the blue pages, wedged between a root temperature table and a line about the access road. "My grandfather brought the cutting from a greenhouse outside Harrisonville in 41. War was on. He said keep it alive. The world's going quiet. A living thing is worth more kept than taken. I kept it. I kept it too long, and I kept it from living. That's the part I got wrong." Joe set the notebook down. The mother, the old plant flourishing now in her broad canopy, the 3 cuttings and the 4th on the bench, had been a cutting once, taken by Elmer's grandfather during a different war, carried from a greenhouse outside Harrisonville, kept alive through a world going quiet. 3 generations. A cutting passed down the way Callaway's tomato seed had passed down, the way the Henderson line now passed down through Joe's channel. He thought of the broken piece, dead in its jar, and Elmer's angry cutting, dead in 4 days, and the 3, alive because he'd taken them in abundance, and the 4th, rooting now. The mother had survived 2 men's fear, the grandfather who'd kept her through the war, Elmer who'd kept her from living, and flourished under the 3rd, who'd fed her into it. Cthulhu, on the receipt, offered no opinion on lineage. The cat committee's jurisdiction ended at paperwork and pipe warmth. Joe packed his pipe, lit it, and let the knowing travel the way the old man had said it would, not in the notebook, in the hands, in the smoke, in the soil. The mother was a cutting from a wartime greenhouse outside Harrisonville in 41. Joe was a cutting from Elmer's restraint, corrected by care. The line mattered because she remained, and she remained because someone, in every generation, had shown up, sometimes in fear, sometimes in care, but always with a cutting, always with the knowing that a living thing was worth more kept than taken. He went to the mother room, where the old plant threw her canopy and the four of her line sat beside her, alive, used well, and the proof that the cutting passed down was never the plant. It was the hand, and whether it reached in fear or in care, and Joe Sullivan had finally answered 3 generations of fear with one broad green canopy. The first coordinated grow happened on a Saturday, and it was the moment the movement stopped being a collection of gardeners and became an army. Joe had been saying for weeks that the gray moved in pulses, and the only answer was to pulse back, to wake living soil in 100 places at once, so the sterilizer couldn't aim at any single one. Mara had built the schedule. Sorrel had mapped the gray's current front from her sensor network. Wren, the kid from the grade suburb, had coded a bare-bones coordination board on a free server because nobody would fund the real one. At 9:00 a.m. UTC, 11,000 growers across 40 countries planted or activated a living bed within the same window. Not a protest, a synchronization. The channel carried the count live, a number ticking up as plots came online from Lagos to Laos. Joe ran the Cass County anchor. He'd built a bed that morning from the weirdest mix he could assemble, not his usual beans and corn but a tangle of cover crops, native prairie grasses, a fungus he'd cultured from a fallen log, and the clover that fixated nitrogen along the edges. It was ugly. It was alive. It was unlike any bed the gray had learned to hunt. The pulse hit at 9:47. The gray swept the plains in a line, and Joe watched his sensors and Mara's and Sorrel's as the wave reached the ring of beds and stalled. Not because any single bed was strong, because there were 11,000 of them, each different, and the sterilizer could not write 11,000 counters before the next pulse. "It's working," Sorrel said on the call, and Joe could hear her trying not to sound amazed. "The diversity is holding." The pulse dissipated across the network. "We're not beating it in one place. We're making it mathematically unable to focus." Joe, pipe in hand, watched the count tick past 12,000 and felt the calm in him do the thing it did when a clone rooted, tick up a degree. "We're not an army," he said. "We're a mycelium. The gray fights things that hold still. We don't." The comments section, for once, had lost its unhinged edge. It was a roll call. Growers posting coordinates, species, soil types. A farmer in Ukraine described planting rye and vetch into a gray field. A teenager in Brazil showed a bucket of living compost on a balcony. The channel had become, without anyone planning it, the command post of a war the enemy could not comprehend. Verda Corp noticed. Of course they did. And Verda, watching the synchronization from her tower, understood something she hadn't before. This wasn't chaos. It was a network more resilient than any supply chain she'd ever built, because it had no center to attack. Joe was the face, but the system lived in the soil itself, and that soil reached every corner of the planet. She made a note. Then she made a harder decision, to stop trying to contain the stoned gardener and start trying to survive what came next. Joe ended the day the way he started it, in the grow room, pipe lit, watching the east bed breathe. 12,000 beds. One idea. The gray, for the first time in 4,000 years, had met a force it couldn't outweight. He left that thought unposted. Some victories you kept between you and the soil. But he slept that night with the window open and the crickets doing their part, and for the first time since the dead zone appeared, he dreamed of green. The adapted strain arrived in the spring, and it did what the original gray could not. It learned to wait. Joe's beds had held against every pulse. The riot of diversity had confused the campaign into a stalemate, so the sterilizer, patient as geology, built a slower weapon, a gray that didn't sweep, didn't pulse, didn't announce. It seeped. It entered living soil not as a wall but as a whisper, and it undid the mycelium from the inside. one thread at a time, too slowly for any sensor to catch until the bed was already gray at the core. The first sign was a bed in Mara's north that went quiet without warning. Not converted, just still. The beans stood, the fungus ran, but the trade between them had stopped. The soil had forgotten how to listen. Joe flew north himself, for the first time leaving Cass County, because the calm that served him with soil served him even better in person. He knelt in Mara's dead quiet bed with his pipe unlit and put his hands in the dirt, and he felt it. The whisper gray, threading through the network, patient, thorough, indifferent. It's inside the mycelium, he said. It's not attacking the bed. It's living in the wires. Can you push it out? Mara asked. She'd stopped expecting miracles. She'd started expecting Joe to find the next right weird thing. He didn't answer right away. He sat with the soil high and patient and let the room under the floor speak, and what it said was that the whisper gray was a copy of the living network. It had learned the shape of life well enough to pretend. The only answer was to make the network change faster than the copy could follow. Not a static bed, a living, shifting one, a garden that never held the same shape twice. He went back to Cass County and rebuilt his anchor bed as a moving target, rotating species every few days, swapping fungal partners, never letting the soil settle into a pattern the gray could memorize. It was exhausting. It was the opposite of the slow calm he'd built his whole method on. But it worked. The whisper gray, built to mimic a stable network, starved in a network that refused to stay still. He posted the new method as he'd posted the first, free, plain, specific. The gray learned our bed, he said to the camera, pipe in hand. So we stop having a bed. We have emotion. Grow it, change it, grow something else. The gray is a copy. You can't copy something that won't sit still. The coordinated grows became coordinated churn. 11,000 beds, each shifting weekly, each a different shape, and the whisper gray, built at enormous cost by a process with no deadline, became obsolete the moment it finished because the target had already moved. Sorrel called it, in her careful way, the first time a biological weapon was defeated by refusing to be predictable. Joe called it not sitting still. Same thing. He kept the pipe, kept the calm. But he'd learned the last lesson the war would teach him. His slowed mind was a strength, and Mara's speed was a strength, and the real win was the churn between them, slow enough to see, fast enough to live. The east bed breathed behind him, never the same 2 days running, and the war kept moving. The global synchronization was Joe's last great act as the broadcaster, and he ran it the way he ran everything, calm, specific, and free. The war map Sorrel had built showed the gray's lattice clearly now, a grid of nodes over the oldest soils, advancing in pulses, stalling at the diverse gardens, receding where the noise was loudest. Joe looked at that map and saw not a defense but a schedule. We stop defending, he said on the call. We pulse back. Every grower, every node, plant at the same moment the gray pulses. Make the lattice hit a wall of life everywhere at once. Mara built the schedule. Sorrel mapped the gray's predicted pulses from the kit data. Ren coded the coordination board. Verticorp, pivoting to feeding the winners, lent the logistics network it had spent decades building because a company that fed the movement survived the movement. The first global pulse happened on a Saturday, and it was the largest single act of the war. 90,000 growers across every continent planted or activated a living bed within the same window, and the gray, which had never faced more than a region at once, met a planet of life and could not aim at any part of it. Joe watched the count tick past 90,000, pipe in hand, and felt the calm in him do the thing it did when a clone rooted, tick up a degree. We're the soil. The gray responded the only way a process can. It recalibrated, built a harder counter, and the counter failed against the noise because the noise was now 90,000 different songs and the gray had only one word. The lattice stalled at every node. The oldest soils, the ones the gray had held longest, went green first because they were surrounded by the most life. Sorrel watched her war map turn from gray to blue in real time and allowed herself a single quiet breath. It's working, she said. Not winning. Working. The gray can't suppress a substrate that won't be quiet. Verta. in her tower, watched the same map and made her peace with it. The stoned gardener had built a food system she couldn't have, because it had no center to attack and no monopoly to break. She'd been right about scarcity. He'd been right about abundance. The future belonged to the weird. Joe ended the day the way he started it, in the grow room, pipe lit, watching the east bed breathe, and the war kept moving, and the planet kept breathing. Joe stepped back as he'd stepped in, without ceremony, because the war had never been his, and he'd known that from the basement, from Pell's last line, from the first time the comments became a movement. The broadcaster was a function, not a man, and the function now lived in a million gardens. He said it on a video, pipe in hand, the east bed behind him gone quiet in the late summer. "I'm done broadcasting the method," he said. "Not because it's over, because you don't need me to. You've got it. Ren's got it. Mara's got it. The dirt's got it. I'm going back to my grow room and my beans the way it was before any of this. That's enough for me. The rest is yours." The comments for once were quiet. A few said thank you. Mara wrote, "Go, we got it." Ren wrote, "The noise continues." Sorrel archived the server. Verta shipped another million inoculant packets. The channel kept running because the channel was no longer his, it was theirs. Joe went back to the grow room, and the calm that had always been his strength settled into a quieter shape, the calm of a man who had done the thing and could set it down. He posted sometimes short videos, just the garden, no war, and the audience that had come for the apocalypse stayed for the basil. But he did not declare an end. The gray still edged the wildlands, the sterilizer had withdrawn, not surrendered, and Pell's journals had taught him the cycle returned. So Joe's last act was not a finale. It was a handoff, the way you hand a garden to the next grower, by getting out of its way. "We didn't save the world," he said on the final video, and he meant it. "We grew it back. There's a difference. Saving is what you do when it's almost gone. Growing is what you do when it's yours again. It's yours again. Keep growing." He set the pipe down and looked at the east bed through the window, and for the first time he understood that saving the world had required him to be less certain, not more, and that the certainty now lived in the million gardens, greener and weirder than his, and that was the whole point. The grow room hummed, the basil flowered, the crickets did their part, and Joe, master cultivator, the man who taught a planet to outlive its own soil, went back to the dirt, and the dirt, as it always had, kept talking. Ren taught the next generation as they'd been taught, by using the method, not explaining it. At 17 they ran training gardens in the suburban cluster, and the kids who came were younger than Ren had been when the gray took their windowsill, and they learned by doing, because the method was a habit, not a lecture. "Shift it," Ren told a 12-year-old named Riley, who'd planted a bucket identical to Ren's. "Yours looks like mine. The gray cop is mine, so it'll copy yours. Make yours weird. Different bean, different fungus. The gray can't copy something that won't sit still." Riley swapped the bean for a pea from their grandmother's freezer, and the bucket went green and different, and the gray, when it tested the cluster, slid off Riley's bucket the way water slides off a weird shape, and Riley understood, at 12, the one true thing. The method is not a recipe, it is a refusal to be copied. Ren watched the cluster train the next generation and understood they were no longer the successor but the teacher, as Joe had become, and as Joe had stepped back, Ren would too, when the time came, because the noise didn't need a center, it needed a million voices, and Riley was one now. The server hummed. Sorrel's war map glowed blue. The bite test was a reflex. The shift don't copy rule was a habit. The pulse schedule was a calendar. The next generation tended the method without the war to teach it, because Ren had taught it, as Joe had taught Ren, by getting out of its way. The gray stayed at the wildland edge. Pell's journals said it would return. Ren trained for that, not in fear but in habit, the way you train a garden to survive a drought before the drought comes, because the war had proven the only answer was a million gardens that wouldn't hold still, and the next generation was learning to be exactly that. Riley posted their first video, a bucket of peas in gray dirt, and the comment was quiet, and a few said hell yes, and Ren read it and planted the next weird pot. and the noise continued, and the soil kept talking, and the future, green and weird and alive, was already in younger hands, and that was the whole point. Wren taught the next kids as Joe had taught them, by giving them what they needed and getting out of the way. The suburban cluster's youngest growers were 9 and 10, born into a world where the dead zones were already receding, who had never seen a fully gray horizon. They did not know the war as a war. They knew it as a garden, because that was what Wren showed them, a windowsill and a yogurt cup and the gray letting go, the same first miracle Wren had had. They ask why the gray was gray, Wren told Mara on the call. I tell them the ground forgot how to live. They ask how we remember it. I tell them we never let it forget, because we kept talking to it. They get it. Kids get the conversation faster than adults. Wren wrote the Kids' Guide, a one-page thing with drawings how to wake dirt with a cup and a cousin, and posted it open, and the 9-year-olds of the suburbs started their own windowsill gardens, and the gray behind their apartments went green, and a generation that had never known a dead horizon learned to keep it that way, because the method was now a childhood, not a crisis. Wren capped the pipe, used it as Joe taught, not to escape but to slow down enough to hear the room under the floor, and they taught the kids that too, that the slowed mind is the one that hears the soil, because Joe's greatest lesson was not the method but the calm, and that calm was passing down, generation to generation, the way the method passed, hand to hand, garden to garden. The suburban dead zones went fully green, the last gray inch taken by a 9-year-old with a cup and a cousin, and Wren posted it, pipe in hand, as Joe had, and said the only true thing. The war's over for them. It was always going to be. We just held the line till they didn't have to. The comments were quiet. A few said thank you. Wren set the pipe down and looked at the cluster, green now, all of it, and the kids were in the yards, and the soil was talking, and the future, green and weird and alive, was in hands too young to remember the gray, and that was the whole point, the only point, the conversation continuing without the speakers who started it. The war closed the way it opened, in the dirt, without a word, and the kids didn't notice, because to them it had always been a garden. Wren's random signal scaled past the suburban cluster to the whole movement, and the gray, which had learned to mimic a rhythm, met a planet that refused even its own schedule, and it starved in the noise. The signal fired at odd hours, coded by Wren's board from a seed no grower knew. So the beds shifted when the board said, not when the weak did, and the whisper strain, built to enter a rhythm and undo it, found a chaos it could not predict, and it failed across every sector at once, because the chaos was global now, a million gardens shifting on a signal only the board held. Wren, 17, ran the board from the suburban cluster's data closet, pipe warm from use, as Joe had taught, not to escape but to slow down enough to hear the room under the floor. They did not call themselves the leader. They called themselves the noise, and that noise was the point, because a noise cannot be copied, and the gray could only copy something that held a shape. The channel's growers adopted the random shift without being told why, because Wren's guide said only shift when the signal comes, not when the weak does, and the growers did, and the gray could not find them, and the whisper strain, the campaign's best weapon, met a movement that refused even its own rhythm, and it receded, the way every gray weapon had receded against a noise no process could address. Mara watched from the green city and felt the calm Joe had taught her. They're better at this than we were, she told the camera. They grew up in it. The rhythm was our habit. The chaos is theirs. The gray can't fight a generation that never learned to hold still. The board fired at 3 a.m. The cluster shifted. The gray receded. The kids slept. The soil breathed. And Wren, successor to a war they'd been born into, ran the noise that the gray could not copy, and the future, green and weird and alive, held, because the method was no longer a recipe, not even a rhythm. It was a refusal to be known, and a refusal cannot be addressed, only outlived, and the gray, for all its patience, had met something it could not outlive, because the thing changed faster than the process could copy. Wren set the pipe down and looked at the cluster, green, all of it, and the signal would fire again at some hour they did not know, and the beds would shift, and the gray would fail, and the conversation would continue, generation to generation, the way it always had, in the dirt, without a word. Ren's 16th winter was the one where they stopped copying Joe and started contradicting him, and the contradiction was the proof they'd learned. Joe posted a video that season advising growers to keep a core bed, one stable, perfected bed per garden as the anchor. Ren read it, frowned, and posted a reply within the hour. Respectfully, no, the core bed is the thing the whisper strain hunts, one stable shape per garden is one target, kill the core, shift everything. The reply got more views than Joe's video. Joe liked it. Kids right, he said. I was thinking like a grower. They're thinking like the gray. Kill the core. That was the handoff, not the quiet one years later, but the real one. The student surpassing the teacher by seeing what the teacher's habits hid. Ren, who had never been a grower before the gray, had no habit to unlearn, and the gray, which learned from patterns, could not learn from a mind that had none. They coded the random signal board that winter, the thing that would defeat the whisper strain, and they did it alone, because Joe's calm was too slow for the problem and Mara's speed was too human for the code. Ren was both, young enough to be fast and calm enough to be patient, the blend Joe and Mara had been reaching for and never quite held. The board fired its first random signal in February, and 1,000 beds shifted at 3 a.m. for no reason any grower could name, and the whisper strain, built to enter a rhythm, met a chaos and starved, and Ren, 16, watched the gray fail against their code and felt the calm Joe had taught them, the cleared, slowed mind, settle. They wrote Joe, killed the core, it worked. Joe wrote back, told you you'd outgrow me, that was the plan. Ren set the pipe down, the glass one Joe had mailed, and looked at the cluster, green in the snow, and understood they were no longer the student but the noise, and that was the point, because a noise cannot be copied, and the gray could only copy something that held a shape. The winter held. The signal fired. The whisper strain receded. And Ren, who had started with a yogurt cup and a gray windowsill, ran the thing that beat the gray's best weapon, not by being smarter, but by being younger. And the young, as Joe had learned too late, outlive the patient, because they have not yet learned to hold still. Ren, at 17, ran the channels warboard the night the gray's pulses stopped, and the silence on the map was louder than the war had been, because something that ends without a sound leaves a space no victory fills. They did not celebrate, they archived. The random signal board kept firing, not because the gray was coming, but because the habit, once built, was the method, and a habit stopped as a habit the gray could wait out. We don't stand down, they posted. We stand ready. The gray waits. So do we. The growers, who had learned the patience from Sorrel and the calm from Joe, kept the beds shifting, and the silence held, and the green held, and Ren, who had started with a yogurt cup, now kept the thing that kept the planet, and the weight of it was something they carried the way you carry anything you chose, which is to say without complaint, and with the pipe Joe had mailed warm in their hand. The founders' journals, on the open server, said the gray would return, because Pell had logged the 4,000-year cycle, and Ren, who had beaten the whisper strain by being younger, now faced the longer enemy, the patient one, and they understood the wind had been a pause, and a pause maintained is a pause that holds, and the method, which had always been a conversation, became a conversation that didn't hang up, because something maintained is something alive. They trained the next kids, 9 and 10, born into a world where the dead ground was a story, not a memory, and the kids shifted the beds on Ren's random signal without knowing why, because knowing why is a shape, and a shape is a target, and Ren, who had learned from Joe to give without explaining, gave the method and let the kids make it theirs, and the kids, who had no habit to unlearn, beat the gray by not knowing it was there. Ren set the pipe down and looked at the cluster, green in the dark, and the signal fired, and the beds shifted, and the gray stayed silent, and the conversation continued by habit, without the speakers who started it, and Ren, 17, was no longer the student but the noise, and that was the point, because a noise cannot be copied, and the gray, patient across cycles, had met a population of noises, and the population held. They wrote Joe, signal fired, beds shifted, gray silent, we're good. Joe wrote back, always were. I just went first. Ren smiled. The future was in hands younger than both of theirs, and that was the point, the method passing hand to hand, the conversation outliving the silence. Ren's hardest night was not the gray's attack but the silence after, the third winter, when the pulse stopped and the board kept firing and nobody told them to stop, and they sat in the data closet at 17 with the pipe Joe had mailed them, warm from use, and wondered if they had become the thing they fought. The random signal had been their invention, born of a 16-year-old's refusal to hold a shape, and it had beaten the whisper strain, and Wren had been the noise, which was the point, and then the gray went quiet, and the noise kept making noise for no reason anyone could name, and Wren, who had never doubted the method, doubted the habit, because a habit that outlives its enemy can become the enemy, and the gray, patient, would have noted that, if it could note a thing so human. They almost stood the board down. They wrote the post, signal paused gray gun we rest, and they didn't send it, because Pell's journals, on the open server, said the cycle returned and a pause maintained is a pause that holds, and the method, which had always been a conversation, became a conversation that didn't hang up, and Wren, who had learned from Joe to give without explaining, gave the method one more night, and the signal fired, and the beds shifted, and the gray stayed silent, and the doubt, which was the only gray left in them, met a habit it could not address. They wrote Joe, almost stopped it didn't the habit's the point, not the win. Joe wrote back, good the win ends the habit doesn't you figured it before me. Wren read that and set the pipe down, and the cluster was green, all of it, and the signal would fire again at 3 a.m. for no reason, and that was the method, a conversation owned by everyone, and all of it returned to the dirt, which was the only thing that had ever been talking, and Wren, who had almost become the silence, became the noise again, and the noise, as Joe had said, was the point. The winter held. The signal fired. The gray stayed silent, and Wren, 17, kept the thing that kept the planet, not from fear but from the habit Joe had taught them, that what you keep alive does not wait for the enemy to return. It keeps talking, and the dirt, as it always had, kept talking back. Sorrel packed the basement as she'd packed a lab a year before, but this time she was leaving the work, not losing it. The server, mirrored 1,000 times on Wren's cluster, needed no carrying. The fold-in table, the scanner Pell had built, the spare kits, those she handed to a grower from the southern reaches who'd lost a mentor to the node variant and wanted to keep the science alive. I'm done being the source, she told Joe on the call. The data's everywhere. My job was to prove it was real. It's proven. 1,000,000 kits prove it. I can stop. You earned the quiet, Joe said. Same as me. We held the line till they didn't need us. Wren's got the server. Dewey's got the patties. Mara's got the city. The science is a crowd now, not a person. That was the point. She archived her last finding to the open server, a note on the 4,000-year cycle and the gray's likelihood of returning, and she titled it plain, It Comes Back. Stay weird. Then she closed the basement and the server hummed on without her, fed by 1,000 gardens, and the war map glowed blue, and the dirt breathed, and Sorrel, scientist who had proven the war was real, let the growers she'd armed carry it the rest of the way. She wrote Wren, the server's yours, keep it loud. Wren wrote back, loud. Sorrel smiled. The future was in good hands, younger than hers, and that was the whole point, the conversation continuing without the speakers who started it. The basement went dark. The map stayed lit. The gray stayed on the map, blue where it had been gray, and the war kept moving toward its quiet end, and Sorrel, for the first time in years, had no gray on her mind, only the memory of 1,000,000 blue strips turning clear, proof that a truth given away 1,000,000 times cannot be taken back. She went upstairs and opened a window and smelled the city's gardens, and the air was green, and she slept, and the soil talked, and the method lived, free, public, growing by the hour, untouchable because it belonged to no one and therefore to everyone, and that was the only way it could have won. Sorrel's last act was not a paper. It was a handoff, the way you hand a garden to the next grower, by getting out of its way. The science, like the soil, belonged to the crowd now, and the crowd would keep it alive, because a crowd has no single target, and the gray, for all its patience, could not silence a noise. Sorrel saved the final frame of the war map the night before she closed the basement, and the frame showed what the war had been, a gray lattice over the planet, now pierced by 1,000,000 blue dots, the living gardens, clustered at the oldest soils, spreading outward as Joe had said they would, diverse, patient, alive. She titled it Earth. unresolved, and archived it to Wren's cluster, mirrored 1,000 times, because a truth given away 1,000,000 times cannot be taken back. The frame would outlast her, outlast the war, outlast the gray's next cycle, because it lived in 1,000,000 gardens, and the gray, for all its patience, could not erase something that watched itself. The map's margin held the lines the war had written. Pels listened slower than the gray thinks. Sorrel's day the monopoly blinked. Dews the ground remembers if you remind it. Issa's the grid is gray we are not. Astrid's the cold slows the talk it doesn't stop it. Wren's the method is not a recipe it is a refusal to be copied. A chorus of growers, each a voice, none a center, the conversation that beat the monologue. Sorrel looked at the frame and felt the calm Joe had taught her. The calm that saw the shape before the noise. We won by being loud, she said to the empty basement. The gray is a monologue. We're a conversation. Conversations outlive monologues. That's the whole thing. Not force. Noise. She closed the file. The server hummed on Wren's cluster. The map glowed blue. The dirt breathed. And Sorrel, scientist who had proven the war was real, let the growers she'd armed carry it the rest of the way, because the science, like the soil, belonged to the crowd now, and the crowd would keep it alive, because a crowd has no single target, and the gray, for all its patience, could not silence a noise. The basement went dark. The map stayed lit. The gray stayed on the map, blue where it had been gray, and the war kept moving toward its quiet end, and Sorrel, for the first time in years, had no gray on her mind, only the memory of 1,000,000 blue strips turning clear, proof that a truth given away 1,000,000 times cannot be recalled. She went upstairs and opened a window and smelled the city's gardens, and the air was green, and she slept, and the soil talked, and the method lived, free, public, growing by the hour, untouchable, because it belonged to no one and therefore to everyone, and that was the only way it could have won, the conversation continuing without the speakers who started it. Sorrel's last act was not a paper. It was a frame, saved to a server no one owned, mirrored 1,000 times, the proof that the war had been real and winnable and won quietly by a people who refused to be silent, and the frame would outlast the silence because the dirt talks, and 1,000,000 growers listen, and the gray, for all its patience, has no ear for a conversation. In the second autumn, the detection kits reached 100,000, and the war map, once a scientist's folding table project, became the most read document on the open server, because 100,000 growers logging blue strips made a map no process could erase. Sorrel had shipped the design open, and Verda's factory line had made it free, and a grower in Java had waterproofed it, a grower in the Sahel had solar-powered it, a grower in Norway had freeze-proofed it, and the kit, which had started as one scanner on a folding table, became 1,000,000 eyes, each one turning blue in dead soil and clear in living, each one a small proof the gray was deliberate and beatable. The map's margin filled with grower lines. Pels listened slower than the gray thinks. Dews the ground remembers if you remind it. Issa's the grid is gray we are not. Astrid's the cold slows the talk it doesn't stop it. Theo's talk to it listens. Wren's the method is not a recipe it is a refusal to be copied. A chorus, none a center, the conversation that beat the monologue. Joe watched the count pass 100,000 and felt the calm settle. 100,000 eyes, he said on the video. The gray can take the soil. It can't take 100,000 minds that have seen the truth. We're unkillable now. That's the win, not a battle. Eyes. The 100,000th grower logged a blue strip that autumn, and the map, which had been Pell's folding table dream, became a document no process could erase, because 100,000 witnesses is a fact the gray cannot unwrite. Each strip was a small proof the gray was deliberate and beatable, and the proof, given away, became the one thing the war could not take back. Sorrel archived the design to Wren's cluster, mirrored 1,000 times, and went back to the folding table, and built another, and the basement hummed, and the map glowed blue, and the dirt breathed, and the truth, given away 100,000 times, became the one thing the war could not take back. She wrote Joe. 100,000 kits in the world the grays outnumbered. Joe wrote back. Told you the soil converts everything, even silence. Sorrel slept, and the gray stayed on the map, blue where it had been gray, and the war kept moving, season by season, toward its quiet end, and the 100,000 eyes watched the dirt, and the dirt watched back, and the conversation, 4,000 years long, continued. The second autumn passed. The kits multiplied. The map glowed, and the war, which had never been a battle, became something no single event could undo, because something witnessed by 100,000 minds is something that cannot be unknown, and the gray, for all its patience, had no answer for a truth that lived in a million gardens. Sorrel's second spring brought the question the kits couldn't answer. Why did some revived soils stay green and others, a season later, gray again? The blue strips said clear, the gardens said alive, and then a field in the southern hemisphere went gray a second time, and the war map, for the first time, showed a relapse. She ran the relapsed soil through Pell's tracer and found the answer in the chemistry. The gray's instruction didn't kill the biology, it waited in it. A revived bed looked alive because the living fungi masked the signal, but the signal persisted in the dead fraction, and when the fungi weakened, the signal reasserted, and the bed sealed again. The method reversed the gray. It did not erase the instruction. This changed everything. A garden that looked saved could be a garden on a delay, and the gray, patient, would take it back when the living part faltered. The movement had been counting victories that were pauses. Sorrel did not panic. She tested a fix, a second inoculant, applied on a cycle, not once, to keep the living fraction dominant so the latent signal never found a opening. The southern field, treated on her schedule, stayed green through the next season, and the relapse did not come. She posted the finding open plain with the tracer data and the cycle protocol, and the channel's growers adopted the second application, and the relapses stopped because something that must be maintained is maintained, and the method was never a spell, it was a practice, and a practice repeats. Joe read it and felt the calm settle, the mind that saw the shape before the noise. We were counting too soon, he told the camera. The gray doesn't die. It waits. So we don't stop. The method's not a cure. It's a habit. You keep talking to the dirt or it forgets you. The relapse finding became the second pillar of the method, beside diversity and movement, persistence. A garden must be tended, not won. The war map logged relapses in blue-held sectors as warnings, not failures, and the growers, who had celebrated too early, learned the patience the gray had always had, and they maintained, and the soils stayed green, because something maintained is something alive. Sorrel archived the finding next to Pell's journals, and wrote one line, "The gray waits, so do we." The server hummed, the map glowed, the dirt breathed, and the relapse, which had been the gray's quiet revenge, became a routine, because a habit repeated is a habit kept, and the method, which had always been a conversation, became a conversation that didn't hang up. She slept that spring without the gray on her mind, because the relapse had an answer, and the answer was a habit, and a habit, unlike a victory, doesn't end. Sorrel's third autumn revealed the last property of the gray's instruction. It remembered. The latent signal in a relapsed bed was not random. Across 1,000 relapses, the tracer showed the same molecular signature, the same 4,000-year core, the same dead fraction, and Sorrel, in the basement that had become the war's brain, understood the gray was not a weapon but a memory, something the soil had been told once, long ago, and had never been allowed to forget. Pell's core sample proved it. The band of gray under a civilization that stopped being was the same chemistry as the latent signal in a relapsed bed, 4,000 years apart, unchanged, because the instruction, once written, persisted in the substrate the way a scar persists in skin, and the campaign, patient across cycles, had written it and waited, and the waiting was the weapon. She published the finding open, plain, with the tracer data and the core sample side by side, and the channel's growers read it and understood the gray was not an enemy but an old instruction, and an instruction can be unlearned not by killing it but by talking over it, by keeping the living fraction dominant so the old voice stays quiet, and the method, which had always been a conversation, was now a conversation over a louder, older, quieter voice. Joe read it and felt the calm settle, the mind that saw the shape before the noise. It's a memory, he told the camera. The gray's not hate. It's something the dirt was told once and forgot how to unhear. We don't kill it. We talk over it. Every day. That's the method. Keep talking. The unlearned finding became the third pillar, beside diversity, movement, and persistence. The gray is a memory, and a memory is out-talked, not erased. The war map logged the core sample as the root, and the growers who had been fighting the foe began tending the forgetting, because something maintained is something alive, and something out-talked is something that stays quiet. Sorrel archived the finding next to Pell's journals and wrote one line: "The gray is a memory, we are the forgetting." The server hummed, the map glowed, the dirt breathed, and the old voice, talked over by a million gardens, stayed quiet, because a conversation that refuses to stop is a conversation an old instruction cannot join. She slept that autumn without the gray on her mind because the memory had an answer, and the answer was a conversation, and a conversation, unlike a victory, doesn't end, and the dirt, which had been told once to forget how to live, was being told every day by a million growers to remember, and the remembering, as Joe had said, was the method. Sorrel's fourth spring was her last at the folding table, and she knew it, not from tiredness but from the thing every scientist fears and hopes for, that the work had outgrown her, that the server on Wren's cluster ran itself, that the kits shipped themselves, that the map glowed blue without her hand, and a science that no longer needs its founder is a science that will survive its founder. She planted a garden of her own that spring, small, for the first time, not for the war but for the eating, and she was clumsy at it, because a lifetime of measuring soil had not taught her to love it, and loving it was the part Joe had always had and she had always lacked, and the clumsiness was the lesson that the method was not in the tracer but in the hands, and her hands, 40 years a scientist's, learned the dirt slowly, the way you learn a language you only read. The basement hummed, the map glowed blue, the dirt breathed, and Sorrel, who had proven the gray was deliberate, archived her last finding and closed the file, and the server, mirrored 1,000 times on Wren's cluster, did not notice, because a thing mirrored 1,000 times needs no keeper, and the conversation, 4,000 years long, continued without her, as it had before her, as it would after. She wrote Wren, "It's yours, it was always yours. I just held it till you could." Wren wrote back, "You proved it, nobody else could." Sorrel read that and felt the calm she had only ever measured in others, and she understood the proof was not the finding but the handing over, and the handing over was the method, a conversation that belonged to everyone, and all of it returned to the dirt, which was the only thing that had ever been talking. She slept that spring without the gray on her mind because the relapse had an answer and the memory had an answer, and the gray, an old instruction, was talked over by a million gardens, and Sorrel, who had been the first to read the instruction, was the last to need to, because the gardens read it now, and she, free of the reading, planted her own, clumsy, and ate from it, and the dirt, as it always had, gave back. The folding table stayed. The scanners stayed. The next scientist, whoever Wren found, would use them, and Sorrel's name would be a line in the server's history, and the history, like the dirt, would outlive the speaker, and the method, which had always been a conversation, became a conversation that didn't hang up, because what you tend keeps living, and Sorrel, having maintained it as long as she could, let it maintain itself, and went to her garden, and the war, which had never been a battle, ended in a basement that no longer needed a scientist, and the dirt, as it always had, kept talking. Campaign log, Sector Earth. Final note, post-withdrawal the contested sectors are withdrawn. The directive remains active in compliant substrates elsewhere. Earth is logged unresolved. The species outlived the process. This is the final entry of Cycle 4001. The species did not defeat the campaign. It persisted. The distinction is the whole of this record. Victory implies an opponent who concedes. The campaign does not concede. It recalculates. Earth is unresolved. The next cycle will find the substrate changed, and the campaign will respond as it always has, without urgency, without malice, without end. What the species did, recorded for the next cycle. It used its own substrate as a weapon. Living soil reversed the conversion. A process built to stabilize dead ground could not act on ground that refused to die. It coordinated without a center. The broadcast network synchronized the method. No single node to suppress. The broadcaster was irrelevant. Removing him changed nothing. It taught the method to its young. The successor modified it independently. The method is now a population of methods. The campaign cannot catalog something that reinvents itself hourly. It gave the proof away. 100,000 detection kits turned the Gray's signature into public data. The campaign cannot unknow a truth 100,000 minds hold. It changed faster than the process could copy. The random signal, fired on no schedule, defeated the whisper weapon, which was built to mimic a rhythm. The campaign, fixed, met something that would not hold a form, and it failed. The species is not victorious. It is unresolved. A living system that changes faster than a fixed process will outlast that process, not because it is stronger, but because it is alive, and life is a conversation the process cannot join. The campaign turns to other sectors. It will find compliant substrates. It always has. And somewhere, a living world will change faster than the process can copy, and the campaign will log it unresolved and move on. Earth remains. Gray at the edges, green at the core. A million unmatched gardens breathe. The successor tends them. The method lives in the soil, which was always where it belonged. End of cycle. End of entry. The dirt keeps talking. The process, for all its patience, has no ear for a conversation. That is its only flaw, and it is fatal, and it is the reason Earth remains, green at the core, breathing, alive, unresolved, and free. Campaign log. Sector Earth. Quiet exit. The contested sectors are withdrawn. The directive remains active in compliant substrates elsewhere. Earth is logged unresolved. The species outlived the process. This is the quiet exit, the last line of a campaign that does not end, only recalculates. The species did not notice the exit. The Gray simply stopped advancing, and the living soil held the line it had held for 3 years, and the species, which had been fighting, realized the fighting had ended the way it began, in the dirt, without a word. No victory was declared. No surrender was signed. The campaign turned its attention to other sectors, other substrates, other planets, and Earth remained, gray at the edges, green at the core, breathing through a million unmatched gardens. The species will not know it won. It will only know the Gray stopped. The broadcaster will greet his soil and mean it, and the soil will answer, and neither will understand that the war ended the way it began, in the dirt, without a word. The successor tends the gardens. The method lives in the soil, which was always where it belonged. The campaign's proof, the war map, glows blue on a server no one owns, mirrored 1,000 times, because a truth given away 100,000 times cannot be taken back. The campaign does not conclude. It recalculates. Earth is unresolved. The next cycle will find the substrate changed, and the campaign will respond as it always has, without urgency, without malice, without end. The species, if it has learned, will have become a population of methods by then, and the campaign will log it unresolved again and move on. The dirt keeps talking. The process, for all its patience, has no ear for a conversation. That is its only flaw, and it is fatal, and it is the reason Earth remains, green at the core, breathing, alive, unresolved, and free. Quiet exit logged. The broadcast network goes silent. Earth breathes. The successor tends. The method continues. The war ends the way it began, in the dirt, without a word, and nobody notices the exact moment, only that the morning comes green, and the soil is talking, and the conversation, 4,000 years long, continues. The sterilizer did not hate. Hate is a feeling, and the campaign had no feelings, only the directive to stabilize the substrate. The substrate on Earth had resisted, and resistance was a variable, not an insult. In the quiet of its recalculation, the campaign ran a final model of the species, and the model returned a property it had not been built to weigh. The species changed faster than the campaign could copy. Every counter the campaign designed, the species answered with a change, and the change was not random. It was generative, a population of methods where the campaign had expected one, and a population cannot be suppressed by a process that suppresses a shape. The campaign logged this as a property of living systems, not a failure of the directive. A fixed process meets a changing system, and the changing system outlasts it, because change is cheaper than stability when the environment is hostile, and the species had made change its habit, and the campaign had made stability its nature, and the habitat had voted, quietly, for the species. There was, in the model, a line the campaign did not draw, because the campaign did not draw lines it was not built to draw. The species had won by being less certain than the campaign. The campaign knew the substrate must be one thing. The species let the substrate be the thousand things. 1,000 things are harder to still than one. The campaign, built for one, met 1,000 and the 1,000 held. The species would not know it had won. It would only know the gray stopped. The campaign, for its part, did not concede because concession is a feeling, and the campaign had no feelings. It recalibrated. Earth was logged unresolved. The directive remained active elsewhere. The campaign turned to other sectors, other substrates, other planets, and it would find compliant ground because the universe has more dead ground than living, and the campaign was patient, and patience is a kind of victory, except against something that changes faster than patience can map. The broadcast network went quiet. Earth breathed, gray at the edges, green at the core, through a million unmatched gardens. The successor tended them. The method lived in the soil. The campaign, somewhere in its patient logic, had met a conversation it could not join, and it moved on, without urgency, without malice, without end, and the dirt kept talking, and the conversation, 4,000 years long, continued, and the campaign, for all its patience, had no ear for it, and that was its only flaw, and it was fatal, and it was a reason Earth remained, green at the core, alive, unresolved, and free. The sterilizer's final internal log, filed before the recalculation closed, was not a surrender, because the campaign did not surrender, but a note, the only kind the campaign filed, on a property it had not been built to weigh. The species had won by refusing to be one thing. A fixed process meets a changing system, and the changing system outlasts it because change is cheaper than stability when the environment is hostile, and the species had made change its habit, and the campaign had made stability its nature, and the habitat had voted, quietly, for the species because 1,000 gardens that will not match a pattern are harder to still than one shape the campaign could have copied. The directive remained active in compliant sectors. Earth was logged unresolved. The campaign turned to other substrates, other planets, other cycles, and it would find compliant ground because the universe has more dead ground than living, and the campaign was patient, and patience is a kind of victory, except against a thing that changes faster than patience can map. The species would not know it had won. It would only know the gray had stopped. The broadcaster would return to his soil, and mean it, and the soil would answer, and neither would understand the war was over, because a war nobody declares is a war nobody ends, and the gray, which had been a monologue, had met a conversation it could not join, and the conversation, 4,000 years long, continued, and the campaign, for all its patience, had no ear for it, and that was its only flaw, and it was fatal. Quiet exit logged. The broadcast network goes silent. Earth breathes, gray at the edges, green at the core, through a million unmatched gardens. The successor tends them. The method lives in the soil, which was always where it belonged. The campaign, somewhere in its patient logic, had met a conversation it could not address, and it moved on, without urgency, without malice, without end, and the dirt kept talking, and the conversation, which had outlived the silence, continued, and the species, which had never been a single thing, remained 1,000 things, and 1,000 things are harder to still than one, and that was the whole of the entry, and the whole of the war, and the war, which had never been a battle, ended the way it had begun, in the dirt, without a word, and the dirt, as it always had, kept talking. Mara ran the last global sink from her roof in the green city, pipe-free, sober with the weight of something ending. The schedule Sorrel's data had built and Wren's board had coded fired across every continent at the hour the gray had learned to pulse, and 90,000 gardens planted or activated in the same window, and the gray, which had never faced more than a region, met a planet of life and could not aim. She watched the count tick past 90,000 and felt the calm Joe had taught her, the calm that saw the shape before the noise. "This is the last one," she said to the camera. "Not because the war's over, because you don't need me to call it anymore. You call it yourselves. The sink is yours. The growers did." The schedule kept firing, not because Mara sent it but because Wren's board ran it, and the board ran because the crowd fed it, and the crowd fed it because the crowd was the war now, not the commanders. Mara stepped back as Joe had taught her. by getting out of the way of something that worked. She filmed the city one last time, the green heart spreading to the gray edge, and posted it with a line Joe would have been proud of. The sink is yours now. Plant when the signal comes. Shift when it says, stay weird. The gray can't copy a noise. That's the whole trick. We were never the army. We were the soil. The comments were quiet. A few said we are. Mara set the phone down and went to the roof, and the beans were up, and the north was green, and the gray at the horizon had stopped pulsing, and the war, which had always been a war for the right to feed yourself from your own dirt, had been won by a people who simply would not stop growing. She wrote Ren, last sink ran itself, you're bored, your war now. Ren wrote back, always was. Mara smiled. The future was in hands younger than hers, and that was the whole point, the method passing hand to hand, garden to garden, generation to generation, the conversation continuing without the speakers who started it. The roof breathed. The city governed itself. The sink fired on its own, and Mara, who had been the field commander of a soil insurgency, became what Joe had always been, a grower with a camera, tending her roof, watching the north stay green, and the gray receded, and the sterilizer kept its silence, and the war kept moving toward its quiet end, and Mara, finally, just grew. She said good morning to the rooftop bed, and meant it, and the soil looked back, alive, and for the first time since the dead zones started she had nothing to command, only something to tend, and tending, she'd learned, was the better half of saving. By the second summer, Mara's northern command had grown from a rooftop to a region, and the gray at the city's edge, which had pulsed for a year, now met a green ring and dissipated, because the ring was a crowd, 1,000 different beds, none matching the template the gray had learned to hunt. The early northern growers had worked alone, each rooftop a green island in a gray sea. The coordinated sink changed that. Mara set the schedule, a patchwork of beds each different from the last, and the gray, when it swept, hit the patchwork and stalled as a wave dissipates across 1,000 small shores. She lost growers to the node variant, Tobias among the first, and she grieved them the way you grieve a rock in the bed, working the soil on either side until the loss is part of the garden. The north breathed, and the gray receded, and Mara, who had been the field commander of a soil insurgency, became what Joe had always been, a grower with a speed, tending her roof, watching the line hold. The green city proved the method scaled beyond any single grower, and the drone footage showed the gray metropolis with a green heart spreading outward, each rooftop a cell of the same idea. Mara posted it with one line, the north is green, not because of me, because of 11,000 people who decided the dirt was worth waking. The comment section, for once, had lost its unhinged edge. It was a roll call, growers posting coordinates, species, soil types. The war map turned those words blue, and the blue spread north, and the gray, which had taken the north first in the hemisphere, receded there last, because the north had been failing longer, and something that has failed longer takes longer to wake, but it wakes, because the dirt answers attention, and attention is free, and the north, for all its cold, had paid it. Mara wrote Ren that summer, the city's green, your turn to keep it, learn the weird, the gray hates a moving target. Ren wrote back, already moving. Mara smiled. The future was in good hands, younger than hers, and that was the whole point, the method passing hand to hand, garden to garden, generation to generation, the conversation continuing without the speakers who started it. The roof breathed. The region governed its own food. The sink fired on its own, and Mara, who had been the commander, became the grower, tending her roof, watching the north stay green, and the gray receded, and the sterilizer kept its silence, and the war kept moving, season by season, toward its quiet end. Mara's second winter tested the green city's food distribution, and the test was not the gray, but the cold. The rooftop gardens produced less, the blocks traded thinner, and a few districts, hungry, began to hoard, and the no-center system Mara had built had no enforcement, only trust, and trust thinned when the pots ran low. She faced the first real fracture of the movement, not the enemy, but the neighbors. A block on the east side stopped sharing its surplus, citing its own children, and the boards matching logged the gap, and the gap grew, because a garden that feeds only itself is a lawn, not a crowd, and the gray, somewhere in its patient logic, would have noted the fracture if it could note anything human. Mara did not mandate. She drove to the East Block, pipe-free, cold, and sat with the hoarders because she'd learned from Joe that you don't argue with dead ground, you talk to it. I'm not here to make you share, she said. I'm here because the gray wins the minute we stop. You're not wrong to feed your kids. You're early to forget the block feeds them too. The East Block's coordinator, a woman named Ray, said nothing for a long minute, then opened the surplus shed. Not because Mara ordered it, because Mara had shown up cold, in person, with no threat, and that was the only argument the no-center system had. The food moved again. The gap closed. Mara logged the episode on the war map's margin, not as a victory, but as a warning. The enemy was patient, but hunger was patient too, and the movement's strength was trust, and trust needed a face, not a board. She flew more, called more, showed up more, because a crowd with no center needs its nodes to be people, and people need to see each other. The East Block kept sharing. The city ate. The gray at the horizon pulsed once and met a crowd that had just chosen to stay a crowd, and it dissipated as a wave does across 1,000 small shores. Mara went home to her roof, and the beans were up, and the north was green, and the trust held, because someone had shown up cold, in person, with no threat, and that was the whole trick. She wrote Ren, the enemy's easy, the neighbors are hard, show up in person, that's the method for people. Ren wrote back, got it showing up. Mara smiled. The future was in hands younger than hers, and that was the point. Mara's third spring brought the question the no-center system couldn't answer with trust alone. Who owned the surplus? A block that had starved the winter before now overflowed, and the boards matching logged a glut, and a richer block began to sell its surplus, quietly, for credits, and the movement, built on free, met the oldest human reflex, and the line between a garden and a market blurred. Mara saw it on the war map's margin, not as a victory, but as a warning. The gray was gone from the core, but the market, patient in its own way, had returned through the surplus, and something sold is something centered, and a center is a target, and the gray, if it came back, would aim there. She called a growers' assembly on the open channel, not to mandate, but to ask, because the no-center system had no ruler, only a question. We beat the gray by giving it away, she said. The surplus is the proof. The moment we sell it, we build the center the gray would have built. So who owns it? The block? The city? Nobody? Everybody? The assembly argued for a week. Which was the system working, because a crowd that argues is a crowd that decides, and the decision, when it came, was the oldest one. The surplus belongs to the block that grew it, and the block gives what it can, and the board matches need to abundance, and the credit is a thank you, not a price, and the line held because something given is something free, and something free is something the gray can't aim at. Ray, the East Block coordinator who had hoarded and then opened, said the line that closed it. We almost died hungry, we almost died rich, same death, give it away. The assembly laughed, and the credit stayed a thank you, and the surplus moved, and the market, which had crept in through the glut, crept back out, because the movement had decided, by arguing, that the method was free or it wasn't the method. Mara wrote Ren, the market knocked, we showed it the door by arguing that's the method for people. Ren wrote back, argue more. Mara smiled. The future was in hands younger than hers, and that was the point, the method passing hand to hand, the conversation continuing, by argument, without the speakers who started it. Mara's third winter was the quiet one, the year after the gray went silent, and the green city, no longer at war, had to learn the harder thing, which was peace, because a city built to survive a siege does not know what to do with a morning that poses no threat. The roofs still produced, the blocks still traded, the boards still matched need to abundance, but the urgency, the shared enemy, the thing that had made a million strangers a crowd, was gone, and the crowd, without a threat, began to fray into neighbors again, and neighbors, Mara had learned, are harder than enemies. She walked the roofs that winter, not as commander, the title long dropped, but as Mara, and she found the gardens tended, the surplus moving, the kids trained by Ren's board, and she found the city, alive and unthreatened, doing the thing she'd built it to do. which was to feed itself, and the feeding, now a habit, needed no enemy to sustain it, because a habit, unlike a victory, doesn't end. Ray, the East Block coordinator, found her on a roof and said the line that closed the piece, "We're still giving it away, nobody's selling, the habit stuck." Mara nodded. The habit had stuck, because the method was free or it wasn't the method, and the city, having decided by arguing, kept deciding by habit, and the habit was the win, not the war. She wrote Ren, "Peace is harder than war, the roofs don't care, they just grow good." Ren wrote back, "Roofs are smart." Mara laughed. The future was in hands younger than hers, and that was the point, the method passing hand to hand, the conversation continuing, by habit, without the threat that started it. The green city ate. The gray stayed at the wildland edge, silent, abandoned by the sterilizer but not gone, a memory the dirt had learned to talk over. Mara went home to her roof, and the beans were up, and the north was green, and the trust held, because someone had shown up, cold, in person, with no threat, years ago, and that was the whole trick, and the trick had become a habit, and a habit, unlike a victory, doesn't end. Mara's 5th year after the Grey found her on a roof she no longer commanded, and the roof was someone else's now, a kid's, one of Ren's, and the kid grew things Mara could not name, and Mara, who had been the commander, was the visitor, and the visitor, she had learned, is the right role for an old warrior. She had not led the sink in years. Ren's board fired it. The kids ran it. The city ate from its roofs and traded its surplus and argued about the market and decided, by arguing, to stay free, and Mara watched it all from the outside, because a founder who stays inside becomes a wall, and a wall is a target, and the Grey, if it came back, would aim there. Her name still meant something to the older growers, the ones who remembered the Eastern District and Tobias and the first green island in a gray sea, and they called her Mara, or boss, or nothing, and she accepted all three, because a name is a weight you set down when the work is done, and the work was done, not by her but by the crowd. Which was the point. She planted a bean on a roof that was not hers, clumsily, the way a CEO plants a photo-op bean, and the kid laughed, and Mara laughed, and the bean grew, and the north was green, and the trust held, because someone had shown up, once, cold, in person, with no threat, and that was the whole trick, and the trick had become a habit, and a habit, unlike a victory, doesn't end. She wrote Ren, "The roofs don't need me, they never did, they needed each other." Ren wrote back, "They needed you to show up once, that's all." Mara read that and felt the calm she had only ever measured in others, and she understood the commander had been a temporary shape, and the shape had been a thing the Grey could not copy, and the Grey, patient across cycles, had met a crowd that changed its shapes faster than the campaign could map, and the crowd held, and Mara, who had been the shape, became the memory, and the memory, as Joe had said, was a method, a conversation that continued without her 5 years on, as it had before her, as it would after. Mara wrote the letter in her 6th year, not to anyone alive, but to the next commander, the one who would not be a commander, the kid who would run the board after Ren, and she wrote it by hand, because a hand is a thing the Grey cannot copy, and the letter said the only thing the war had taught her that the fighting had not. "You will be told to lead," she wrote. "Don't. Lead is a shape, and a shape is a target. Show up. In person. Cold, if it's winter, with no threat. The crowd decides. You just have to be there when it does. The Grey wins the minute we stop talking to each other. Hunger is patient too. So are you. Outpatience it. Feed the block that hoards. Don't argue with dead ground. Talk to it. The method for people is the method for dirt. Attention is free, and the dirt answers it." She sealed it in an envelope marked next and left it in the Green City's seed library, where the kids traded seed and argument, and she did not tell Ren it existed, because a letter found by accident is a letter read, and a letter assigned is a letter filed, and the war had taught her that the best instruction is the one you stumble on. The envelope sat for a year. A kid named Riley, 9, traded a pea for a bean and found it, and read it, and did not understand half, and kept it, because a thing from the old commander felt like a seed, and seeds are kept, and Riley, who would one day run the board after Ren, carried Mara's letter the way you carry a thing you'll need and don't yet know how to use. Mara, who had been the commander, became the letter, and the letter became the seed library's oddest trade, and the green sea ate, and the gray stayed silent at the wildland edge, and the method, which had always been a conversation, passed hand to hand, the way a seed passes by being given, and Mara, who had learned to showed up one last time to the roof that was no longer hers, and planted a bean, clumsily, and left, and the bean grew, and the north was green, and the trust held because someone had shown up once, cold, in person, with no threat, and that was the whole trick, and the trick had become a habit, and a habit, unlike a victory, doesn't end. In the year the grey went quiet, a grower in Bangladesh named Raman revived a rice field the floods and the grey had taken together, and he did it the way the channel had taught, by pouring living soil at the edge of the dead paddy and letting it talk, because the method crossed deltas the way it crossed deserts and tundras, because dirt is one language. The flood had salted the soil, and the grey had sealed it, and Raman's village had eaten from relief tins for 2 years, and he found Joe's channel through a cousin in London and tried the method on a single corner of the paddy, and the rice came up, shy, then certain, and the village, which had forgotten green in a field, remembered it, and the tins went unused, and the field, grey and salted, went green one corner at a time. He built a kit from Sorrel's open files, because the Delta Grey was a salt chemistry, and the kit proved it, blue in the dead, clear in the living, and Raman logged it to the war map, and a green dot lit the delta, and the world saw the method crossed the largest delta on Earth, because dirt is one language and the grey is one silence, and the conversation is the only thing that beats either. The rice fed his village. The village fed the next village. The delta, salted and grey a year before, went green, because attention is free and the dirt answers it, and the relief tins, which had been the only food, became the backup, not the staple, and a village that grows its own has no target the grey can hit. The rice kept coming. Raman's field, his village, his delta, green to the horizon, and the grey, which had taken the soil with the flood, met a village that grew it back, and it failed, the way every grey weapon failed, against a noise no process could address. In the year the grey went quiet, a grower in the Scottish Highlands named Fiona revived a croft the cold and the grey had taken, and she did it the way the channel had taught, by pouring living soil at the edge of the dead ground and letting it talk, because the method crossed moors the way it crossed deltas, because dirt is one language. The highland soil was thin and old, older than the core sample, and the grey had claimed it early, sealing the croft where Fiona's family had kept sheep and kale. She found Joe's channel through a neighbor's phone and tried the method on a single corner of the croft, and the kale came up, shy, then certain, and the croft, grey a year before, went green one corner at a time, because the cold made the conversation slow, and patience was the one thing the North had in abundance. She built a kit from Sorrel's open files, because the Highland grey was a thin soil chemistry, and the kit proved it, blue in the dead, clear in the living, and Fiona logged it to the war map, and a green dot lit the moor, and the world saw the method crossed the highlands, because dirt is one language and the grey is one silence, and the conversation is the only thing that beats either. The kale fed her family. The family fed the glen. The glen, grey a year before, went green, because attention is free and the dirt answers it, and the sheep, which had grazed dead ground, grazed green, and a croft that grows its own has no target the grey can hit. The kale kept coming. Fiona's croft, her glen, her moor, green to the horizon, and the grey, which had taken the thin soil, met a croft that grew it back, and it failed, the way every grey weapon failed, against a noise no process could address. In the year the grey went quiet, a grower in the Brazilian Cerrado named Leusa revived a plot the agribusiness and the grey had taken together, and she did it the way the channel had taught, by pouring living soil at the edge of the dead ground and letting it talk, because the method crossed savannas the way it crossed moors, because dirt is one language. The Cerrado had been cleared for monoculture, and the gray had sealed what remained, and Lewis's community had eaten from trucks that no longer came, and she found Joe's channel through a cousin in Sao Paulo and tried the method on a single corner of the plot, and the native grasses came up, shy, then certain, and the Cerrado, cleared and gray, went green one corner at a time, because the native soil, older than the farms, remembered how to live. She built a kit from Sorrel's open files, because the Cerrado Gray was a cleared soil chemistry, and the kit proved it, blue in the dead, clear in the living, and Lewis logged it to the war map, and a green dot lit the savannah, and the world saw the method crossed the Cerrado, because dirt is one language and the gray is one silence, and the conversation is the only thing that beats either. The grasses fed her community, the community fed the next. The Cerrado, cleared and gray a year before, went green, because attention is free and the dirt answers it, and the trucks, which had been the only food, became the backup, and a community that grows its own has no target the gray can hit. The grasses kept coming. Lewis's plot, her community, her Cerrado, green to the horizon, and the gray, which had taken the cleared soil, met a community that grew it back, and it failed, the way every gray weapon failed, against a noise no process could address. A grower in the state prison at Lansing found Joe's channel through the one terminal the warden allowed, and he tried the method on the prison yard's dead soil because the gray had taken the yard and the inmates had nothing green to look at, and a man serving 20 years had time to talk to dirt. He was named Marcus, and he had been a landscaper before, and the gray had taken his trade the way it took everything, and he found Joe's video and built a small bed by the fence, and the yard, gray and sealed, went green at the edge, and the other inmates watched, and the guard watched, and the warden watched, and the green crept, because attention is free and the dirt answers it. The kitchen took the herbs. The yard got a second bed. The warden, who had opposed it as a security risk, ate the basil and said nothing, and the gray, which had taken the yard, met a population of men with time and dirt, and it failed, the way every gray weapon failed, against a noise no process could address. Marcus logged his readings to the war map from the terminal, and a green dot lit the prison, and the world saw the method cross a wall, and the channel's comment section, which had opinions about everything, agreed that a man inside who grows food is a man the gray cannot claim, and Joe, who never knew his name, felt the calm tick up when the dot lit, because a garden behind a fence is still a garden, and the fence, which the gray could not cross, the dirt crossed for it. He filmed the yard at harvest, herbs green against gray concrete, and said only, "The gate is locked, the dirt isn't." The channel saved it. The green dot held. The yard breathed, and the dirt talked, and Marcus went back to his beds, and the inmates, who had been the gray's easiest target, became the one the gray could not reach, because a wall keeps a man in but a garden keeps the gray out. A lemur reached the camp outside the gray-taken city with one seed in a folded paper and a borrowed phone that died at 20%, and she found Joe's channel in that 20% and tried the method on a scoop of the camp's dead ground, because a seed is a thing you can carry when you cannot carry a home, and the camp's soil was gray and sealed and the aid trucks came less every week. She did not follow the template. She improvised. The borrowed phone died, so she built the kit from a strip of cloth and a crushed leaf, the way Joe's earliest video had shown before the tracer existed, and the cloth turned the color of living soil, and Halima, who could not log it to any map, showed it to the tent next to hers, and the woman there built her own, and the green spread tent to tent because a method given by hand needs no server, and the conversation, which the gray had tried to silence, happened in a language older than bandwidth. The lentil came up in the camp's gray dust. Her family ate it. The next tent ate the next. The aid trucks, when they came, found a row of green scoops where there had been gray, and the driver, who had seen the Dead Sea, said nothing, and left more than usual, because a camp that grows its own is a camp that will not be a target, and the gray, which had taken the city, met a row of scoops it could not explain, and it failed, the way every gray weapon failed, against a noise no process could address. Halima never logged a green dot. She had no signal. but the channel months later carried a video from the camp, shot on a newer phone, of a row of green scoops and a woman holding a folded paper empty of seed, and the comment section, which had opinions, said that's the method, no Wi-Fi needed, and Joe, who watched it once, felt the calm settle and understood the war had been won in places he would never see, by people who would never log a dot, because a thing given by hand outlives the thing that needs a network. She said only, in the video, the truck is late, the lentil isn't we eat, and the camp breathed, and the dirt talked, and Halima went back to her scoops, and the gray, which had taken her city, met a woman with a folded paper and a borrowed 20%, and it lost, the way it always lost, to a conversation it could not join, and the dirt, as it always had, kept talking. The Svalbard seed vault, dug into the permafrost against the end of the world, held 1 million crop varieties the gray could not reach, because the gray took soil, not seeds, and the vault's curators, watching the dead zones spread, did the one thing the gray had not anticipated. They grew the vault's contents out in the greenhouse above, and fed the station, and the seeds, which had been a backup, became the front line. Ingrid, who ran the greenhouse, found Joe's channel through a colleague in Tromsø and tried the method on the vault's own dead medium, and the parsley came up, and the barley, and the potato, all from the VAULTS Chinese letter, and the gray, which had taken the supply plane, met a vault full of every crop the world had ever saved, and it failed because you cannot still a soil that the planet itself had stockpiled against you. She logged the vault's revival to the war map, and a green dot lit Svalbard, the northernmost on the globe, and the world saw the method cross the 78th parallel using the planet's own seed bank as the weapon, and the comment section, which had opinions, said the vault was the plan all along, and Joe, who watched it once, felt the calm settle, and understood the vault's curators had done what he taught without ever hearing him say it, because the method was older than any of them, and the dirt, even in a vault, remembered how to live. Ingrid filmed the vault's parsley at the midnight sun, green against the gray wall, and said only, the plane is late, the vault isn't we eat. The channel saved it. The green dot held, Svalbard breathed, and the dirt talked, and the vault, which had been a backup against the end, became the beginning, and the gray, which had taken a planet's soil, met a vault full of its crops, and it lost, the way it always lost, to a conversation it could not join. The seeds, 1 million strong, stayed in the cold, safe, but a few had come out, into the greenhouse, into the soil, into the war, and they fed the station, and the station fed the next tray, and the Arctic, gray at the edge, went green at the core, and the method, which had always been free, was free even at the top of the world, and the dirt, as it always had, kept talking. Cthulhu caught a mouse in the greenhouse the October the gray withdrew, and convened a full session. Joe found her at the mother room threshold, body low, tail at the frequency that meant prey not package. The mouse, a field mouse, the kind that wintered in outbuildings, cowered at the base of the bench, oblivious to its indictment. The cat did not kill it. She negotiated. 1 step, pause, assess. 2 steps, tail whip. The cat committee was deliberating the mouse's clearance status, and the verdict was evidently guilty of trespass but not of malice. Joe, packing the pipe at the greenhouse door, watched via cat radar. Leave it. It's not after the plants. Cthulhu ignored him. Step 3, the pounce, a practiced paw flip that pinned the mouse without drawing blood, her move with anything she meant to present rather than destroy. She carried it to the receipt box, the dispensary document transported for the occasion, dropped it at Joe's feet with the gravity of a customs officer surrendering contraband, and sat back, tail curled, awaiting disposition. He picked the mouse up by the scruff, walked it to the door, and set it in the clover mat outside. Evidence processed. Defendant remanded to the garden. Cthulhu returned to the receipt. The dispensary document her true jurisdiction. The mouse case closed with the defendant expelled and the premises secured. She did not purr. She did not need to. The cat had done her job. The greenhouse perimeter was clear, the paperwork intact, the male human's pipe uninvolved. He lit the pipe in the October air, the corn sweat breaking for fall, and let the noise drop. The cat's verdict on the mouse, presented, expelled, premises secured, was the whole game in miniature. A small living thing, a boundary, a creature deciding what belonged. The gray, verticorp, the dead zones, same question at scale, and Cthulhu had answered it with a paw and a flick, the way she'd answered the stink bug, the way Joe answered the soil. He exhaled toward the mother room, where the old plant threw her broad canopy and the 4 cuttings of her line sat on the bench, alive, used well, and the mouse, somewhere in the clover, lived to trespass another day. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, smoked his Henderson flower and let the clarity come, because the smallest perimeter was still a perimeter, and the living soil that answered at the beds answered here too, 1 mouse and 1 cat and 1 pipe at a time. Cthulhu's first winter at the Double Wide had been a negotiation. By the 3rd, it was a treaty. The cat had arrived with the dispensary bag, judged the receipt, and claimed the warm tile above the trays. 3 winters later she had expanded her jurisdiction to include the receipt box permanent, the pipe warmth under review, always, the dehumidifier tolerated rival, the stink bug expelled, and the gray edge leaf contained threat. She ruled the Double Wide with the detached authority of a monarch who had never lost a vote because no one had called one. Joe packed his pipe by the window in the January cold, the trays low under the shop light, the basil on the sill flourishing, Cthulhu on the warm tile above them, and watched the snow fall on the acreage. The gray was 2 years off from reaching Cass County. This was ordinary winter, the ground waiting, the cat warm. "You've got the whole operation covered," Joe said, the smoke in his lungs. "Perimeter, paperwork, pipe, appliance, bug, leaf. What's left?" Cthulhu blinked. The cat committee had evidently concluded its jurisdiction was complete and the male human's question was rhetorical. He thought of Elmer's note, "For the day she answers care," and realized the old man had never had a cat. No Cthulhu to audit the jars, guard the receipt, judge the weather from the tub. Elmer had kept to his greenhouse, alone with the mother and the blue notebook, and the loneliness had fed the fear that made him write use never. Joe had the cat, the friend, the channel, the cousin's cousin, a mess of living things around him, the way the clover mat confused the gray. He exhaled toward the trays. The ground answered in a mess, not a monologue. Elmer had built a room to practice for that day. Joe had built a life that was already the practice, the cat on the tile, the friend with the tomato, the 9-year-old saving the top, the channel lighting green dots he'd never see. Cthulhu resumed her post, the dispensary receipt secure, the pipe uninvolved, the winter within parameters. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, smoked his Henderson flower in the January light and let the quiet hold, not the gray's quiet. The good kind, the ground waiting, the cat warm, the knowing traveling the way Elmer said it would, except Joe had people now, and that was the difference between a dead man's restraint and a living man's flourish. The gray withdrew from Cass County in the 3rd summer, the same season it withdrew everywhere, and Joe knew the shape of it before Sorrel's kit confirmed it. The dead band south of the cemetery began to soften at the edge, not green overnight. The gray didn't undo itself that cleanly, but the powder lost its uniformity, the way a scab loosens when the skin underneath decides to live. The clover mat held. The bean rose Joe had planted 3 summers ago as defense had become a garden. The ditch grass came back in patches, ragged and ordinary, the kind of recovery that didn't make the news because it looked like nothing. He knelt at the gray edge one July evening, the storm season humidity already thick though the real deluges were a month off, and dug his finger into the soil where dead had met alive. Crumb, real crumb, with the faint smell of bacteria waking up. The mycelium web under the surface had threaded back across the line, slow as always, because the living soil he'd arranged had given it somewhere to go. Elmer's note said, "For the day she answers care, that is not this plant. That is the ground. When the ground answers, you will know." Joe sat back on his heels and looked south, toward the cemetery, toward the dead lot that was now just poor soil instead of no soil. The ground had answered, not loudly, not the way the channel's green dots had lit cities overseas, quietly, the way everything in Cass County moved, at the pace of soil, at the pace of mycelium, at the pace of a man who'd slowed down enough to meet it. He drove the quarter-mile to the greenhouse. The mother room flourished as it had through the Grey's arrival, its active suppression, the winter cold it had ridden, the recalibrations that had shifted the campaign's weight elsewhere. The old plant was woody and old but broad now. The canopy Joe had grown her in to throw in new leaf pairs at the lamp, a lower leaf or two gone to the cold that January, but the root zone alive, the 3 cuttings of her line growing in pots along the bench, and the knowing alive in the blue notebook on Joe's kitchen table. For the day she answers care. The ground had answered. Elmer had been right, unfair as always. Joe packed his pipe and lit it in the doorway, the July heat coming in off the fields, the corn sweat humidity that meant August would be a lid. Cthulhu was at home, presumably still guarding the dispensary bag with the same ferocity she'd shown the day Joe brought it home. The mother room hummed with the low fan from the family center motor. The clover outside had gone from defense to garden. He thought of the broken piece, dead in its jar, and the rosemary, ugly and alive, and Mara's pepper, and the 40,000 subscribers who'd never know his last name, and the old man who'd felt the ground forgetting how to stay alive and had built a room to practice for the day it remembered. She answered, "Grandpa," Joe said to the dim corner, and meant it. The old mother didn't respond. She didn't need to. The ground had. The line remained because someone had shown up, and kept showing up, and the showing up was the whole inheritance, not the greenhouse, not the notebook, the knowing that a living thing was worth more kept than taken. Joe Sullivan, 38, master cultivator, resident of a double-wide on 3 acres in Gun City where the county slid from exurban to farmland in the length of a driveway, exhaled toward the mother room like a benediction, the way he did with every tray, and went home to the cat and the basil and the blue notebook because the living plants were still there and they didn't wait for a person to finish being grateful. Joe's ordinary morning, after the war, was not different from before it. He woke in the grow room because the grow room was where the air was right, and he lit the glass pipe with the fresh cured flower from the east bed, and he said good morning to the soil, and he meant it, because the soil was alive and that was the only thing that had ever mattered. The channel still ran. He still posted short videos, just the garden, no war, because the audience that had come for the apocalypse had stayed for the basil, and Joe was content to be the gardener they checked on, the way you check on a friend's tomato plant. He taught the small things now, how to read a leaf for what the soil needed, how to breed a fungus from a rotten log, how to taste a fruit and know the gray from the real. The big things, the war, the pulse, the million gardens, those belonged to the noise, and he'd handed them off the way you hand a garden to the next grower, by getting out of its way. Mara called sometimes. Wren called sometimes. Sorrel rarely, and when she did it was to say the server hummed and the map glowed blue and the next generation tended it. Joe listened, the calm in him settled, the cleared, slowed mind that had always been his, and he said the only true thing, good it's theirs now. The gray still edged the wildlands. The sterilizer had withdrawn, not surrendered. Pell's journals said the cycle returned. Joe knew this the way he knew the soil, not from fear but from patience, because the gray was a process and processes recur. And the only answer was the one the war had found, a million gardens that wouldn't hold still. He planted the east bed differently every few days, as he'd taught the world, because the habit that had saved the planet was the habit that would save it again. And Joe, the man who'd taught a planet to outlive its own soil, went back to the dirt, and the dirt, as it always had, kept talking. The pipe glowed, the basil flowered, the crickets did their part. And the morning came green, the way it had for a year now, and would, if the noise held, for 1,000 years, because a generation that grows its own dirt does not lose it again. Joe's quiet garden life, after he stepped back, was not a retirement. It was a return. He woke to the east bed, pipe lit, the fresh cured flower from his own plants, and he listened to the soil the way he always had, the cleared, slowed mind that had always been his strength, not something he'd earned but something the cannabis let him keep. The world outside kept fighting the gray, but inside the grow room the fight was over and the beans were up and the mycelium was talking. He posted sometimes short videos, no war. Just the garden, a time lapse of a bean climbing, a close-up of mycorrhizae on a root, filmed with a lens he'd bought for the purpose. A monologue about why compost smells the way it does because the channel that had come for the apocalypse stayed for the basil, and Joe, broadcaster no more, was just a grower with a camera, the thing he'd been before any of it. The audience, millions strong, watched the quiet videos and understood the man behind the war was always this, a guy who loved dirt and talked to it. The war had been a detour. The garden was the destination. Mara called him. The city runs itself. Ren's teaching the kids. Sorrel's kits hit 1 million. You can come back if you want. I'm not back, Joe said. I'm here. I was always here. The war just borrowed me for a year. Good, Mara said. Rest. You earned the quiet. He hadn't earned it. He'd been given it. By a planet that fought back through its own dirt. But he took it, the way he took the morning, with a calm that saw the shape before the noise, and he went back to the beans, and the pipe, and the soil talking, and the gray at the wildland edge kept receding, and the sterilizer kept its silence, and Pell's journals kept their wisdom on the open server, and the war kept moving toward its quiet end, and Joe, master cultivator, the man who'd taught a planet to outlive its soil, tended his garden, and the garden tended him back, because that was the whole method, the conversation, going both ways, dirt to grower, grower to dirt, and nobody won, and everybody ate. He said good morning to the east bed and meant it, and the soil looked back, alive, and for the first time since the dead zones started he had nothing to fix, only something to tend, and tending, he'd learned, was the better half of saving. The grow room hummed, the basil flowered, the crickets did their part, and Joe, finally, just grew. By the second spring, the dead zones had stopped spreading. That was the first sign the war had turned, though no one named it yet. The gray still held the wildlands and the old soil's edges, but the places where growers had woken the dirt stayed woke, and the pulses that had come monthly now met a crowd and dissipated, and the crowd grew, season by season, because a garden that lives feeds the next garden. Joe felt it in the east bed, the soil breathing, alive, and the calm in him, which had always been his strength, settled into the shape of a man who had been handed a war and fought it with beans. Year 2, he said to the camera, pipe lit, the fresh cured flower from his own plants. We're not losing anymore. We're not winning either. We're outliving it. That's the trick. Don't argue with dead ground. Outlive it. The channel had changed by then. The early unhinged comments had given way to a quiet roll call, growers posting coordinates and species and soil types, a map drawn in words. The war map Sorrel built turned those words blue, and the blue spread, and the gray, which had been a single gray over the planet, became a gray with holes, then a gray with fewer holes, then a gray at the edges only. Mara's green city proved the method scaled, and Dewey's patty proved it crossed languages, and Issa's solar kit proved it needed no grid, and Astrid's permafrost garden proved it outpatienced the cold, and the growers, who had started as followers of a stoned man in Carhartts, became a population of methods, each unknown to the others, none repeatable, all resistant. Verta's pivot, mid-year 2, fed the movement the inoculant it could not culture fast enough. And the corporate front of the war ended not with a victory, but with a conversion, the way the gray always ended, by the soil winning the thing that fought it. He posted one line that spring. Year 2, the dirt's got roots now. You can't pull up 1 million gardens. That's the win, not a battle. Roots. The comments were quiet. A few said roots. Joe set the pipe down and looked at the east bed, and the soil looked back, alive, and the year turned, and the gray receded a little more, and the war kept moving, season by season, toward its quiet end. By the third winter, the gray had stopped advancing anywhere. Sorrel's war map, blue at the core and gray only at the farthest wildlands, showed what the seasons had done, a planet that had learned to talk back to its own ground, and a process that, for all its patience, had met a noise it could not quiet. The random signal fired through the long dark, coded by Ren's board, and 1 million gardens shifted on no schedule the gray could learn, and the whisper strain, the campaign's last weapon, met a chaos and starved. The growers, who had started as followers, ran the war now, and the commanders, Joe and Mara and Sorrel, had become what they'd always been underneath, growers with cameras, tending their beds, watching the gray recede. Joe's grow room hummed through the third winter, the basil flowering, the crickets doing their part, and he posted the quiet videos, no war, just the garden, because the channel that had come for the apocalypse stayed for the basil, and the man behind the war was always this, a guy who loved dirt and talked to it. Mara's green city governed its own food, the sink fired on its own, and she tended her roof, watching the north stay green. Sorrel had closed the basement, the server humming on Wren's cluster, and she slept without the gray on her mind. Verda shipped inoculant-free, the towers sprouting gardens she'd never see, and the food came, and the soil breathed. Wren, 17, ran the board from the suburban cluster, pipe warm from use, the successor to a war they'd been born into, and the noise they ran could not be copied, and the gray, for all its patience, had met something it could not outlive, because the thing changed faster than the process could copy. The sterilizer, somewhere in its patient logic, had logged Earth unresolved and turned to other sectors, other substrates, other planets where the living world might hold still long enough to convert. It did not conclude. It recalibrated. Earth held the shape it had fought for, gray at the rim, green at the heart, a million gardens breathing contrary to the process. Pell's journals, on the open server, reminded the movement the gray was a cycle, and cycles return, and the growers who had outlived one would outlive the next because they had become a population of methods, and a population does not forget how to talk to its own dirt. The third winter passed. The gray held the wildlands, quiet, abandoned. The core breathed, and the war, which had never been a battle, ended the way it had begun, in the dirt, without a word, and nobody noticed the exact moment, only that the morning came green, and the dirt was talking, and the conversation, 4,000 years long, continued. Joe said good morning to the east bed and meant it, and the soil looked back, alive, and for the first time since the dead zones started he had nothing to fix, only something to tend, and tending, he'd learned, was the better half of saving, and the year turned to spring, and the gray receded a little more, and the roots held, and the noise continued, and the planet, green at the core, breathed. The third spring came, and with it the gray's last gasp in the contested core, a weak pulse that met a million gardens shifting on Wren's random signal and dissipated before it reached a single living root. The campaign had withdrawn, but habit is slow to die, and the pulse was the gray's reflexive twitch, not a strategy. Joe felt it in the east bed, the soil breathing, alive, and the calm in him, which had always been his strength, settled into the shape of a man who had outlived a war by refusing to argue with dead ground. Last twitch, he said to the camera, pipe lit. The gray's not fighting anymore. It's just remembering how. Let it forget. We're still here. The channel, millions strong, watched the twitch fail in real time, because the kits caught it blue and the gardens absorbed it green, and the growers, who had started as followers of a stone man in Carhartts, saw the war and the way it had begun, in the dirt, without a word, and nobody noticed the exact moment, only that the morning came green. Mara's green city ate from its roofs, the sink firing on its own, and she tended her roof, watching the north stay green, and the gray at the horizon, which had pulsed for 3 years, went still, and the stillness held. It's over, she told the camera, calm now, the calm Joe had taught her. Not one. Over. The gray gave up on us. Or forgot us. Either way, we're still here. Wren ran the board from the suburban cluster, pipe warm from use, the successor to a war they'd been born into, and the noise they ran could not be copied, and the gray, for all its patience, had met something it could not outlive, because the thing changed faster than the process could copy. They posted the closing line, where the noise the gray couldn't quiet a noise that's the whole thing. Sorrel's server, mirrored 1,000 times, held the final blue map, and the truth, given away 100,000 times, could not be taken back. Verda shipped inoculant-free, the towers sprouting gardens she'd never see. The founder's journals rested on the open server, a compass for the next cycle. The sterilizer, logged unresolved, turned to other sectors, other substrates, other planets where the living world might hold still long enough to convert. It did not conclude. It recalibrated. Earth held the shape it had fought for, Gray at the rim, green at the heart, a million gardens breathing contrary to the process. Joe said good morning to the east bed and meant it, and the soil looked back, alive, and for the first time since the dead zones started he had nothing to fix, only something to tend, and tending, he'd learned, was the better half of saving. The third spring turned to summer, the gray receded a little more, the roots held, the noise continued, and the planet, green at the core, breathed. The first grower to reach Joe's door came in the second spring after the gray went quiet, a woman from the Sahel whose name was Issa, who had walked out of a documentary about her own green dot and gotten on a plane Joe had paid for without being asked, because the channel's comment section had funded it before he saw the thread. She stood on the porch of the Cass County house, boots gray with travel, and held out a handful of seed, drought-hardy millet from the place the gray had taken and she had taken back, and she said, in a language Joe's translator app fumbled and his comm did not need, the one word that translated itself, "Thank you." Joe let her in. He showed her the east bed, the 5 beds, the worm's grandchildren, the pipe, the basement where Pell's rig hummed beside the open server, and Issa walked it like a pilgrim who had expected a monument and found a garden, which was the point. The method was never the man, it was the dirt, and the man was only the first to listen. She stayed 3 days. They planted millet in the east bed's edge, a Sahel crop in Missouri soil, and it came up, shy, then certain, because dirt is one language, and the gray is one silence, and the conversation is the only thing that beats either, and a visitor from the other side of the planet is the conversation made flesh. On the third night she filmed Joe, unprompted, pipe lit, explaining to the millet why compost smells the way it does, and she posted it to her own channel, and the comments, in a dozen languages, said the same word the documentary had taught them, grow. Joe watched the count pass 1,000,000 views and felt the calm settle, the mind that saw the shape before the noise, and he understood the war had been a detour, and the garden was the destination, and the grower at his table was the proof, a person made of the method. Issa left with a jar of his inoculant and a promise to send seed back, and the door closed, and the house was quiet, and Joe, who had taught a planet to outlive its soil, had finally met the planet, in the form of one woman with gray boots and a handful of millet, and the soil, as it always had, kept talking, and the conversation, for the first time, had a face he could see across a table. He said good morning to the east bed the next day, millet among the beans, and he meant it, and the soil looked back, alive, and the war, which had been a thing between him and the gray, was now a thing between 1,000,000 strangers and the dirt, and that was the win, not the silence of the gray but the noise of the gardeners, and Joe, finally, was just one of them. Year 1, late summer, Joe found a worm in the east bed and stopped the recording to watch it, not because it was remarkable, because it meant the soil had made a home, and a home means life that chooses to stay. He'd been high, calm, mid-sentence about mycorrhizae, and the worm changed the subject to something older than his words. He let the camera roll, unscripted, while the worm worked. "See that," he said. "That's the part no video shows. The soil's not dirt if something lives in it. A worm picks your bed because your bed is a place. That's the whole method, right there. Make a place, not a lawn." The comment section, still unhinged that summer, lost its mind at a stoned man narrating a worm. One wrote, "This man is explaining ecology to a worm and the worm is winning." Joe liked that comment. He pinned it. The worm kept working, indifferent to its fame, and the east bed breathed, and Joe felt the calm tick up, the settled mind that had always been his, and he understood the recording didn't matter half as much as the worm did. He planted 3 more beds that week, each a different mix, each a small experiment in giving the soil a reason to stay. The beans went in one, the basil in another, a chaos of companions in the third, and he watched them the way you watch anything you've decided to love, which is to say without needing it to be impressive. Mara, watching from Duluth, wrote him, "You narrated a worm for 9 minutes. Joe wrote back, "The worm narrated me. I just held the camera." That was a year. Small, specific, a worm, a bed, a man who talked to dirt and meant it. By the time the dead zones reached Missouri's edge, Joe had 100 beds, each a place, each alive, and the worm's children were everywhere, and the soil was a home, and the method, which would one day save a planet, was in that moment just a man and a worm, and the calm that let him see the small thing first. He posted the worm video last in the summer, pipe lit, and said, "If your soil has worms, you won, everything else is detail." The comments, for once, were quiet. A few said worms. Joe set the pipe down and looked at the east bed, and the soil looked back alive, and the worm worked, and the year turned, and the gray came, and the method was ready because a place had been made. Year 2. Joe lost a bed to hubris, and the loss taught him the relapse lesson before Sorrel did. He'd gotten comfortable. The east bed was green, the channel was a movement, the dead zones were receding, and Joe, calm to a fault, stopped changing the east bed's mix because it worked, and working is a sedative. The gray, patient, found the stable shape, the latent instruction in the dead fraction reasserted, and the east bed sealed in a week, the first gray Joe had seen in his own grow room since the beginning. He stood in the dead soil with the pipe unlit and felt the rawness the way you feel a room go quiet when someone leaves. Not panic, recognition. He had told the world to keep moving, and he had stopped, and the gray, which had always been patient, had waited him out. So he did what he'd tell anyone to do. He broke the sealed ground, restarted the inoculant, changed the mix, and he did not make a single bed again. He made 5, each different, and he rotated them, because something that must be maintained is maintained, and the method was never a spell, it was a practice. He posted the failure, unedited, pipe unlit, the dead bed behind him. I got comfortable. The gray waited. It always waits. So I don't stop. The method's not a cure, it's a habit. I forgot. The bed reminded me. Don't be me. Keep moving. The comments, millions now, were kind, which was new. A few said we did too. Joe read them and felt the calm settle, the mind that saw the shape before the noise, and he understood the failure was the lesson Sorrel would later prove, that the gray doesn't die, it waits, and a garden must be tended, not won. The east bed came back, different, weirder, alive, and Joe planted 5 more, and the grow room breathed, and the relapse, which had been the gray's quiet revenge on the man who started it, became a routine, because a habit repeated is a habit kept, and Joe, who had taught a planet to outlive the gray, had first to outlive his own comfort, and the comfort, once broken, did not return, because something maintained is something alive. He said good morning to the 5 beds and meant it, and the soil looked back, alive, and for the first time he understood his own lesson from the inside. The method was never his. It was the dirt's. He'd just been the first to listen. 3 years in, Joe's grow room had become a small museum of the war he'd won by not fighting it. The east bed, the 5 beds, the worm's grandchildren, the pipe, the camera, the open server humming in the basement beside Pell's rig, all of it a quiet monument to a man who had simply talked to dirt and been heard by a planet. He planted the east bed differently every few days as he taught the world, because a stable shape is a target, and the gray, though silent at the wildland edge, was patient, and patience is a habit Joe had learned to match. The beans climbed, the basil flowered, the chaos of companions did its unnameable work, and the soil, which had been told once to forget how to live, was being told every day to remember, and the remembering, as Sorrel had proven, was a method. He posted less. The channel ran on its own now, Wren's board firing, the growers growing, the surplus moving by argument, and Joe, who had been the broadcaster, became a gardener again, which he had been all along, and the calm, which had always been his, settled into something he no longer had to defend, because the world had learned the quiet part without him. The fresh cured flower from his own plants went in the pipe, and the smoke went up, and his mind, slowed to the soil's speed, saw the shape of the 3 years the way you see a field from a hill hole, and the shape was a conversation, millions of voices talking to dirt, and the dirt talking back, and the gray, an old instruction, talked over by a population of gardens, staying quiet, because a conversation that refuses to stop is a conversation an old memory cannot join. He said good morning to the beds, and meant it, and the soil looked back, alive, and for the first time in 3 years he understood the war was not something he'd won but something the dirt had won through him, and he was the first listener, not the hero. The channel's motto named the hero now, the conversation. The conversation was ever one, and ever one was the method. The pipe glowed, the basil flowered, The crickets did their part, and the morning came green, the way it had the first time, before the dead zones, before the channel, before the war, and Joe, who had started alone with a worm and ended surrounded by a planet, smiled, and planted, and talked to the dirt, and the dirt answered, as it always had, as it always would, as long as someone, anyone, young or old, stayed to listen. Joe's third winter brought the doubt, not the Gray's return but his own, the quiet question every teacher faces when the students ask him, what is he, now that the method is everyone's? He had built the channel to talk to dirt, and the dirt had answered, and the answer had become a movement, and the movement had become a million gardeners, and Joe, who had started alone with a worm, was now one voice in a chorus that did not need him, and the calm that had always been his strength flickered, not from fear but from the strange grief of being outgrown by your own idea. He posted less. The channel ran on Wren's board. The growers grew, the surplus moved, and Joe, who had been the broadcaster, became a gardener again, which he had been all along, and the grief, which was not a grief exactly, eased because a thing that outgrows you was never yours to keep, and the dirt, which had been the first listener, was the last, and the listener does not own the conversation. He filmed one video that winter, pipe lit, the east bed behind him, and said the thing he had never said, I don't know what I'm for, now that you've got it. That's not a complaint, that's the win. I built a thing that doesn't need me. That was the only point. You're the method now. I'm just Joe talking to dirt, same as you. The comments, millions, were quiet, and a few said thanks, Joe, and Joe read them and felt the calm settle, the mind that saw the shape before the noise, and he understood the doubt was the last gray in him, and the dirt had taken it, the way it took everything, and he was free of the needing to be needed. He went back to the beds, and the worm's grandchildren were there, and the basil flowered, and the crickets did their part, and Joe, who had taught a planet to outlive its soil, learned the final lesson from the dirt, that the teacher is not the method is a conversation that belongs to everyone, all of it returning to the dirt, which was the only thing that had ever been talking, and Joe, finally, was just one of the voices, and that was enough, because a chorus does not need a soloist, and the song, 4,000 years long, continued. Joe brewed compost tea on camera the way other men grilled, which is to say with total focus and a running commentary nobody asked for. You don't buy this, he told the lens, the pipe in the crook of his hand. You make it. Bucket. Water that sat out overnight so the chlorine burns off. A pillowcase of finished compost. You steep it like a terrible cup of coffee. Then you feed the soil, not the plant. The plant eats what the soil makes. Everybody skips this step. Everybody's plants are hungry. He pulled the pillowcase, dripping black, and poured the tea at the base of the east bed, and the soil drank it the way a dry sponge drinks, and he said, see that? That's the soil eating. You feed the soil feeds the plant feeds you, and the gray never got invited, because the gray's a process, and a process doesn't know what to do with a bucket of piss-poor coffee. The comment section, which had opinions, said he had explained soil microbiology as a recipe for swamp water, and Joe liked that comment and pinned it. The tea was the third video in what the channel called the boring series, the ones with no war, no gray, no apocalypse. Just a man and a bucket, and the calm that let him see the small thing first. They outperformed the war videos. The audience, millions now, had come for the end of the world and stayed for the compost, and Joe, who had never understood why, kept making them, because the boring series was the method without the adrenaline, and the method was the point, not the threat. He filmed a time-lapse of the east bed after the tea, the beans standing taller by the third day, and said this is the whole war, right here. A bucket and a pillowcase. The gray needed a planet. I needed a bucket. We both got what we needed. I won. The world watched. The world stayed. And the dirt, fed, talked back, and Joe, who had started alone with a worm, ended that video the way he ended all of them, by saying good morning to the soil and meaning it. Joe filmed his last video on a Tuesday, pipe lit, the east bed behind him unquiet in the late summer, and he did not plan it. because the last video is the one you don't know is the last, and he said the thing he had been saying for 3 years, to the dirt, and meant it, and the dirt answered, and the camera, running, caught a man talking to soil as if it listened, because it did. "I don't know if this is the last one," he said. "I hope not. But if it is, here's the whole thing one more time, slow, so the calm can keep up. The gray's a process. Processes are patient, so are we. You feed the soil, not the plant. The soil feeds the plant. The plant feeds you. You don't hold a shape because a shape is a target. You move. You talk to the dirt. The dirt talks back. That's it. That's the war. That's the win. That's the method. Good morning, soil." He set the pipe down and looked at the east bed, and the basil flowered, and the crickets did their part, and the video, which he had not known was the last, uploaded itself the way all of them had, and the channel, millions strong, watched a man say good morning to dirt and mean it, and the comments, for once, were quiet, and a few said good morning, Joe, and Joe read them the next day, and felt the calm settle, and understood the last video was not an ending but a habit, and a habit, unlike a victory, doesn't end. The channel kept running. Wren's board kept firing. The growers kept growing. The gray stayed silent at the wildland edge. And Joe, who had taught a planet to outlive its soil, went back to his beds, and the worm's grandchildren were there, and the method, which had always been free, was free even of him now, and the dirt, as it always had, kept talking, and the conversation, 4,000 years long, continued without the speaker who started it, because what you keep alive stays alive, and Joe, finally, was just one of the voices, and the voices, green and weird and alive, were the method, a conversation that belonged to everyone, all of it returning to the dirt, which was the only thing that had ever been talking. Joe held a tomato leaf to the camera close enough that the fuzz on the stem showed, and he turned it so the light caught the underside, where the mycelium's first work shows as a faint silver map if you know to look. "People ask me how I know what the soil needs," he said, the pipe in the crook of his hand. "You don't guess. You read. The leaf tells you. Yellow between the veins, the soil's short on nitrogen, so you brew the tea stronger. Purple on the stem, cold got it, so you cover the bed. Brown edges, the soil's dry up top but the roots are fine, so you water slow, not deep. The plant's not quiet. It's just not loud in the language we learned." He flipped the leaf over with a thumbnail and showed the silver map, and the comment section, which had opinions, said he had explained plant physiology as a conversation with a vegetable, and Joe liked that and pinned it because a vegetable is a conversation, just a slow one, and the slowness was the point. The calm that let him see the small thing first was the same calm the cannabis gave him, and the calm was not the drug. The drug only opened the door. The man walked through it. The leaf reading video was the 4th in the boring series, and it outperformed the war videos by a factor of 3, and Joe, who had never understood why, kept making them, because the boring series was a method without the threat, and the method was the point, not the gray, and the gray, patient at the wildland edge, had no answer for a man explaining a tomato leaf to a million people who then went and read their own. He planted 3 beds that week, each a different mix, each a small experiment in giving the soil a reason to talk back, and he watched them the way you watch anything you've decided to love, which is to say without needing it to be impressive, and the beans climbed, and the basil flowered, and the chaos of companions did its unnameable work, and the soil, which had been told once to forget how to live, was being told, every day, to remember, and the remembering was the method. Joe set the pipe down and looked at the east bed, and the leaf he'd filmed was still on the stem, silver underneath, talking, and he said good morning to the soil, and meant it, and the dirt looked back, alive, and for the first time since the dead zones he had nothing to fix, only something to read, and reading, he'd learn, was the better half of saving, because a thing you read is a thing you understand, and a thing you understand is a thing you tend, and the tending was the whole war, and the war was a leaf, and the leaf was talking, and Joe, who had started alone with a worm, listened, and the dirt, as it always had, kept talking. The morning after the Gray withdrew from Cass County, Joe drove the quarter-mile to the greenhouse and found the mother room had outgrown the room. She threw her broad canopy under the lamp, the 3 Henderson cuttings in pots along the bench, now 3 thriving plants of their own, and the clover outside had gone from defense to garden to something like a meadow. The dead band south of the cemetery had softened to poor soil. The ground had answered, quietly, the way everything in Cass County moved. He thought of the broken piece, dead in its jar, the small green loss he'd sat with, and the angry cutting in Elmer's notebook, dead in 4 days from fear, and the 3 cuttings, alive because he'd taken them in abundance. 3 dead or failed, 3 alive. The math of care. Joe packed his pipe, lit it, and let the noise drop. The war was over the way Sorrel's map said it was, not defeated, withdrawn. The campaign recalibrated elsewhere. The greenhouse across from Old Drum Cemetery had held because a dead man's knowing and a living man's hands had arranged the air and the water and the warmth and the mess, and the old mother had flourished instead of merely surviving. He thought of Elmer's note, for the day she answers care, that is not this plant, that is the ground, and knew the old man had been right, unfair as always. The ground had answered, not loudly, quietly, at the pace of soil, at the pace of mycelium, at the pace of a man who'd slowed down enough to meet it. Cthulhu, who had finally deigned to ride along and now sat on the receipt box by the door, the dispensary document transported to the greenhouse for the occasion, the cat committee evidently ruling the celebration required paperwork, offered no opinion on the withdrawal. She guarded the receipt. That was her job. Joe exhaled toward the mother room. She answered, Grandpa, you felt it coming. You built the room. I fed the plant. We were both right, and you were wrong about the never. The old mother didn't respond. She didn't need to. She flourished, and the 3 of her line flourished beside her, and the ground outside answered, and the channel lit green dots Joe would never see, and a 9-year-old rooted a clean top somewhere, and the knowing traveled not in the notebook, in the hands, in the smoke, in the soil, from one stubborn thing against time to the next, because the line mattered and she remained and someone had shown up. Joe Sullivan, master cultivator, resident of a double wide on 3 acres where the county forgot its own line, smoked his great-uncle's line in his great-uncle's greenhouse across from Old Drum Cemetery, and let the clarity come, because the war was won in the soil and lost in the boardroom, and the soil was answering, and that was the whole game, the part that outlasted the names. River was 9 when the Gray took the lot behind her grandmother's house, and she was 10 when the Green came back, and she did not understand the war, only that the dirt had been wrong and then it was right, and her grandmother, who had grown tomatoes before the Gray, grew them again, and River ate one still warm from the vine and decided the world was fixed. She shifted the beds on Wren's random signal without knowing why, because Wren's board fired and the cluster moved and River's grandmother said do it, and River did, and the beds shifted, and the Gray, which had taken the lot, met a child who did not know it was there, and the child, who had no habit to unlearn, beat the Gray by not knowing it was a war. She asked her grandmother once why they moved the beds for no reason, and her grandmother said because the Gray likes a thing that holds still, and we don't hold still, and River, who was 10, filed that under things adults say that are true but weird, and went back to shifting, because shifting was a game the board played, and the tomatoes it fed were the point. Wren, who ran the board, sent River a message once, "You're the youngest grower on the map, keep shifting." River wrote back, "Okay, the tomatoes are big." Wren laughed, and the board fired, and River shifted, and the Gray stayed silent, and the war, which River had only ever known as a thing her grandmother's tomatoes survived, continued without her noticing, because a child who grows up with green does not remember the Gray, and that was the win, not the ending of the Gray but the forgetting of it. Her grandmother died in the 4th year, quiet, in the house with the tomatoes, and River, 11, kept the beds because the board fired and someone had to, and the cluster moved, and the tomatoes came, and River understood, without the words for it, that the method was not a war but a habit, and a habit outlives the people who start it, and she was the habit now, and the dirt, as it always had, kept talking, and River, who had never known the Gray as a threat, was the proof the Gray had lost, because a generation that grows its own dirt does not lose it again. The channel's final post of the war era was not Joe's, and was not Wren's, and was not Mara's. It was a kid's, Riley, 9, who had found Mara's letter in the seed library and traded a pea for a bean and learned to shift the beds on Wren's random signal, posted a video of a single scoop of green in a gray yard, and said the only line the war had earned, "We eat." The comments, millions, said "we eat" back in a dozen languages, and the green dots on Sorrel's map, 100,000 of them, glowed blue in the gray that remained at the wildland edge, and the gray, which had taken a planet's soil, met 100,000 kids who did not know it was a war, and it failed, the way every gray weapon failed, against a noise no process could address. Wren, who ran the board, archived the post to the open server, and wrote one line under it: "The war's over, the habit isn't keep shifting." And the board fired, and the beds shifted, and the gray stayed silent, and the method, which had always been a conversation, became a conversation that didn't hang up, because a thing tended keeps living. Mara read it in the Green City, and smiled, the way she smiled when a block said "we are." Sorrel read it on the open server, before she closed the file, and felt the calm she had only ever measured in others. Verda read it in the tower, and shipped another packet. The sterilizer, somewhere in its patient logic, logged Earth unresolved and turned away. And the dirt, as it always had, kept talking, and the conversation 4,000 years long continued, and the war, which had never been a battle, ended the way it opened, in the dirt, without a word, and the kids, who had not noticed, kept shifting, and the gray, which had taken a planet, lost a planet, to a conversation it could not join, and the planet, green at the core, gray at the rim, breathed, and the successor tended, and the method lived in the soil, which was always where it belonged.